I shall be crowned king. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 401 Opportunity. Snap, a sharp snap of the fingers ignited a faint flame in the dark passageway, followed by acrid smoke. To be honest, Anson didn't consider himself a smoker, especially unable to understand the addictive passion of Carl, Claude, or Lawrence. In a way, he actually disliked this addictive luxury. But undeniably, it could help one regain composure quickly when calmness was most needed. Like now. Even without saying anything, Judge Charnas probably already saw through Lewis's little scheme. Even if he didn't know about Freya Moss's field, the naive Lewis's thoughts were practically written on his face. As for whether Charnas was specially planted by Cold Dorian or Sarah Virgil, that possibility couldn't be ruled out, but the probability was quite small. Rather, it was likely the same regardless of which judge was involved. To minimize the negative impact of this incident and to salvage the face lost in the Clovis riot, the truth-seekers would not let any member of the old gods of the elves off the hook, let alone spellcasters. As for Karanjak, this black-robed priest most likely didn't come voluntarily, but he and the truth-seekers behind him are clearly entangled in this matter. For example, Anson absolutely doesn't believe they came specifically to support the rise of the 13 councils for the simple reason of opposing the church, and then stepped forward to help the Inquisition clean up the mess when the situation worsened. St. Isaac's relics, this is probably their real motive for extending a helping hand to their international friends from afar. Of course, the idea of incidentally stopping the church might also be true. The 5 people who seem to share the same goal actually each have their own thoughts, and even their relationships are full of contradictions. The same applies to Anson Bach himself. Keeping his promise to help Lewis protect Freya Moss's field, assisting the truth-seekers in wiping out the old gods' elven faction in the Iser royal court, or extracting the secret of St. Isaac's relics from the truth-seekers. Which of these 3 seemingly consistent but actually contradictory options is most advantageous to him right now? The answer is simple: adults and children alike secretly want them all. Of course, achieving 3 goals simultaneously without interfering with each other is indeed challenging, requiring precise control over the timing and changing circumstances of each part. As for how to do it, he already had a general plan, which is why Anson, who had originally intended to cooperate with Lewis's performance, suddenly betrayed him. Because if he followed his plan, he would inevitably clash with the truth-seekers' inquisitors, a conflict with no solution. To solve the problem, he had to first step out of it. The hallucinatory smoke gradually dissipated in the darkness, and Anson, maintaining a confident smile, slowly closed his eyes, gently tugging at his right index finger, which had just ignited a flame. Snap! A slight throbbing pain in his temple accompanied the instantaneous flash of an aerial view of most of the Iser royal court into his mind. All he needed to do next was stand patiently in this absolutely safe underground passage, awaiting whatever was about to happen, and then appear at the most opportune moment. The Arbiter Knights were still nearly 50 hours away from arriving. What he had in abundance right now was patience and time. 2 hours, Cold Dorian. His face covered in blood, stared in astonishment at Sarah Virgil before him. He really said that? It's been confirmed. Absolutely true. Her expression remained impassive, but her grave gaze proved she was no less shrewd than the fool before her. The Knights of Judgment have sent a signal to the Stormcasters, demanding they cease bombardment by at least 1:30 a.m. Therefore, it's almost certain they'll arrive no later than 2 a.m. Why? Cole suddenly became agitated. What does this mean? Some unforeseen circumstances have arisen, so they're not going to keep their promise, Sarah calmly analyzed. There's no other reason for doing so. Unforeseen circumstances. Cold Dorian's expression turned extremely grim. According to Archbishop Luther Franz, when they set out, the agreement he reached with the Inquisition and the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment was merely a private agreement, lacking any legal force. Therefore, if the Inquisition and the Knights of Judgment dared to disregard the Archbishop of a major diocese, or if the actual executor acted on their own and deliberately brought forward the mission start time, he and the Order of Truth-Seeking would have absolutely no means to stop them. Furthermore, if he didn't begin his operation on the night of the 26th, but rather in the early morning of the 27th, they would likely beat him to it before he even started. To be honest, Coeur Dorian didn't really care about the lives of the 13 councils or the Eiffel elves, and he wouldn't even care if the entire royal court was razed to the ground. After all, the power of the old gods was ingrained in the blood of the Eiffel elves, and the more of these old gods scum died, the better. But the Knights of Judgment were now coming to reinforce them, clearly to steal the credit, and incidentally, to trample on the order of truth-seeking, completely labeling them as incompetent. The prestigious Seeking Truth Order, a religious council whose very name was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the old gods, had actually been reduced to buying time for the Knights of Judgment to launch their attack, and incidentally proving their strength was no longer what it once was, a stepping stone. Slap! Before Cole could react, the expressionless female inquisitor suddenly pressed down on his head, forcing him to meet her gaze, her eyes gleaming with crimson pupils. It's not over yet, the Knights of Judgment. They won't arrive at the royal court for at least 2 more hours. Even if they arrive earlier, it will take at least half an hour for 3,000 Knights of Judgment to launch an offensive. Although there was no prior notice, the storm masters outside, who are feigning an attack, won't just stand by and watch the church steal the credit. They will definitely use every means possible to delay them. It's not over yet. We still have a chance. Coeur Dorian shuddered. That's right. Even if the Knights of Judgment really didn't intend to keep their promise, they still had at least 2 hours, far from the point of having to give up. How is the plan going? Have the other target teams replied? Loris's team and Sieg's team have sent signals that they've taken the council and the armory. The old god faction of the 13 councils nearby has also been wiped out, leaving only a few remnants, Sarah said softly, including the inner city fortress. Only the teams at the Grand Archives, the Royal Palace, and the Cathedral of Praise have left. There's still no news, considering these 3 locations are relatively far away, and the terrain and situation are more complex. This isn't entirely unexpected. Send a message to Charnis's team and Lloyd's team, telling them that time is of the essence and they must capture the Royal Palace and the Grand Archives as soon as possible. Coeur Dorian gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. As for Loris and Sieg, give them 15 minutes. Come and join me within 15 minutes and take the Cathedral of Praise. According to insider intelligence provided by a certain novelist, the 13 councils, probably because they've been suppressed for too long, harbor a near pathological hatred for the Church of Order, and all their rebellion plans revolve around the massacre of the cathedral. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, King Iser and the heads of the 13 councils are most likely currently at the Cathedral of Praise. The expressionless female inquisitor nodded slightly, offering no dissuasion. She knew very well that the fool's sunny disposition was merely a facade. Ever since inheriting Captain Lawrence's halberd, inferiority and fear had never left his heart. If he couldn't thoroughly prove himself, the chief inquisitor named Coeur Dorian was nothing but a walking corpse. Let's go. The unwilling roar echoed for a long time amidst the ruins of the inner fortress. The inquisitors, their backs to the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, left monstrous shadows in the rising flames. Chapter 402 No Retreat. At 11:25 p.m., at the Royal Palace, the piercing whistle of the Inquisitor echoed under the dim starry sky, sometimes short, sometimes long, relentlessly approaching. We're in trouble. In the center of the deserted fountain garden, Inquisitor Chanis looked up in the direction of the whistle, his face, shrouded in smoke, growing grave. It seems the Knights of Judgment, they don't intend to keep their promise and are preparing to act ahead of schedule. Coeur Dorian demanded we save time and finish this quickly. Save time? Finish this quickly. The black-robed priest trembled, looking around fearfully. We're almost. No. We're already in the enemy's stronghold. How can we finish this quickly? Louis, standing nearby, didn't speak, but his slightly furrowed brow showed that while not afraid, he somewhat agreed with Karin Jacques' assessment. As for Lisa, the girl, clutching Borny and covered in weapons, was fearless. Chanis closed his eyes, his old pipe clenched between his teeth, and psychedelic smoke slowly spilled from the mouthpiece as he moved his lips. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes and turned to the young knight behind him. Can you pinpoint the exact location where the Elf King is being held? I don't know, Louis replied truthfully. But I've been to all the locations in the palace that could be used to imprison important prisoners, including important warehouses and some secluded rooms, and I remember them. Charnis nodded slightly. How long would it take to search everything? Everything? Louis thought quickly for a moment. At least 2, No, about an hour and a half, half an hour, 30 minutes, Charnas said in a hoarse voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. I can only give you 30 minutes, that's the limit. Lewis's heart skipped a beat, and after a moment of astonishment, he immediately became serious. Okay, wait. I don't understand. The black-robed priest, huddled in a ball, looked at the two who had suddenly become serious and panicked even more. 30 minutes, what are you two going to do? You're not going to throw me out as bait, are you? It is bait, that's right. Charnas, turning his head, grinned. His calm and composed expression seemed to the despairing Kalinjak like he wanted to devour him. But it's not you, huh? The black-robed priest was startled, tears welling in his eyes before retreating. Charnas, his lips curled into a smile, had already stood up, his cold scythe slung over his shoulder, casting a long shadow on his face in the starlight. I can only do my best to draw their attention, but there will definitely be many stragglers blocking the way. Avoid them if you can, and if you can't avoid them, finish them off quickly. If the Elf King isn't here, kill every old God's member you see. If he is, protect him as soon as possible to reunite with Anson Bach and then retreat. Don't think about anything else. Without turning his head, the Inquisitor coldly said to Lewis behind him, remember, don't be deceived by their appearance and words. No matter how similar they are no longer human or elf. They are now the old gods, and the old gods must die. The moment the words fell, the temperature nearby suddenly dropped. The exquisite marble fountain instantly froze, and the flowers in the garden withered and died at a visible speed. The already faint light suddenly disappeared, and even the starry sky above began to distort. Eerie shadows appeared from all directions, dragging the four into pitch-black darkness. We've been discovered, the black-robed priest screamed hysterically. We've been discovered long ago, Charnas growled, pulling his sidearm from his robes. It was almost identical in design to the dagger revolver, the only difference being its longer, thicker barrel. You think they wouldn't know their own kind has infiltrated their territory, Lord Kalinjak? The black-robed priest immediately fell silent. Slowly raising the revolver, the Inquisitor, pipe in mouth, pointed the muzzle in the direction instinctively led him in the darkness, then decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The blinding flash illuminated the darkness, revealing the ferocious figure rushing towards them. Remember, 30 minutes, you only have that much time, Charnas roared, his left hand frantically pulling the trigger while his right hand swung down with his long scythe. The cold blade pierced the elven blood mage's torso from shoulder to toe, gnawing at flesh like the fangs of a beast. Whoosh! A piercing whistle blared, and the blood mage, coughing up blood, stared in disbelief. The rate of his flesh regeneration was completely suppressed by the rate at which the steam dissolved it. You, the moment he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt a scalding iron pipe being shoved into it. Bang! Gunfire erupted, and the headless corpse slid off the side bit by bit, evaporating at a visible speed. But the surrounding darkness did not recede. Clearly, there was more than one. Run! Without hesitation, the three immediately turned and ran. The desperate black-robed priest screamed incessantly, dragged by the collar by Lewis like a rag doll, while Lisa rushed ahead of the two, carrying her beloved Barney on her back, drawing two revolvers from their holsters. This chaotic battle situation was like a fish in water for the Stormcaster captain. Charge! The girl shouted, her short legs moving rapidly, her revolvers blazing wildly in her hands, like an angel carrying a kerosene lamp in the darkness. The flickering light from left and right, accompanied by the sounds of lead bullets shattering bones, piercing bodies, and tearing flesh, illuminated the path for her companions behind her. Looking at the petite figure clearing the way for him and the black-robed priest, for a moment, Lewis suddenly understood why Arthur was so agitated. If he had been the one in that situation, he probably wouldn't have fared much better. So, are all people with the surname Bach this unbelievable? Although he knew this wasn't the time for idle chatter, and it seemed incredibly rude, if that person were still here, the young knight really wanted to discuss this with him. Left turn, this way. A bright silver blade sliced the oncoming tentacles in two. Lewis, shouting loudly, released the black-robed priest's collar, turned, and embraced the girl, rushing down the corridor towards the palace. Lewis kicked open the door, and after seeing Kalinjak scrambling in, he immediately locked it behind him. In that instant, the girl he was holding didn't forget to bite open a grenade and toss it through the crack into the corridor outside. Boom! With a deafening roar, silence fell over the outside. The three, their expressions varied, turned to look at the empty palace corridor before them. Under their feet was a carpet so soft it seemed like they were walking on clouds. On either side were rows of closed doors, warm, soft candlelight illuminating the various murals on the walls and ceilings, making them appear so vibrant. It was empty, not a soul was in sight, and not a sound of footsteps or even breathing could be heard. Safe, Kalinjak's face lit up with joy. No, the young knight, still holding the girl, remained tense, his long sword pointing forward. I've been here before, and the murals on the walls then, weren't these, huh? Before he could finish speaking, the warm candlelight went out. In the dim light, the terrified black-robed priest suddenly seemed to sense something, turning his head tremblingly to the wall beside him, looking at the lifelike murals. In the religiously charged murals, the sword-wielding knight and the demon he had pierced with his sword simultaneously turned back, meeting the terrified black-robed priest's gaze, and even blinked. Crimson eyes. Oh. Just as the black-robed priest was about to be torn to shreds, the girl he was holding broke free from Lewis's arms and, with a swift backhand, stabbed the eyes of both the saint and the evil god with her bayonet. Blood gushed out like a bursting water balloon. Run, Lewis shouted anxiously behind him, tearing open the neck of the oncoming knight with a backhand slash. There should be a black mage nearby. We've fallen into its illusion trap. Do I need you to remind me? The black-robed priest screamed hysterically, running for his life without regard for anything else. Countless murals continued to burst forth from the walls and ceiling, growing wildly like weeds that could never be eradicated. Gunshots rang out incessantly, and Lewis, at the forefront, synchronized his movements with the girl's trigger pulls, his hands wielding the blade alternately, clearing a path in the darkness. But soon, Lewis noticed something amiss. We can't get out. Nonsense. Don't you think you've realized it a little too late? Kalinjak screamed, his face deathly pale, as he ran frantically. This is a black mage's trap. If we don't catch the black mage using illusions, we'll never escape. Black magic, the most adept at reading minds among the three great forms of magic, is used by almost all spellcasters skilled in it to create illusions. They exploit the interplay of reality and illusion, exploiting the deepest fears of their opponents to mentally crush them. If Anson were here, he would find this very familiar and could easily point out the flaws in this black magic. Back in the basement of Clovis Cathedral, Professor Mace Harnard's apprentice, Braun, had demonstrated to him, with textbook-perfect, fluid spellcasting, how a black mage fought. Then how do we break it? A bright silver blade cleaved the evil god in two, dark red blood mixed with nauseating pus gushing from its mouth. It's simple, find that dark mage, Kalinjak screamed. Kill him or interrupt him, it doesn't matter, he's just a beginner spellcaster, and manipulating such a large illusion is very difficult. How do you know he's a beginner? Of course. If he were a blasphemous mage, we'd be dead already. Then how do we find him? How should I know? If I knew, would I need to? He's over there. The girl, who had been constantly pulling the trigger, suddenly shouted, pointing her revolver at the motionless wall on her left. Huh? The two who had been arguing froze simultaneously. In that instant, countless cracks suddenly appeared around the dark corridor, and then it shattered like glass. Boom! Without any warning, the surrounding murals vanished, and the three of them fell into darkness. But before they could adjust, the candlelight in the corridor came back on, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. No, not yet. Lewis's heart was pounding, his eyes fixed on the empty wall that Lisa was pointing to. He hadn't found the black sorcerer who cast the spell, or... Bang! A heavy door slammed open behind him. Lewis, jolted, almost instinctively turned to see a figure dressed entirely in black, carrying a scythe in one hand, staggering towards him while smoking a pipe. Inquisitor Charnas? No, Lewis shouted suddenly, this is an illusion, In that instant, the image of his elder brother, Crow Bernard, flashed into his mind. Yes, ever since he could remember, he seemed to have never truly succeeded, and with each failure, it was always others who were implicated and paid the price. The Battle of Thundercastle, the Battle of Eaglehorn, the Imperial Expeditionary Force, his overestimation of his abilities and arrogance had truly hurt far too many people. Every vow he made had always ended in a dismal failure. Thundercastle had not been held, Eaglehorn had not been held, the Imperial Expeditionary Force had been annihilated, even the promise he made to a naive elven girl who followed him hoping he would protect her had not been kept. Perhaps, this was his destiny. But if it was destiny, then he would face it with dignity. With this thought, Lewis, his face ashen, raised his longsword above his head with both hands as it came towards the oncoming scythe. My name is Louis Bernard, son of Adrian, descendant of the Sea Knights, guardian knight of Freya Mossesfield. I swear to the Ring of Order that I will forever protect her from harm. Those who wish to stop me, come at me. A knight never retreats. Chapter 403 The Elf King's Determination. In a daze, he could even clearly feel his consciousness slowly fading, sinking little by little. But the next second, this feeling suddenly stopped. Before he could even try to struggle, his consciousness, which should have dissipated, reawakened, like the dawn breaking through the horizon, returning to his body. Louis opened his eyes in confusion. The door was still tightly closed, and the candlelight around him flickered back to its warm orange glow. The murals on the walls and ceiling had vanished without a trace. Even his body, dissolved and evaporated by the steam, was intact, without the slightest sign of injury. Not even a trace of blood could be seen on the blade that had slain hundreds of murals. All the anomalies seemed to have disappeared, restoring the corridor to its original normal state. No, not yet. Louis gritted his teeth. He hadn't found the black maid who cast the spell. He must still be trapped in the illusion set up by the other party. Staring intently at the tightly closed door opposite, cold sweat unknowingly seeped from Louis's temples. Snap! Just as he tensed up, a pair of soft little hands suddenly pressed against his eyes. Guess who I am? A slightly mischievous laugh rang in the young knight's ears. Feeling the softness from behind and the familiar scent of jasmine, Louis, whose vision had darkened, quickly regained his composure and involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth. Can you stop fooling around, my dear Princess Freya? His words were cut off abruptly. Suddenly realizing something, the young knight's pupils contracted sharply, and his helpless smile instantly froze. No, he shouldn't have escaped the illusion trap yet. That black mage, all of this is, all an illusion. It's not an illusion, the gentle voice rang out again. Gently releasing the soft little hands, the elven girl standing behind the young knight, cooperating with his turn of the head, a joyful smile blooming on her fair cheeks. Clad in exquisite gold and red cavalry attire, paired with form-fitting breastplates and arm guards adorned with intricate carvings, the elven maiden's petite figure was accentuated like an evening gown. A golden crown adorned her cascading, deep blue hair, reflecting a mesmerizing glow in the warm candlelight. My dear Louis, you've come after all, the elven maiden spoke softly, her crimson eyes, overflowing with boundless longing, reflecting the young knight's utterly shocked expression. He stood frozen for a full minute before finally snapping out of his daze, his lips trembling in disbelief. Freya, 11:45 p.m., the Royal Palace Hall. Callan Jack lay on the carpet, his face ashen, panting heavily, his lifeless eyes trembling slightly as if he had just witnessed another world. His hair, soaked with cold sweat, hung down like a lion's mane. His already tattered robes, as if freshly washed, emanated a strong, strange odor and trembled with each step. His chest heaved, and his trembling hands gripped a silver pocket watch tightly, his already blue thumbs pressing down on the watch's switch. Beside him lay the corpse of an Iser elf, a dagger pierced his own neck. His now dull pupils still filled with disbelief. The moment Louis told him and Lisa to lie down, the terrified Corin Jacques didn't hesitate for a moment, decisively following Lisa as they rushed towards the seemingly empty wall. What awaited them wasn't bloodshed or dizziness, but the palace's hall, and not just any hall, but another hall. From the moment they stormed into the palace, they had already fallen into a trap. Louis thought he was turning left, but he had actually turned right, entering the other end of the palace. Just when he thought he was about to be bloodied and bruised, Corin Jacques suddenly remembered something and pulled out his mirror image pocket watch. This unassuming magical item couldn't interrupt the dark magic's mental manipulation. It only had one effect, to reverse all directions and movements within its range. So when the black-robed priest awoke, he found the elven dark mage lying in a pool of blood, clutching the dagger that had pierced his neck in shock, dead. What a close call. Just a hair's breadth away, it would have been him who had his throat pierced. Sigh, but then again, How did that little girl next to Anson know the elven dark mage was hiding here? Was she also a spellcaster? It didn't seem likely. He couldn't sense any mental activity from her at all, and even he, a dignified 4th-tier spellcaster, couldn't see through the dark mage's mental manipulation. How could a child? As for bloodline power, with such powerful insight abilities, one wouldn't usually possess combat strength that's ridiculously strong. That astonishing speed and explosive power clearly indicate a talent like the Holy Grail or the Wild Hunt Knight. Could it be? Hey, you in the black robes? Lisa approached and poked him in the chest with the butt of Borny's gun. Get up. Lisa has to hurry and find Lewis. Lisa promised Anson she'd protect everyone. I'm not some robe wearer. My name is Karanjak, the black-robed priest complained as he got up, shaking his head rapidly. No, I absolutely won't go back. Why not? The girl stared at him, wide-eyed. Only Lewis knows the way around here. Without him, Lisa and the robe-wearer will get lost. Were we on the right track when he was here? And besides, I said my name is Karanjak, not the robe-wearer. The black-robed priest rolled his eyes. Besides, there are spellcasters everywhere here. Going back would be suicide, but Anson said we're going to rescue the Elf King. The girl blinked, the butt of Borny's gun still pressed against the black-robed priest. Without Lewis, we can't rescue the Elf King. He can't save him, because the Elf King can't possibly be in the palace. How does the robed man know the Elf King isn't in the palace? I'll repeat myself, I'm not called the robed man, I'm called Karanjak, and I just know he's not here. Why? Because I know. I've known from the very beginning. It's true that Draco, that bastard, is collaborating with the 13 councils, but I've been dealing with the elves of Ithel for years, and I know better than anyone what kind of person the Elf King, that bastard Igor Massacre is. Long ago, that bastard planned to completely wipe out the 13 councils, or rather, use them. Because he was constantly being controlled, and because Clovis finally decided to invade Ithel. That clever little devil Draco finally decided to act, because it would be too late if he waited any longer. The black-robed priest shouted hysterically, his eyes filled with sincerity. But Lisa just tilted her head curiously. Why is it too late? Because of Igor Massacre, that Elf King. He foresaw this day long ago? Yes. He knew that once the church intervened, it would definitely erode some of his power as Elf King, but correspondingly, he would have the entire Order Church as his backer, no longer needing to worry about the 13 councils' families undermining or seizing power from him, and no longer needing to fear the kingdom of Clovis invading either so easily. Either's traditions would be distorted, either's history would be twisted, and the other elf kingdom would become the church's first stop in controlling the world, a puppet state of the church. But that doesn't matter, because the Massacre family will prosper for generations, and the other elf kingdom will rise. That's what the Elf King wants. So although I don't know where he is now, he's definitely not in the palace, and definitely not in the Grand Archives. He'd love for the Knights of Judgment to massacre the either royal court, because then he could wipe out those old god factions lurking in the shadows. Karanjak finally let out a long breath after saying all this, seemingly relieved to have finally revealed the secret buried deep in his heart. As for whether the little girl in front of him would tell Anson afterward, it didn't matter. Even if that bastard knew now, it didn't matter. Everything was settled. More importantly, what did it have to do with him? He squatted down, meeting the eyes of his savior, and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "So you understand now? That bastard Elf King doesn't need us to save him at all. The Truth-Seeking Order or the Knights of Judgment will definitely save him. As for St. Isaac's relics, hell, I bet your brother Anson Bach really wants them. But listen to me, advise him to give up. That thing is extremely dangerous. It's better to leave it with our Truth-Seeking Order for safekeeping. As for the two of us, it's wiser to hurry up and meet up with Anson and run away." With that, the black-robed priest stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. "So, Karanjak, do you know where that St. Isaac's relic is?" The girl blinked and continued to ask. "Nonsense, of course I know, and I'm not called the robe-wearer, I'm called—" "Oh, you actually pronounced my name correctly." The surprised black-robed priest couldn't help but laugh, turning to look at the girl behind him. Then his laughter vanished. Without him noticing, the girl standing behind him had turned crimson. In the pitch-black hall, the blood-red glow was so eerily beautiful. Boom! The moment he saw those eyes, the jovial Karanjak suddenly felt a tremor run through him, his body seemingly drained of strength, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. It was the feeling of a low-level life form being stared at by and being far superior to itself. It was as if with just a glance, a thought, an idea, he would instantly shatter into pieces, his soul scattered. This little girl, no. Lisa Bach, who exactly is she? The Truth Society, if I remember correctly, I think I've heard Mace Harnard mention it a few times. Lisa. Talia Augustrune looked at the trembling black-robed priest. A slight smile playing on her lips. His assessment of you wasn't exactly friendly, but he clearly underestimated you, just as he underestimated Anson Bach. Clearly, the Truth Society is a very benevolent non-profit public organization, and the people in it are all very kind, right? The black-robed priest kneeling on the ground trembled, not daring to even breathe. So, my dear Lord Corinjac, for the sake of me saving your life, and for the sake of being a friend of Anson Bach, Talia said softly, gently cupping his cheek with her small hand. Their crimson eyes met, her gaze trembling. Could you tell me, where's that relic? No. Facing the young knight's earnest gaze, the elven girl, her heart filled with inner turmoil, gritted her teeth and uttered the word that caused her immense pain. Why? Louis instinctively took a half-step forward. He didn't understand, why, when she was forced, when she was still alive and hadn't died at the hands of the Clovis, when everything the 13 Council had told her was a lie from beginning to end. Because she, Frey Massacre, is dead. Despite her pain, the elven girl resolutely declared, I am now, the head of the 13 Councils, Queen of the Iser Elves, free. I cannot allow a group of empires in Clovis to so brazenly attack my capital, slaughter my people, and defame my faith. If you truly wish to do this, you must first step over my dead body. If I and my army cannot defend our city, then we will drag you invaders, into hell with us, I swear. With that, she drew her sword from her waist, demonstrating her resolve to the knight before her. Is that so? Louis nodded slightly, his astonished expression gradually turning serious. In that case, I also swear to you, I will breach your city, slaughter all enemies of the Ring of Order, and rescue Princess Freya Massasfield from the clutches of the old gods. No one can stop me. Chapter 404 Anson's Reminder. Clang. The moment the words left his lips, the two sharp blades clashed together without warning, bursting into dazzling sparks. The elven girl's sword-wielding movements were not skilled, not even clumsy, they were merely casual swings. If it weren't for the flames ignited by the blades upon impact, the blade would have already pierced her chest. For a fleeting moment, Louis was suddenly thankful that he hadn't been a proper instructor when Freya had pestered him to teach her swordsmanship. The flash of fire obscured Louis's vision, and the gleaming blade pierced through the flames, its piercing shriek aimed at his face. Clang. 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 The crisp, long clangs rang out continuously, and Louis could even clearly feel the elven girl's strength increasing. Combined with the innate sense of distance possessed by a sorcerer, he, as a sea knight, even felt a sense of oppression. Amidst the exploding sparks, the two swung their swords faster and faster. Despite the elven girl's almost reckless attacks, Louis maintained a firm advantage thanks to the overwhelming reaction speed of the sea knight. In the brief exchange, he had at least 4 opportunities to pierce Freya's vitals, but Louis's goal from the beginning was not to kill, but to capture her alive. This meant he had to take greater risks while ensuring Freya suffered no fatal wounds, especially those she herself had inflicted. While fighting steadily, Louis recalled Anson's words before they set off. Listen carefully, my dear Louis, Iser spellcasters are very different from humans. Never mind how I know, just listen to me. Clang. The slightly reddened blade, carrying a wave of heat, grazed less than a centimeter from Louis's neck. The tip struck the ground, sparks igniting a raging fire on the carpet. The young knight strode forward, his gleaming silver blade aimed at Freya's chest. But just as it was about to pierce the elven girl's body, the longsword, leaving a trail of afterimages, suddenly changed direction, lightly grazing her right shoulder. Regardless of which of the 3 major magic types this elven spellcaster belongs to, his power has absolutely nothing to do with his devotion to that evil god, but it is closely related to the purity of his bloodline and his emotional fluctuations. What are you doing? Freya roared, her cherry lips tightly pressed together. Louis's blade left only a shallow wound on her shoulder. I don't need your mercy, I haven't been merciful either, the young knight spoke righteously, the sharp blade in his hand like an impenetrable cage, the golden red longsword unable to touch his body. I said, as long as I live, I will not allow anyone to harm Princess Freya Massasfield. Anyone? That's right. This is one of the reasons why the Iser elves distinguish ranks based on bloodline. But that's not important. In short, if the emotion that awakens a spellcaster's power is joy, then the happier the stronger his power will be, and vice versa. The elven girl's expression suddenly became somewhat flustered, and the blood color in her pupils began to fade slightly. But this state lasted only a moment. Freya, who had quickly regained her senses, had her eyes filled with blood again. You have no chance. Freya is dead. No, there is still hope. Lewis's tone was extremely resolute. There is still hope. Before he finished speaking, a golden red blade came rushing towards them, and the rolling heat instantly scorched the carpet under their feet and the wallpaper on both sides, turning them into flying ashes that danced up and down between the two constantly intersecting figures. Without hesitation, Lewis, who was holding the knife in a reverse grip, turned his waist and barely dodged the golden red afterimage that brushed past him. The next second, the silver blade followed Lewis's figure, cutting in a semicircle, and suddenly entered within 3 steps of the elven girl at an incredibly strange angle. Staring at the blade coming towards her face, the elven girl, who had no time to draw her knife to parry, suddenly had her pupils shrink sharply. Boom! Without any warning, golden red flames exploded at the feet of the two. The flames that swept up thick smoke instantly filled the entire corridor. At this moment, Freya Moss's field, surrounded by flames, was completely stunned. In the final instant, she clearly saw Lewis abruptly stop his movements. "Lewis!" Freya exclaimed, staring at the raging fire. The rising flames gradually dissipated, revealing a figure shrouded in smoke. The young knight, covered in charred marks, slowly rose, his golden hair mixed with drifting ash, looking somewhat disheveled. "I said, before I fall, no one can harm you," Lewis breathed slightly, his pupils gleaming with unwavering solemnity. Louis Bernard, meant what I said. Therefore, if you want to defeat a very strong, and possibly invincible, elven spellcaster, the best way is to weaken the emotions that awakened his power. Why are you so stubborn?" the elven girl screamed, the blood in her pupils growing even darker, her golden red longsword surging into the rolling flames, lunging at the young knight like a breathing dragon. Sparks flashed incessantly, and amidst the ear-piercing clang of metal, a faint groan began to pierce the air. Even with the sea knight's reflexes, his weapon was already worn thin after nearly 100 collisions, not to mention he had to constantly be careful not to injure Freya with a single mistake. Spikes, slashes, upward thrusts, swirling attacks. Under the elven girl's hysterical and ferocious onslaught, the battle seemed to have turned one-sided. The once composed Lewis began to hesitate and waver, causing him to retreat step by step. "What are you hesitating about? Do you want to be killed by the spellcasters of the old gods?" The golden red flames roared again, leaving a charred scar on Lewis's right arm. "I am a spellcaster, a member of the old gods. I am no longer Freya Moss's field, I am a monster." "A monster?" the elven girl cried out. Kill me, kill me. Isn't this your duty, Knight of the Ring of Order?" Lewis, his face grave, did not answer, only parrying Freya's attacks, recalling Anson's advice in his mind. If this emotion is completely worn away, or completely reversed, his or her power will rapidly decline, then defeating it will be easy, probably. Clang! With a loud crash, the young knight's longsword finally gave way, breaking in the flames. The shattered blade grazed past him, leaving a bloody gash on his delicate cheek. "Ah!" The elven girl's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the narrow corridor, the raging flames transforming into a spiraling spear, lunging towards the young knight's chest. PFFT, before he could dodge, the spear tip tore through Lewis's breastplate and pierced his chest from the center. "Lewis!" the elven girl stopped, staring blankly at the figure before her. The young knight stood rooted to the spot, his right hand, charred and raw, gripping the blade embedded in his chest. Dark red blood dripped from his palm as he shakily raised his head. Looking at Freya, her face streaked with tears and her pupils drained of color, Lewis, who had intended to say something, suddenly froze. At the end of the corridor behind the elven girl, a strange figure suddenly appeared. It was a young man wearing a gray tricorn hat and a coat. His right hand was behind his back, his left hand inside his coat pocket, a pipe dangling from his lips, and a strangely shaped monocle. He just stood there, motionless, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning. Budgie, and Lisa, and that elven dark mage, no one had noticed his presence. But that wasn't the main point. Most importantly, this guy looks kind of familiar. Just as Lewis was confused, the man in gray suddenly revealed his right hand hidden behind his back, along with an unusually large revolver. And he pulled the trigger. Finally, I can find some time to write a chapter. The new year is really tough. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. Time is of the essence. Bang! The instant the gunshot rang out, Lewis couldn't believe his eyes. A scalding lead bullet erupted from the muzzle flash, tearing through the air like a death knell. With a short, deafening bang, the delicate body before him jolted violently, crimson blood gushing from her exquisite breastplate. In that instant, Lewis even heard the sound of her ribs breaking, shattering. The lead bullet, tearing through flesh from her back, shattered into countless fragments the moment it struck the first bone, pulverizing and tearing at her internal organs. The elven girl's eyes widened, her face instantly turning pale with disbelief, and she instinctively loosened her grip on her sword hilt. Lewis, she tried to say something, but only blood mixed with bits of flesh spilled from her slightly parted lips. Her clear pupils visibly lost their light. Soon, the elven girl, her eyes vacant, slowly collapsed into her pool of blood. Lewis was stunned. Before he could recover from the shocking scene, Anson Bach, pipe in hand, adjusted his anonymous glasses, stepped forward, and then pointed his gun at the elven girl lying in a pool of blood. Bang! 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 One shot to the brow, one to the philtrum, one to the neck, and two to the hip. The elven girl, who had been motionless, began to struggle and dance in the pool of blood with the deafening gunshots. With slightly eerie convulsions, vibrant blood bloomed repeatedly on her body. The gunshots subsided, and the corridor returned to its deathly silence. Having done all this, Anson, as if nothing had happened, pried open the magazine of the dagger and carefully began reloading the ammunition, one bullet at a time, muttering to himself with his head down. So, Lewis, can you calm down and let me explain, before you tear me to pieces? After reloading the ammunition, Anson, his face calm, raised his head, the bloodied tip of the knife pressed against his brow. Lewis, gritting his teeth, knelt in the pool of blood, his handsome face contorted with gore and ash, staring intently at Anson's every move. His heavy breathing, his right hand, still dripping blood from burns, gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. His trembling arm proved that he was indeed struggling to restrain the urge to stab Anson in the head. Speak, the simple word. Lewis's pronunciation sounded like tearing at Anson's flesh. Time is of the essence. Just 3 sentences. Anson, pipe in hand, held up 3 fingers. First, I didn't kill her. Second, she's still alive. Third, both of the above are true. Huh? Lewis's expression faltered visibly. She's still alive, Anson interrupted impatiently, giving Lewis no time to think. She's no longer an ordinary Iser elf, she's a spellcaster, and a blasphemous one at that. She's not so easily killed, even with her power waning. As long as her heart is intact, she can't be killed so easily. Believe me, this is all part of my plan, and a perfect plan at that. Right now, besides Charnas, there are dozens of inquisitors and bundles upon bundles of spellcasters outside. If you want to escape the royal court with Freya, hiding from all of them, you must weaken the spellcaster's reaction in her. Do you understand? I promise to help you rescue her, and I will keep my word. Afterwards, whether you plan to chop me into pieces or roast me is up to you, but for now, please follow my instructions, because we really don't have much time left. She's still alive. Lewis's expression was filled with shock, a hint of panic and disbelief flashing in his eyes. But Anson, how did you know? Anson was about to say, I just know, but the words caught in his throat. No, he couldn't say that. Wouldn't that be tantamount to revealing himself as a spellcaster? But a moment later, Anson's mind raced, and he immediately came up with a perfect, foolproof excuse. All of this was told to me by Cordorian. Yes, including what I told you before I came. Think about it, how could a devout, Ring of Order-based talent like me possibly know these things? Haha, right, Anson chuckled awkwardly, a little nervous. No, what I mean is, seeing Anson's desperate attempt to explain, Lewis paused, his eyes glancing at the blood-soaked elven girl on the ground. How do you know you didn't hide her heart? Anson's lips twitched, his smile freezing on his face. I just know. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Just as the two were gazing lovingly at Freya's corpse, A series of booming sounds suddenly erupted from outside the corridor door, accompanied by intermittent screams and roars. What was that? Louis tossed aside his knife hilt and tightly embraced Freya's body. For the first time, he realized how frail and petite she was, so light that it seemed as if even the slightest exertion would inflict further damage on her already battered body. But even such a frail girl was being used by her own people, a sacrifice in their power grab. I don't know, but I really think we should go. Anson, pipe in hand, glanced at the closed door, then turned to Louis. Listen, I'm only saying this once, so make sure you understand. Now, take her out of the Iser Royal Court through the underground passage immediately. After that, don't go to the siege positions. Go straight to the Deer Antlers Fortress and find Alan Dawn, my scribe, and have him arrange a carriage for you immediately. Understand? Oh, and one more thing. Anson took off his anonymous glasses and handed them to Louis. Give her these if necessary. They should save you a lot of trouble. As a helpful person, Anson's consistent attitude was either not to help at all, or to help completely. This had nothing to do with moral principles. It was mainly because doing things only halfway could easily lead to loss of control, often resulting in good intentions gone wrong due to the person involved failing. Of course, most importantly, a living Louis was more valuable to him. Honest people are always a scarce resource. Louis, trying to appear calm, nodded somewhat flusteredly. Then, what about Lisa and Karanjak? Anson, hearing this question, paused for a moment, then sighed with a wry smile, patted Louis's shoulder, and said, believe me, they are perfectly safe. You don't need to worry about them at all. 11:59 p.m., Iser Royal Court, Cathedral of Praise. Under the dark dome, one figure after another, clad in black trench coats, emerged from the streets, charging towards the cathedral defiled by the old gods. Amidst screams and the incessant clash of blades and the roar of gunfire, the grand battle between prey and hunter began. Amidst the splattered blood, the inquisitors, maintaining a loose formation, even fighting individually, clashed like a death knell, desperately slaughtering the hordes of old god elves, paving their way with corpses. Despite the old gods outnumbering them several times over, the battle was almost a one-sided rout. As sentinels tasked with purifying the faith of their dioceses and suppressing the old gods, experienced inquisitors rarely acted collectively. They were often two or three, or even one person, responsible for an area encompassing a town or several villages. For them, being outnumbered and cut off from their escape routes was commonplace, due to traps, bait, hostages, extortion, provocation, ambushes, assassinations, and surprise attacks. Often, due to their notorious reputation, they couldn't even get help from the locals and were even driven away by some remote villages that still held old god beliefs, and of course, their fate in these places was generally not good either. Even amidst the one-sided slaughter, the elven old gods continued to swarm towards them. Countless sword flashes and spear flashes clashed, and screaming figures were pierced through the heart by lead bullets, their empty eyes and heads smashed into a pile of minced meat by iron boots and axes. Their relentless obstruction inevitably slowed the efficiency of the Seeking Truth order, as the numerical disparity between the two sides was absolute. Damn it, are the palace and the Grand Archive still not sorted out? Cordorian cursed as he shot the heart of the fallen sorcerer. He looked up to see a torrent of blood gushing from the cathedral, from which a skeletal hand reached out towards him. But the next second, the surging blood vanished like smoke, leaving only an elven dark mage clutching his head and screaming in agony, blood constantly spilling from his bulging eyes. No, as of 11:55, no intelligence has been received from either location. With a calm voice, the expressionless Sarah Virgil appeared behind him, her blood-red eyes meeting the dark mage's gaze. It's possible something unexpected happened. As she finished speaking, the blade of her axe spear shattered the elven dark mage's head, and the headless corpse slowly knelt on the ground, its hands, which had been resting on its head, falling limply to its sides. By the ring of order, we have less than 2 hours left. Cold Dorian gritted his teeth, kicking the headless corpse away. If we let them drag this out any longer, the Knights of Judgment will come to our aid before we can even finish them off. So what do you plan to do? Sarah asked, her cold voice devoid of emotion. To completely wipe out the old gods faction in the cathedral. At this rate, it will take at least another hour. It's simple. Break into the cathedral, rescue the Elf King, and then kill all the bastards who try to stop me. He had no patience left to deal with these fodder. The next second, the raised axe spears exploded with a thunderous roar, burning shrapnel howling towards the road in front of him, tearing a bloody path. Everyone, charge in! Cole Dorian, wielding a spear in one hand and an axe spear in the other, roared. Don't waste any more time with those scum. Break through the lines and take the cathedral. Without hesitation, without delay, all the inquisitors simultaneously abandoned their enemies and began their attack on the cathedral. Under their relentless onslaught, the elven old guard's ranks, which had initially managed to hold off the attack, immediately began to crumble, even showing signs of collapse. The blinding flashes of gunfire, like a conductor's baton swirling in the air, escalated the midnight duel to its climax. Realizing the inquisitors' intentions, the elven old gods finally reacted, frantically trying to swarm and stop the attack. Even the spellcasters who had been lurking among the believers rushed out one after another, engaging the inquisitors in direct combat. But they quickly realized a fatal mistake. Without the ordinary old gods' believers to act as meat shields, the inquisitors could annihilate them even faster. Thud! A whistling axe shattered a shoulder. The charging Dorian grabbed the screaming elven blood mage, using him as both shield and spear rest, and rapidly pulled the trigger towards the enemy directly in front of him. Bang! 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 Lead bullets whistled incessantly, and amidst the screams of agony, one figure after another fell to the ground, shot. Yet, more enemies swarmed forward, fearlessly charging towards him. So, who gave you the courage to stop me? Roaring, Cole Dorian's expression grew increasingly ferocious. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, the church doors were now within reach. Regardless of whether the Elf King was here or not, as long as he recaptured the Cathedral of Praise, his mission for tonight would be half accomplished. After all, besides the 13 councils, another crucial pretext for the Order Church to mobilize the Knights of Judgment was the fall of the Cathedral. Within the Order Church's organizational structure, the Cathedral was not only an important large religious center for each diocese but also symbolized the Order Church's castle and fortress in the locality. The fall of the Cathedral meant that the Order Church had been invaded. Only under this premise could the nations, after the Second Council of Public Order in the 47th year of the saintly calendar, allow the Church to mobilize its only regular army and legitimately enter a country to conduct military operations. Conversely, if they could recapture the cathedral before then, the Church's reason for mobilizing the Knights of Judgment would be less compelling, and if they wanted to take action again, the nations of the Order world would have a legitimate reason to accuse the Church of violating the promises made at the Second Council of Public Order. Therefore, as long as he rushed into the cathedral immediately, then, Cole, just as the Inquisitor was charging forward, Sarah Virgil's startled cry came from behind. Watch out behind you, huh? Releasing the bullet-riddled elven corpse, Cole Dorian, caught on the chaos, turned around, looking back with a bewildered expression. Nothing. The anxious Sarah continued to call out, but Cole remained confused. Besides the pitch-black starry sky, he saw nothing. Huh? Wait. What's that? Chapter 406 Compassion. The Court Advisor, West Gate, Stormtroopers Siege Position 11:50 p.m. Your Excellency fellas, in the name of the Clovis Royal Army, I must lodge the most formal protest against your forces, the Knights of Judgment. Amidst the acrid smoke, Fabian, his expression extremely grave, addressed the young man before him with utmost seriousness. The young man, whom he called fellas, appeared to be under 30 years old, a barely noticeable silver ring of order badge hanging on his light gray coat. His gentle facial features and faint smile made him seem very approachable. Perhaps it was because he looked so much like an administrator, lawyer, or a former colleague of Fabian's that Fabian couldn't help but feel wary upon seeing him. As per your initial promise, if it is ultimately confirmed that the Truth-Seeking Order and the Clovis Army are unable to resolve the Old Gods faction incident of the Iser Elves, the Knights of Judgment should arrive before the 27th and launch an attack at midnight on the 29th. It is now 11:50 p.m. on the 26th, nearly 50 hours before the agreed deadline. Your military action now is tantamount to reneging on all your previous promises to the Kingdom and Church of Clovis. Fabian, maintaining his composure, deliberately stepped forward, displaying the dial of his pocket watch, and said in a flat, unwavering tone, I demand that you seriously verify the serious consequences of this matter, and the heavy blow to the reputation of the Church of Order and the Knights of Judgment, which will greatly shake the entire Order world's trust in the Church. If this continues, such damage to credibility will inevitably have various unpredictable negative impacts, including, but not limited to, completely severing effective communication channels between nations and the Church. If it cannot be rectified and repaired immediately, it will affect the prosperity and stability of the entire order world and even the world at large. As soon as he finished speaking, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Fabian's temple, despite his forced composure. He remembered this as his first direct encounter with the Church of Order, or even the Knights of Judgment. He was merely a lieutenant colonel in the army, not even a legion commander, and he had to be tough for the sake of the Storm Division's interests, so it was understandable that he was a little nervous. But Fellas simply smiled. He pulled out cigarettes and matches from the pocket of his jacket, which bore a badge, and enthusiastically offered them to Fabian. These are local specialties I bought on Frederick Street during my last business trip to Clovis. They say they contain some kind of stimulating tobacco. Want one? Sorry, Fabian replied firmly, raising his hand in refusal. I don't have that habit. A very good habit. Feller's eyes lit up. He pulled out a cigarette and gestured with a wry smile. Actually, I didn't smoke before. The taste is so strong and pungent. Besides providing temporary numbness, it's completely useless for the body, especially the lungs and respiratory tract. But after my parents died at the hands of a sorcerer, and that sorcerer was my own brother, and I had to deal with him myself, I just couldn't quit. Fabian remained expressionless. With the flickering light of the match, wisps of smoke drifted between the two, and the young man's face showed a look of ecstasy. Your Excellency Lieutenant Colonel Fabian, if I may address you that way, you're mistaken. Let me think. He frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face, then snapped his fingers with a snap. You're mistaken about at least 3 things. First, you mistakenly believe there's some kind of agreement between us, but there isn't. That's right. The Knights of Judgment did receive a letter from Archbishop Luther Franz, and the Grand Master replied verbally, indicating that we are willing, in principle, to respect and consider the opinion of the Diocese of Clovis. It's respect, it's consider, not to comply. Second, you think this will undermine the authority of the Church of Order. It won't, because the 13 councils destroyed the Cathedral of Praise, which, legally speaking, is a clear act of aggression, and a matter of faith beyond secular concerns. It would be the Church's authority that would truly be harmed if the Church did nothing. Your Excellency, you seem to think I'm here to negotiate with you, the person in charge of the negotiations. Fellas suddenly chuckled. No. I'm not here to negotiate with you. I'm just a lowly messenger, responsible for informing you of something that's about to happen and advising you all to prepare as soon as possible. Prepare for what? Fabian's expression darkened. The young man's lips curled up, and his right hand, holding a cigarette, slowly rose above his head. Prepare to avoid being accidentally injured. Accidentally injured? Confused, Fabian subconsciously looked up, following the glow of the cigarette wafting from the fingertips, gazing at the starry sky. The October night sky in Isar was far clearer and brighter than in Clovis. Compared to the dark earth, the starry dome was not only beautiful but also dreamlike. Its dazzling brilliance seemed like a projection of another world, and so tangible. The former Imperial Guard officer even recalled when he was very young, visiting relatives in the North Harbor with his family. That was the first time he realized that not all skies were shrouded in thick fog all day long. The star-studded dome and the sea reflecting its glittering light planted a deep seed in young Fabian's heart. Wait? Fabian suddenly frowned, squinting as he stared intently at the starry sea, as if a childhood memory was causing him some kind of hallucination. No, it wasn't a hallucination. There really was something. In the dark dome, its outline could be vaguely seen, slowly approaching, looking somewhat like a particularly huge, enormous, warship. Floating in the sky, a flying warship. Fabian stared in disbelief. As the enormous black shadow drew closer, more and more stormtroopers noticed the anomaly in the sky. Exclamations and commotion spread uncontrollably across the siege lines. Until this moment, all the previous confusion and bewilderment about the Judgment Knights had been answered, but the realization brought not joy, but terror. After a long while, Fabian, finally able to suppress his shock, lowered his head, desperately trying to control his trembling body as he looked at the young man opposite him. What is that? An airship. Staring intently at the small black dot in the starry sky, the Elf King Igor Mossesfield, sitting by the window, spoke softly, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. The most outstanding creation of the former Truth Society. The top derivative of St. Isaac's life's work, the steam collar, one of the most powerful war machines of the Order Church. Besides its original scientific name, it is also known as the Ark, Cloud Whale, Dome Sanctuary, Mobile Papacy, You seem to know a lot about it, a cold voice interrupted the Elf King's soliloquy. That happened many years ago. Back then, I was studying in Xiaolong City, and I had the honor of accompanying His Majesty the Emperor to welcome the Order Church's envoys to the palace and escorting several selected judgment knights to the papacy. The Elf King slowly turned his head, looking at cold Dorian who had appeared behind him. The chief judge looked utterly disheveled, his tricorn hat was gone, his soaking wet hair clung to his scalp, his gloves were missing, and one boot, along with his trousers and sock, was missing. His black overcoat was tattered, as if rescued from the jaws of a starving hyena. He stood before the gate he had kicked down, wielding an axe in one hand and a spear in the other, panting heavily, his body filthy as if he were a temporary worker just off a shift at a slaughterhouse. Drops of blood had formed a small puddle at his feet. If I remember correctly, the airship at the time was the steam hammer, slightly larger than this one. The smiling Elven King gestured to the judge, indicating the distance between his thumb and forefinger. Dorian's expression was extremely grim. He wasn't surprised that the Knights of Judgment would back out at the last minute, but he never expected that all of this was. It was all planned, wasn't it? The Elven King rose from his chair, his back to the stained glass window, meeting the gaze of Dorian outside the door. Your Excellency, the Inquisitor, though I don't know why you're here, please believe me, what's happening outside is the last thing I wanted to see. The Royal Guard has been completely annihilated, my loyal troops are being routed one after another by you Clovis, the Seven Cities Alliance has defected, and the 13 councils are rapidly expanding. I have no choice, rather than wait for the Clovis to breach the royal court, forcing us to sign a humiliating treaty that cedes our sovereignty, thus extinguishing the Iser Elves' hope of resurgence and leaving them utterly devastated. I ask myself, what can I do to force the Church to intervene in this war? Because the Empire won't intervene. All they need is a target to keep the Clovis in check, a slightly powerful lackey. Whether this lackey secretly believes in the Ring of Order or the old gods, they don't care, but the Church of Order, you care a lot about that, don't you? So I made a small contingency plan, to ensure that the troops still loyal to me wouldn't approach the royal court after the front lines collapsed, before letting the 13 council's troops in, and their stupidity was indeed as I expected. The only surprise was probably Freya, the Elf King said softly, his eyes revealing an undisguised sadness. Cole frowned, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. Why are you telling me all this? Why? The Elf King's expression suddenly became somewhat submissive. Your Excellency, the King of Iser, from this day forward, is willing to renew his faith in the Ring of Order, willing to allow the Church to take over more secular power, to implement stricter standards of faith, and to accept the presence of the Inquisition and the Knights of Judgment. Igor Mossesfield, with my life and blood, assure the Church that as long as my family still rules the Iser Elves, this kingdom will never defy the Church's will. As a condition, no, not a condition. Just a request, I beg you, I implore you to spare my youngest daughter. I know she is already a very powerful spellcaster. You can imprison her. Lock her up in some place forever isolated from the world, or in some way prevent her from becoming a threat to the Church. Do whatever you wish, but please spare her life, for she is truly innocent. Your Excellency, can you grant a father's only request? 12:15 a.m., Airship Bridge. Through the glass window, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples smoked his pipe, gazing thoughtfully at the nearly ruined royal court of Iser below. I didn't expect, the Clovis army actually stopped firing. It seems Sir Fella's negotiations were quite successful. A young knight, strikingly similar to Fella's, stepped behind the middle-aged man, a similar smile playing on his lips. Or perhaps the airship's impact on these Clovis country bumpkins was simply too overwhelming? I leaned towards the latter. You certainly don't mince words. The middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle wryly, glancing reproachfully at the young knight. He's your brother, and he killed me, or rather, almost killed me. The young knight snorted, revealing a gruesome wound on his straight neck, and an even more grotesque metal collar. If Anson were here, he would likely recognize it immediately as the same style as the ornament around the neck of the female Inquisitor, Sarah Virgil. I killed you because you deserved it. I didn't deny that. The young knight shrugged, giving the middle-aged man an incredibly sunny smile. Most importantly, he'll never know I'm still alive, just like he'll never know that besides the filthy Inquisition, there are actually quite a few spellcasters loyal to the Ring of Order within the upright Knights of Judgment. But speaking of which, I've always been very curious about the Church of Order's attitude towards the old gods. We know all the apostles and old god organizations inside and out, and we even have contact with them, yet on the surface they're mortal enemies. So why are the combat troops ready? The middle-aged man, his face suddenly turning cold, interrupted the young knight's rambling. Everything is ready, the young man smiled slightly. With just your command, our Heart of Mercy can raise the entire Iser royal court, except for the cathedral, to the ground. But isn't it a bit ironic, named Heart of Mercy, yet possessing the most powerful firepower of all airships? Since everything is ready, let's begin, the middle-aged man interrupted again. Don't disappoint me, sir. Fellas, I will not disappoint you. Fellas bowed respectfully. Grand Master Gerard Manfred. Chapter 407. The sky collapses and the earth sinks. That's an airship. Anson stared dumbfounded at the giant warship floating in the sky. According to the memories of the former ensign, although 100 years had passed since St. Isaac invented the steam car, progress in technological development and exploration worldwide had been remarkably slow during that century. In navigation, most countries still relied on sail-powered ships. To date, it seemed only the Duchy of Edlin and the Kingdom of Clovis had attempted to build sail steam cruisers, a type of hybrid power vessel. Land transportation was even less of a concern. The Grand Cross project, touted as the world's first and only fully fledged railway network, was a source of pride for the Clovis, though essentially, it was a near-bankrupt, unfinished project. As for the sky, Clovis's Royal Military Academy's artillery department did have a hot air balloon project, which was reportedly nearing completion, but it could only take off and land in a fixed position and was extremely inconvenient to carry. Even Ludwig Franz had no interest in it. Of course, as the beacon of faith for the entire order world, the only organization authorized to levy taxes worldwide, tithing, possessing an independent armed professional army and quasi-army, intelligence and administrative agencies, and a super-large transnational religious organization that monopolizes all advanced technologies and educational resources, it's quite normal for the Order Church to possess many world-leading technologies and weapons. After all, St. Isaac completed the practical application of the steam core 10 years before the Saint calendar, created the video recorder around the beginning of the Saint calendar, and even the Clovis now possess mature steam train technology that has been in use for many years. So, if the Order Church possessed advanced technologies like steam ironclad ships, steam cannons, or steam heavy machine guns, or even if a Judgment Knight appeared before him wearing steam armor, Anson wouldn't be surprised at all. But, a steam airship? Isn't this too much? Moreover, it seems that this airship doesn't just possess the attributes of a vehicle, it seems to be capable of attack. Just as Anson was lost in thought, a dazzling red light suddenly shone in the dark starry sky, illuminating the Iser royal court, which was immersed in darkness. Wait? Could it be that it's going to? Boom! An explosion, like a thunderclap, resounded above the Iser royal court. Anson was shocked. At this moment, in his vision, hundreds upon hundreds of meteors trailing golden red flames were streaking across the starry night sky, like blooming flowers, gracefully and calmly blossoming amidst expanding clouds of gas. Like a noble woman who makes her grand entrance at the very end of a banquet, displaying her stunning beauty to the world with her most magnificent attire and most splendid dance. Of course, that's still not the point. The point is that it seems some of the meteors are heading towards the royal palace. Watching the meteor in the sky grow clearer and closer, Anson felt a jolt and turned to run. St. Isaac's relics, the 13 councils, Freya Moss's field, all of that was thrown to the back of his mind at this moment, and he ran straight ahead without looking back. Boom! He hadn't run far when a massive ball of fire exploded behind him. The heat wave, mixed with ash and smoke, solidified in that instant, shaking the surrounding air and creating a deafening roar as if the earth were being torn apart. Faced with a rain of fireballs falling from the sky, the majestic Iser palace collapsed like a cream cake struck by a heavy hammer, crumbling from the inside out amidst a dazzling burst of sparks, rubble and debris spreading like waves across the sky. But the explosions didn't stop there. Almost as soon as the first round ended, another deluge of meteors rained down from the sky. Boom, 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 accompanied by deafening roars. Anson practically ran on the blast points, the palace corridors beneath his feet being engulfed in flames at a visible speed. The swirling shockwaves roared in his ears. The entire palace, no, the entire Iser royal court was teetering on the brink of collapse. The dark sky was already stained crimson by the constant barrage of fire from the airships. The sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Under such indiscriminate firepower, without the protection of cover, recklessly fleeing for one's life, no matter how fast or quick the reflexes, was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, there was only one true escape route from beginning to end, the underground passage from which he had come. Of course, going through there also carried the risk of the tunnel collapsing and him being buried alive, but Anson clearly didn't have that many choices now, either be blown up, be buried alive, or be blown up and then buried alive. He had to choose one of the three outcomes. Although it was indeed possible to be buried alive and then blown up, he still chose the first one. Anson simply closed his eyes, relying on the omnipresent images in his mind and the extraordinary sense of distance of a spellcaster to avoid the explosions and the torrential rain of rubble, running forward with all his might, until a 12-pound explosive bomb fell from the sky, blocking his path. With nowhere to retreat and no time to dodge, Anson continued his mad dash, inserting a lead bullet engraved with rising fire into the magazine of his dagger revolver and pulling the trigger towards the oncoming meteor. The effect of this spell was to create and control flames within its casting range. In other words, any force existing in the form of fire was within its control. He intended to detonate the shell prematurely and alter its trajectory, causing the meteor behind it to explode as well. Boom! With a deafening roar that pierced eardrums, the flames enveloping Anson's head formed a golden red shield. The raging fire, under the control of rising fire, was twisted into a semicircle, leaving him unharmed. But Anson's joy was short-lived, for he suddenly realized a near-fatal problem. Due to cost and technological limitations, the so-called explosive bombs and incendiary bombs of the St. Calendar's 100 Years of Order world were not only exorbitantly priced but also rather weak. Of course, the low power wasn't the most fatal flaw. The most fatal problem was that the main power of the explosive shell wasn't actually the explosion itself, but the fragmentation of the shell, and because the explosive power was insufficient, blowing into was a common occurrence. And the shell fragments were metal, plus some shrapnel and solid shot mixed in with the shells. All of these were beyond the control of rising flame. Countless shell fragments tore through the sea of fire, raining down like a storm, attacking him relentlessly. It was too late. Staring at the underground passage entrance that was now almost within reach, Anson, clenching his teeth, suddenly went blank. But just then, a piercing whistle like a steam horn suddenly came from behind him. A steam horn? Anson's eyes widened abruptly. A dark shadow enveloped in white mist swept past his scalp, crushing all the falling fragments. Clang, the white mist dissipated, and the metal side, still emitting steam, was embedded in the stone steps of the underground passage entrance, trembling slightly as if alive. Charge in, the dark figure staggered out of the inferno, yelling at Anson, who had suddenly slowed down and tried to stop. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Startled, Anson immediately turned back, rushed through the seemingly peaceful fountain garden, and leaped into the bottomless underground passage. The next second, an endless roar echoed through the flower-filled garden. The main buildings of the royal palace have been completely destroyed. Readjust the direction of the main guns on the starboard side. Prepare explosive shells. Coordinates. A large number of Old God's troops have gathered at the west gate. The Clovis army has sent a signal to our forces, asking if we need to provide artillery coordinates and feint cover. The port lookout reports a strong magical reaction in the direction of the Great Archives, suspected to be a large-scale Old God's ritual or the activity of a blasphemous mage-level spellcaster. Should we immediately launch a barrage? The Seeking Truth Order has sent a signal that they have breached the Cathedral of Praise and rescued the Elven King Igor Mossesfield as a hostage, demanding that we immediately cease our indiscriminate shelling. Gazing at the Iser royal court, engulfed in flames below, Grand Manfred silently puffed on his pipe, his slightly graying eyebrows furrowing with the exhaled smoke. Not satisfied, Sir Fellas, standing behind him, guessed his thoughts and deliberately boasted, "This is the church's most advanced steam-powered airship, with over 124-pounder cannons alone, comparable to a sailing battleship, and its firepower is more than 3 times greater. My Grand Master, aren't you being a bit too greedy?" Greedy? Grand Manfred narrowed his eyes, smoke billowing before him. According to St. Isaac's original design, one airship could end a war, but the reality is that our best technicians, after spending countless sums of money and nearly 50 years to create this outstanding achievement, still cannot achieve even a tenth of what a traitorous saint envisioned 100 years ago. Limited by material processing technology and cost, its main firepower is even on par with the smoothbore cannons of the Clovis today. I'm more inclined to believe it's an exaggeration, Sir Fellas said, expressing his disbelief. A few hundred years ago, a blasphemous mage might have been able to, but now, even the apostles at the pinnacle of the three major magic systems might not be able to do it. The era of casually throwing a few fireballs at the border and summoning a horde of fleshy tentacles to smash open the gates is long gone. You're right, it does sound exaggerated, but this is St. Isaac's prophecy. Grand chuckled, the man who created so many impossibilities. Without his mind, the world today would be nothing like it is. Most directly, you wouldn't be standing here alive. My dear Sir Fellas, looking at the unconvinced young knight, Grand shook his head and turned his gaze back to the window. Tell the Clovis we don't need any support. Tell them to stay in their camps outside the city and not cause us any trouble. As for the Seeking Truth Order, a ceasefire is impossible, but we can guarantee the safety of the area around the Cathedral of Praise. Tell them to stay inside the cathedral and not come out to avoid unnecessary collateral damage. Get the ground troops in position. The fire coverage will end in 2 hours. How is the preparation going? A consecrator squad of 24 auxiliary spellcasters, a swallowtail legion of 50 gifted individuals, 300 lancers equipped with steam-powered lances and high-explosive grenades, plus 12 small hellfire launchers. Sir Fellas shrugged. Honestly, I think this setup is enough to win a war, a small-scale war. Still too few. Grand sighed. If we can find the manuscript fragments from 15 years before the St. Isaac's calendar and complete the plan as planned, we can completely change our current predicament of being limited in scale and unable to carry out divine will throughout the entire order world. What plan? Fellas blinked curiously. A plan that was conceived at the very beginning of the airship project, but it was shelved for a long time for various reasons. Grand chuckled. You probably don't know what it is, but you've certainly heard its codename. Grand, gently holding his pipe and exhaling smoke, turned his head, looking at him with a meaningful smile, and softly uttered the name, Dryland Airship. The muffled rumbling continued to come from above, accompanied by vibrations in the dark tunnel, again and again, as if countless iron hammers were violently pounding the earth, as if the whole world was slowly collapsing. Panting heavily, Anson continued to run wildly in the darkness. Running for his life? Perhaps because of exhaustion, the dark passage seemed even more tedious and long than before, and filled with excitement. You could never guess that the upper level of that place had just undergone several rounds of bombing, and then collapsed with a roar just as you were about to pass through. Clearly, the construction of this so-called royal secret passage was done many years ago, and due to its extreme secrecy, it suffered from severe lack of maintenance. Not only was it severely flooded, but many sections were also at risk of collapse. Forget about those impregnable fortresses. Anson even doubted whether it was as sturdy as the Stormcaster's trenches. But anyway, it was better than being bombed on the ground. He could only console himself with that thought. Just then, in his moment of bittersweet relief, he suddenly heard a series of staggering, hurried footsteps behind him. It was Karis. Was he still alive? Overjoyed, Anson instinctively turned around and saw a blurry figure wielding a scythe following closely behind in the dark passage. Just as Anson was about to raise his hand to greet the Inquisitor, the silver-gray scythe suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, spewing out thick white smoke, and hurtling towards him. Chapter 408 A Deadly Escape. Clang, the resounding clang of flying stone chips echoed through the deep passageway. A steaming scythe, embedded in the cold rock wall, trembled slightly, its blade seemingly alive. Anson, who had narrowly escaped death, was tense. His pupils contracted, reflecting the staggering figure in the darkness. His slightly parted lips parted as he gasped for breath with each rise and fall of his shoulders. If it weren't for the innate sense of distance that a sorcerer possessed, if it weren't for his superpower, he would have ended up like that unfortunate elven blood mage. Well hidden, Channis said coldly, limping towards them. If I remember correctly, you should be the most perceptive conjurer among the scum I've ever seen. Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow, pointing the dagger at the dark figure, his left hand, hidden behind his back, already subtly pressing the hilt of the bayonet concealed in his sleeve. So, it wasn't an accident, a slip of the hand? Of course not. Channis raised his head slightly, his hoarse, panting voice echoing through the corridor. Then how did you notice? Anson shook his head. I'm not talking about this time. The Inquisitor's figure suddenly froze, his steps halting. A muffled rumble echoed in the deathly silence of the corridor. You noticed it a long time ago? Channis's expression turned serious, his eyes, shrouded in smoke, revealing an uncontrollable killing intent. It's only a little suspicious. He just promised Lewis to stay near the exit, and the next second he broke his promise and went on a killing spree," Anson said in a deep voice, watching the Inquisitor's every move warily. "Even if he hates the old gods to the core, this is too deliberate." It was so deliberate that it was as if he was deliberately looking for an opportunity to accidentally kill everyone. "Can I ask why?" "You know why, Lord Anson Bach, the sorcerer. I was forced. All death row inmates say that when they go to the gallows. I had no choice back then. Now I want to be a good person." Assuming you're still a human being, in the dark tunnel, the two chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Until they both pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang! 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 The dazzling flashes of light collided repeatedly in the dark tunnel, creating deafening explosions in the narrow passage. In the blink of an eye, Chenis, clad in black, burst out of the shadows without warning. His murderous gaze tore through the smoke and locked onto Anson's figure. Thick steam, almost tangible, billowed from his tattered trench coat. Without hesitation, Anson lunged forward, drawing the bayonet hidden under his left arm. Clang! The bright silver blade ripped through the white mist, creating a series of metallic clanging sounds in the air. The splattering mist left burn marks on his body. Facing the oncoming Anson, Chenis, shrouded in white mist, decisively retreated. His staggering figure dodged the falling bayonet at an extremely strange angle, charging straight towards the scythe nailed to the wall. Anson, having missed his attack, spun abruptly in midair, his left hand, still gripping the bayonet, aimed at Chenis's back, making a pistol gesture. The spell, Hunter, shot out in a cone shape from Anson's left index fingertip, aiming for the Inquisitor's back. Just as the flames were about to pierce his back, exploding his heart and ribs, the staggering Inquisitor suddenly nimbly turned, throwing his empty dagger revolver. Bang! The golden red lead bullet pierced the revolver's barrel, the silver barrel exploding into a fireball in midair. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Chenis grabbed the scythe nailed to the rock wall. Without hesitation, Anson, gripping the bayonet, lunged at his opponent, simultaneously imprinting, sharp wind, onto the blade. Since his opponent was using a long weapon like a scythe, the best way to fight was to engage in close combat as much as possible, shortening the attack distance. Then he realized he had made a fatal mistake. Clang! A piercing shriek tore through the air, and the cold scythe in Chenis's hand became a blur, hurtling towards Anson with uncanny speed. Just as he was about to be torn to shreds, Anson abruptly stopped his thrusting bayonet, using the back of his blade to block the scythe. Anson, his lips tightly pressed together, shuddered, and he could even hear the bones in his body groaning. But Chenis's attack wasn't over. The cold-faced Inquisitor gripped the handle tightly and pulled back without warning. Anson, pinned 3 steps behind by the scythe, watched helplessly as it came at his back. PFFT, accompanied by a puff of smoke, the falling scythe stung the rock wall, sending sparks flying. A sinister smile crept across Chenis's lips, and the scythe, having missed its mark, suddenly began to tremble, emitting a sharp whistle, and hurtled towards Anson's head, trailing sparks. Having just narrowly escaped death, Anson, whose smoke was gradually solidifying, had nowhere to hide. His eyes fixed on the steam-belching scythe hurtling towards his face, he snapped his fingers again with his right hand, having discarded the dagger revolver. Spell, rising fire, huh? Karis, his brow slightly furrowed, whirled around. The sparks from the scythe striking the wall abruptly stopped, instantly transforming into a raging inferno, a golden red torrent surging towards him. Seizing this momentary opening, Anson, his teeth clenched, lunged backward, simultaneously pulling out a grenade and throwing it at his opponent. The tumbling metal ball plunged into the inferno, bursting into dazzling flames before the furious Karis. Boom! A deafening roar shook the tunnel. Anson, falling backward, was blasted away by the blast wave, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Thick smoke filled the entire tunnel. Suppressing the dizziness and pain, Anson rose from the ground, caught a dagger revolver that fell from the sky, loaded it, chambered around, and pulled the hammer in one fluid motion. The black muzzle roared again at the spot where Chenis had just been. It was obvious, an Inquisitor of Chenis's caliber couldn't possibly be sent to meet the Ring of Order so easily by a small spell and a grenade. Clang! The gunshot roared, and a flash of metal clashed in the smoke. Without time to think, Anson slid backward to dodge, frantically pulling the trigger at the same time. Clang! 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 The long scythe, whistling like a steam train, tore through the smoke, its black afterimage shattering the lead bullets one by one, hurtling towards him like a steam train. Clang, he managed to block the descending scythe with his bayonet, the force of the blade sending a jolt through Anson, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Despite blocking the attack, the intense pain gave him the illusion of being cleaved in two. Not only that, the growling scythe continued to spew smoke, the entire tunnel echoing with the shrill whistle of a steam horn. Anson, terrified, looked up sharply and found Charnas staring intently at him. Beneath Charnas's bloodshot eyes, a low, furious roar escaped his lips, which were clenched around his pipe. The old gods, must I? As soon as he finished speaking, a thick, white vapor, almost tangible, exploded. The dark tunnel shook violently, countless fragments of rock shattering from the top wall, dissipating in the high-temperature steam before even hitting the ground. Boom, a golden red flame ignited in the darkness shrouded in steam. In the last second before transforming into Anson Bach, cooked, Anson, enduring the pain, unleashed a gathering flame, attack downwards. The power of a sorcerer lies in interfering with and distorting reality. In other words, as long as it's within the casting range, and as long as the magic in their memory hasn't been completely exhausted, they can ignite flames even in an oxygen-free vacuum or the deep blue sea. Although being roasted by fire is unpleasant, it's at least 1,000 times better than being steamed alive. As the white mist dissipated, Karis, his brows furrowed, coldly stared at the figure shrouded in flames, silently raising his long scythe. Anson gasped for breath, scattered flames mixed with ash rising and dancing around him. His entire body was covered in charred remnants of ash, a truly wretched sight. In contrast, Karis only had some dust on his trench coat. All the blood and grime had evaporated in the explosion. Is this the power of a soon-to-retire Inquisitor? Unlike Lawrence's extremely strong defense, and unlike Louis Bernard's fully upgraded Sea Knight, he's more like that guy who supposedly collapsed half a position with a single roar, a power that was both incredibly simple and incredibly domineering. Cough 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 cough, Anson coughed violently, taking a deep breath. He had inhaled a mouthful of steam, and his throat and lungs felt like they were on fire. Even the slightest rise and fall felt like someone was stabbing his trachea with a rusty spiked club. Anson's entire body tensed, his face twitching slightly with pain. If the other person did that again, he probably would. Bloodline power, Charnas suddenly froze, staring at Anson with disbelief. What Cold Dorian said was actually true. You're actually a gifted individual. Anson suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered something. Louis seemed to have said that even without using their abilities, gifted individuals who had awakened their bloodline power could sense each other's presence in some way. Judging from Charnas's expression, had he sensed the gifted individual's reaction within him? How is this possible? A spellcaster who worships the old gods, the power of his bloodline hasn't dissipated, it's still perfectly preserved. This is absolutely unprecedented. Karis, utterly shocked, suddenly stopped speaking. No, that's not right. It wasn't unprecedented. In the history of the Church of Order, this situation had indeed occurred, just 100 years ago. That guy who turned the entire Order world upside down. In that instant, the Inquisitor's incredulous expression suddenly twisted into a ferocious one. He swung his shrill steam scythe, launching an attack without warning. Boom. The instant the steam exploded with a deafening roar, Anson didn't hesitate for a moment, turning and throwing Karis aside as he sprinted towards the exit of the underground passage. He currently had no means to inflict sufficient damage on this guy. Even if he risked his resurrection bloodline power, it would only buy him a little time. Moreover, Anson seriously doubted whether he could still activate his bloodline power after being completely steamed. Boom, another deafening roar. Amidst the billowing steam, Charnas, wielding a long scythe, charged from behind with astonishing speed. The continuous tremors shook the entire underground passage, cracks extended along the rock walls on either side, and countless fragments of rock and dust cascaded down from the overhead walls. Hearing the increasingly close shrieks behind him, Anson, panting heavily, grew increasingly pale. In this life-or-death moment, he suddenly remembered a question that had slightly puzzled him before. If Charnas was determined to kill him, why did he save his life when entering the underground passage? If left unattended, he would most likely be bombarded by the Judgment Knight's airships and blown to bits. The answer was simple, because he wanted to kill him himself. Clearly, for Charnas, identity was irrelevant from the beginning. He didn't care about any of that. All he wanted was to eliminate more members of the old gods. As he himself said, From the moment he became a spellcaster, he was no longer human. No matter how friendly or similar they seemed, they were mortal enemies. The old gods had to die. This was the logic of Charnas, or rather, many inquisitors. Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly rang out in front of the underground passage. Anson, startled, looked up sharply, and a familiar figure came into view. It was Louis. Louis Bernard, expressionless, stood at the passage exit, his cold eyes fixed on the desperately fleeing Anson and the relentlessly pursuing Charnas. He looked at this friend who had repeatedly defeated him, this friend who had harmed Freya Massacre right before his eyes, and this friend who had killed his brother Claude Bernard and captured Thundercastle. After a long silence, Louis slowly lowered the still smoking revolver in his right hand, pointing the black muzzle straight ahead. Anson felt a chill. Even with the power of his bloodline, he was in no condition to escape the pursuit of Louis and Karis, two gifted individuals. Moreover, the Judgment Knights were outside. Louis, he didn't even need to lift a finger, just revealing the information that Anson Bach is a spellcaster to the Judgment Knights would be enough to seal his fate. Anson, Louis, with a complex expression, suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Anson, who had been momentarily stunned, stopped abruptly, his gaze immediately falling on another somewhat petite figure standing behind Louis. Freya Massacre. The expressionless elf queen Iser slowly raised her right hand, fingers spread, palm facing forward, then clenched her fist violently. Boom, sorry for the late update. Happy Chinese New Year. Chapter 409 The True Knight. Iser Royal Court, West Gate, outskirts Woods 1:15 a.m. Under a starry sky stained red by cannon fire, Anson and Louis stood by a campfire, gazing at the burning Iser Royal Court. A silent elven girl, her back to them, hid in the woods, draped in an iris cloak. In the last second before Anson was overtaken by Karis, Freya, having awakened her enchanted magic talent, blasted apart the entire tunnel, burying the Inquisitor alive in the dark underground. With the elven girl's strength, she could easily have blasted the bastard who had shot her 6 times, 2 of them in the face, to charred remains and buried alive, perhaps even more easily. But at the last moment, she held back. And to conceal the traces of the battle and the spellcaster's activities, she meticulously cooperated with the Judgment Knight's bombardment, completely destroying the urban area along the underground passage. So the guy who almost turned into cooked food can now stand in the suburbs, gazing at the city engulfed in flames and the ever-rising fireworks, enjoying the beauty of life. So, you really are a member of the old gods? Louis turned his head and asked incredulously. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe that Anson, now a spellcaster, hadn't lost his bloodline power and was still a gifted individual with the power of a calligraphy knight. That's right, Anson gave a wry smile. At this point, he had nothing left to hide. A long time ago, probably before Thunder Fortress, I already was forced. The young knight frowned slightly, seemingly still unwilling to believe it. Not entirely, Anson shrugged lightly. To some extent. I should be considered voluntary. Why? Because it was necessary. Anson calmly looked at the shocked Louis. We only had 30 days. If we couldn't take Thunder Fortress within 30 days, the entire expeditionary force would be finished, the Empire's army. You are very powerful. If it weren't for the torrential rain that night, we would have had no chance of winning by simply attacking head-on. To defeat you, I needed as many trump cards as possible, even if they might not ultimately come in handy. Just for that reason, Louis's eyes were filled with shock. Just for a trump card that might not even be useful, you were willing to give up your status as a gifted individual and become one. The young knight suddenly shuddered, his excited tone becoming stammering. The elven girl hiding in the woods had turned her head at some point, staring at Louis's back with resentful eyes. Seeing Louis blushing with embarrassment and a hint of self-reproach in his eyes, Anson's lips involuntarily curled up. Before he could even laugh out loud, a chilling coldness suddenly swept over him from behind. He immediately straightened up and said to Louis in a deep, magnetic military voice, "Exactly, for me, survival is always the first priority. Second is whether I can successfully complete my mission, and then, while succeeding, whether I can minimize casualties and losses, avoid unnecessary battles and injuries, and achieve my goal at the lowest possible cost. As for the old gods, bloodline power, or things like being human, they were never within my consideration from the beginning, even if it only increases the success rate by 1%, even if I don't end up using this trump card, I will do it without hesitation, because I know very well that even if I convert to the old gods, become a spellcaster, contact the old gods organization, or even be forced to participate in their so-called grand plan, it won't change the objective fact that I am a devout believer of the Ring of Order, Anson said solemnly, even devoutly drawing the symbol of the Ring of Order in front of him. Lewis nodded slightly, looking at him with a very strange expression. Oh, what is it? Anson raised an eyebrow. It's nothing, it's just, Lewis paused, then said softly, seemingly a little embarrassed, it's just that your gesture just now seems to be reversed. Anson Bach, reversed. Lewis nodded, quite certain, what you just drew was the primordial ring, the symbol of the three old gods. The two stared at each other in silence, their expressions subtly awkward. The elven girl in the forest gave a soft hum, her gaze shifting to the airship slowly drifting in the sky. Never mind, that's not the point. A full minute passed before Anson broke the silence. Actions are just forms, what's important is inner devotion. Even being forced to become a spellcaster cannot stop my faith in the Ring of Order. It sounded like that, but didn't you just say it was voluntary? Suppressing the urge to retort, Lewis, his face slightly flushed, nodded slightly in agreement. Even though he couldn't accept it from the bottom of his heart. As the inheritor of the Sea Knight bloodline, and the second in line to the Duchy of Edland, now the first, Louis Bernard was instilled with the sacredness of bloodline power and the paramount importance of the gifted and the knightly identity from a young age. The world he lived in was the way it was because generation after generation of noble knights had stood up, defending this hard-won stability with their blood and honor. The 7 great knights and the 3 evil gods 1,000 years ago, the emperor and the church 100 years ago. Knights protected the world, guided the world, and maintained their lineage with their blood, sparing the world from disaster and suffering. Without knights, faith would be lost, the people would lose their leaders, and in their confusion, fall once again into the abyss of hell ruled by the 3 old gods thousands of years ago. This was the world of order in Louis Bernard's eyes, a world led and protected by knights, a world passed down by knights. Although his later experiences slightly complicated this extremely simple worldview, especially after he discovered that many knights with bloodline power failed to lead by example, and that some commoners who had no hope of becoming gifted individuals possessed nobler virtues, power and bloodline did not bring impeccable moral standards. This slight change could not alter his fixed mindset. Bloodline power was not merely a force, but also a legacy and responsibility, the fundamental marker distinguishing the ordinary from the extraordinary, leaders from followers. Therefore, Anson's pragmatic anything-works mentality utterly astonished him. What shocked him even more was that deep down he seemed to have a feeling, perhaps he was right. If bloodline power was justice, and magic was evil, then Freya, and indeed all the Aesir elves, should be completely exterminated, and only humans were fit to rule the world, because bloodline power was a power unique to humanity. Going even further, if the gifted are noble beings and spellcasters are unforgivable sinners, how should one determine the identity of someone like Anson Bach, who possesses both powers? Of course, on some level, Anson Bach's utterly shameless and shockingly despicable actions, coupled with his flexible moral compass, do align with his image of the old gods. You should go. Just as Louis was caught in a spiral of contradiction, Anson suddenly interrupted, you must leave before the battle ends, otherwise it will be too late if the Knights of Judgment discover anything. As the symbol of ending the old gods' uprising among the Aesir elves, the Knights of Judgment could not possibly ignore Freya Mossesfield, the nominal leader of the 13 councils. Once they realized something was wrong, Anson had no doubt that they would bomb the already ravaged royal court again, just to find a single hair on Freya's head. Are you sure? Louis frowned slightly. If I disappear, will they cause you trouble? Trouble? Don't worry, the Knights of Judgment wouldn't bother a duchy heir at a time like this. I'm not talking about the Knights of Judgment, Then you mean, the Clovis, your superiors, Louis began with some difficulty. As the heir to Idrun, Louis Bernard knew his price very well, the impact a prisoner of whose caliber could have on Anson's career if he mysteriously disappeared. That's not something you should worry about, Anson interrupted softly, patting Louis's shoulder. Let's go, it'll really be too late if we don't leave now. He was quite confident about this, with the Knights of Judgment having broken the promise first, compared to the burn to the ground Aesir royal court and the complete annihilation of the 13 councils. A small hostage disappearance was nothing to the Privy Council and the army. The real problem was that the Church of Order had decided to break its promises made after the Second Council of Public Order in the 47th year of the Saints' calendar and forcefully interfere in the internal affairs of the states. Remember, go straight to Antler Fortress. Once you get the carriage, don't linger. Enter the border of Clovis, head to Northport or another less conspicuous direction to leave, and return to Redland. Thank you, Anson. His voice was so soft that they wouldn't have heard each other if they weren't so close. You're welcome. We're friends, after all. More importantly, I promised you. Anson shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. A devout follower of the Ring of Order should keep their word, don't you think? Lewis nodded slightly, his feelings so complex that he didn't even know how to answer him. The elven girl in the woods slowly stood up, silently nestled behind the young knight, her crimson eyes still fixed on the bastard who had shot him 6 times. You're a good person, Freya said earnestly, but if we meet again, I will definitely kill you. Then let's pray we never have to meet again. With a light laugh, Anson waved to her. Under the young knight's gaze, the elven girl reluctantly waved back. The next second, Anson turned around, his back to the knight and the elven girl, and walked towards the Stormcaster camp not far away. Just as he was about to leave, a shout suddenly came from behind. Anson, watching his departing figure, Lewis suddenly looked up hesitantly, his expression extremely heavy. That day in Thunderhold, you were the first person to rush into the inner hall, weren't you? Anson, who was called, did not turn around, but simply stopped. However, Lewis, who had not yet released his bloodline power, still keenly noticed that his heart was beating faster, and the muscles on one side of his cheek were obviously unnatural. Lewis's heart sank, and the courage he had finally mustered began to waver again. But he still mustered his courage, not only to know the truth, but also because this might be the last time the two of them met. If he didn't ask now, he would never have the chance again. That day, that night in Thunderhold, Lewis's voice trembled slightly, but he still forced himself to speak. What exactly happened? Anson paused slightly. A few seconds later, Anson slowly turned his head and met Lewis's gaze, whose pupils trembled with tension. That night, we took advantage of the Emperor, took advantage of Crow Bernard and his army's lax defenses, and abandoned our assault on the city walls during the downpour. Anson said in a deep voice, we captured the city gate in 15 minutes, and reached the city walls in 30 minutes, an hour after the battle began. All the large artillery positions were captured or destroyed. You, who were holding the fortress, were forced into the inner fortress by reinforcements due to a shortage of ammunition. The first person to rush in was me. The one guarding there was Crow Bernard. The elven girl slowly raised her head. She could feel the knight beside her trembling slightly. Then when you rushed in, Grog, my brother, Lewis's breathing suddenly became rapid. Was he still? Yes. Before he could finish, Anson interrupted. Your brother, Sir Grog Bernard, was a true knight, I admit. Without the power of magic, with only bloodline power and swordsmanship, I would have been no match for him. Of course, even with the power of magic, I still wouldn't have been his match. He lost because on the day the battle began, he and his army were out of ammunition and supplies. Even if we hadn't attacked, he couldn't have held out for more than 4 days, and I wasn't the only one who rushed in, but he almost won. Despite being at a huge disadvantage, he still nearly turned the tide countless times, fighting to the last moment. Even after losing consciousness, even after his heart stopped beating, he still didn't let go of his greatsword. Grog Bernard, he was a knight, more deserving of it than anyone else, regardless of what others say. As his opponent, that's how I see it. Lewis was slightly taken aback. As soon as he finished speaking, Anson immediately turned and walked towards the Stormcaster camp, not looking at him again. Chapter 410 Kalinjak's Report. The Ring of Order unleashed its fury, annihilating the city of Sin, along with its sins, in a deafening roar that shook the dome. Forward. If the Ring of Order were to truly manifest, it would surely transform into an airship in the night. If it were to unleash its fury upon sinners, the sound would surely resemble the deafening roar of 168-pound Karen cannons. Kalinjak. By the sincere invitation of Clovis Cathedral, I, Kalinjak, an ordinary novice priest of the Church of Order, had the privilege of accompanying the Inquisitors of the Order of Truth to the Royal Court of the Elves of Isar, where I obtained a wealth of first-hand information about the Elven Old Gods uprising. Contrary to popular belief, this event was not merely a small group of old gods using their evil magic to attempt to destroy a city or wreak havoc on a region. They possessed a complete organization, though seemingly ineffective, and an army loyal to them. though easily defeated. They weren't planning a quiet transformation, they intended to usurp power through internal and external wars, turning the kingdom of either into a nation worshipping an evil god. Faced with such despicable and shameless ambition, as a devout and responsible great nation, for the happiness and well-being of millions of either elves, and for the peace, prosperity, and stability of the world of order, the entire kingdom of Clovis believed that there was no time to hesitate, a decisive blow was necessary. At Antler's fortress, I had a chance encounter with Colonel Anson Bach, the highest-ranking officer in charge of this mission. His first meeting left an extremely deep impression on me. The handwriting in this passage is also very striking. He was a devout believer, a gifted individual, and a beloved army colonel. In the past few months, he and his brave army had helped the Hanta people break free from the enslavement of the Either Elves, and subsequently single-handedly defeated the Imperial intervention forces. Despite making such a significant contribution, Colonel Anson Bach accepted no reward from the Hanta people's enthusiasm and gratitude, and did not harm the occupied cities and ports, earning Clovis the friendship of an entire kingdom. Not only that, but even towards the Ithel Elves, whom they considered enemies, the colonel maintained impeccable manners. A rumor circulated among the Ithel Elves that laying down one's weapons upon seeing the Stormcaster's banner would guarantee absolute safety. To this end, I randomly interviewed Leon Francois, an ordinary knight from the kingdom of Hantu, and Buller Matthias, an Ithel elf. They were both happy to testify to this, and I will include their 1,000-word interviews in a footnote later. Note, how many times have I said this? Lord Leon Francois, you are now an ordinary passerby. A passerby, not that bastard Anson, his cousin. We need to be as objective as possible in our interviews, so try not to use so many embellishments. Yes, I know you and he are on good terms, otherwise I wouldn't have approached you. Sigh, hey, go ask that elven mongrel Buller if he's memorized the interview transcript. What, still can't remember? Forget it, lock him up again. I'll write his interview myself. Anyway, nobody really cares about the life or death of an Ithel elf. Delete this part. On October 26th, under the brilliant command of Colonel Anson Bach, an army of 5,000 Clovis advanced swiftly to the walls of the Ithel royal court and immediately launched a siege. To maintain peace in the entire Order world, our army originally decided to launch a full-scale offensive, using the fiercest artillery fire and attacks to destroy the entire royal court. However, the colonel's close friend, the kind and benevolent Sir Louis Bernard, objected, believing that doing so would cause too much harm to Ithel and would lead the devout elven believers to view it as a despicable invasion. What? Why did Louis say this? It's simple, because he's an imperial. We want to show that the stormtroopers are a righteous and benevolent army, but newspaper readers want all foreigners and aliens to be torn to pieces. Therefore, Colonel Anson Bach must appear neutral, agreeing with his views only after being persuaded by his friend with sound reasoning, in order to establish him as one of the Clovis country bumpkins own. After careful consideration, Colonel Anson Bach agreed to his idea. With the Seeking Truth Order at its core, we organized a small team of 30 men to infiltrate the city under the cover of Storm Division artillery fire and feints, to eliminate the true culprits behind this tragedy. Under Colonel Anson Bach's calm and orderly command, the mission progressed smoothly. I myself was fortunate enough to accompany the operation and witness the entire process. After careful investigation, we discovered that the situation was far more serious than we had imagined. The rampant Old Gods faction of the Ithel Elves, an evil organization calling itself the 13 Councils, had a history as long as the history of the elves themselves, having lurked deep in the shadows of this ancient kingdom for thousands of years. To carry out their evil plan, the entire royal court's faithful followers had suffered at their hands. We first arrived at a district in the outer city, filled with empty houses, their owners reduced to ashes. Smoke and fire raged throughout the city, the air thick with the stench of rotting corpses and blood. Every few steps, we saw corpses lying motionless, piles of skeletons, mutilated limbs and heads, blood reaching up to the calves. Many steadfast believers, having endured torture, were hanged on roadside walls by the evil old gods, their bodies marked with evil symbols and blood as offerings to their evil gods. I did not witness these horrific scenes myself, but according to a friend from a religious order, the main streets of the royal court were almost entirely covered in such blasphemous marks, a scene of unparalleled cruelty. Among our companions was an elderly inquisitor named Chanis. Despite his age and extensive experience, he was deeply moved by the scene before him, weeping at the tragic fate of the devout believers. As we tried to comfort him, Chenis, through gritted teeth, uttered the vow, "The old gods must die," in the most resounding voice. It's worth noting that we were not fighting alone. At the same time as Clovis's army began its advance, the Order of Judgment had already set out and was about to arrive at the battlefield. This was undoubtedly encouraging news, so much so that the Stormcasters, upon receiving the news, intensified their feint attacks, drawing all the enemy's attention to the West Gate area and buying ample time for the operation. Of course, at the time, we were unaware of the reinforcements. Everyone, including Lord Anson Bach, was deeply saddened. To resolve the situation as quickly as possible, we chose to split up. Led by Sir Louis Bernard, who had previously served as an army instructor in the Kingdom of Eiffel, we found a shortcut that was difficult to detect and arrived at the Eiffel Palace at top speed, so, the contents of the underground passage can't even be mentioned. Oh, I understand. Don't worry, no one will know about this. I'll keep it to myself and won't tell anyone who asks. The well-prepared enemy had laid an ambush here with heavy troops, making a bloody battle inevitable. In the chaos, the brave and fearless Inquisitor Charnis held off the enemy, buying Colonel Anson Bach and Sir Louis Bernard an opportunity to storm into the palace. After defeating dozens of powerful evil spellcasters, we finally encountered our final formidable enemy, the leader of the 13 councils, Freya Massacre. She was the Elf King's youngest daughter, but under the influence of an evil god, she became a powerful spellcaster. Instigated by the 13 councils, she imprisoned her own father and arbitrarily crowned herself Freya. Although this elven princess wasn't inherently a complete villain, she had become the de facto source of all the chaos. Only by defeating her could this end. Please forgive me for not being able to describe the battle in too much detail. I was hiding in a relatively safe corner at the time. However, I still witnessed firsthand the magnificent palace crumble before my eyes, a truly apocalyptic spectacle. Ultimately, the two, working in perfect harmony, successfully defeated Queen Freya and, after Colonel Anson Bach's earnest persuasion, Queen Freya voluntarily abdicated her throne, leaving the city filled with sin forever. This part can't be included either. But a scene like a knight persuading a female villain to reform is very good for increasing newspaper sales. Ah, right, I forgot this report also needs to be reviewed by Lady Sophia. Thank you so much, Lord Anson Bach, you are truly a kind person. I simply don't know how to thank you enough. Starting a new paragraph. In the end, the two, working in perfect harmony, successfully defeated Queen Freya. After the battle, the merciful Sir Louis Bernard found an innocent elven maid in a locked compartment. She had previously served Princess Freya and had been imprisoned there after Freya's personality changed drastically. With a deafening roar, Freya Massacre, Queen of the Eiffel Elves and leader of the 13 councils, along with her unfulfilled ambitions, was buried deep in the ruins of the palace. The story didn't end there. The ambitions of the 13 councils were destroyed, but they still refused to give up, preparing to bury the entire Eiffel royal court with them. Just when the situation was extremely critical, and the entire Eiffel elf realm was about to be destroyed, the reinforcements of the Knights of Judgment finally arrived in time. Piloting airships soaring through the dome, they bombarded the entire city with the fiercest artillery fire, successfully thwarting the evil plans of the 13 councils. Speaking of which, isn't this destroy the city before the enemy can, so the enemy can't destroy it plot a bit contradictory? Did no one really notice such a serious logical flaw? Oh well, that's how opinion pieces are anyway. Half the readers don't believe them, half the believers are self-righteous, and the rest are just there for the spectacle. As long as there's a story, logic doesn't matter. They can even read Draco's nonsensical novels. Under the cover of the Knights of Judgment's artillery fire, the Truth Seekers successfully breached all the strongholds controlled by the 13 councils and rescued the Elf King Igor Massacre. The Cathedral of Praise, tainted by the filthy blood of the old gods, was reborn amidst the blazing flames. After the battle, the Knights of Judgment once again dispatched their elite army to thoroughly purify the entire court of Izar, eradicating all traces of the old god's influence. These warriors, who believed in science, proved that the evil magic of the old gods was utterly ineffective against an army equipped with faith and advanced technology. The operation lasted all night, and the court of Izar, bathed in the purifying fire under a sky full of stars, washed away all filth and impurity. During this time, some minor incidents occurred. Due to the fierce resistance of the 13 councils, Lieutenant Colonel Roman and his accompanying inquisitors, who were responsible for raiding the Grand Archives, were forced to burn down the historic library, reducing all its treasured historical texts to ashes. Sir Louis Bernard, who had rescued the elven maiden, disappeared without a trace after successfully leaving the court of Isar. No one noticed when he left. Inquisitor Chanus, responsible for covering our operation, was buried under rubble in a massive explosion. Fortunately, he was not in mortal danger and was later rescued by the Knights of Judgment, though he remains unconscious. Freya Moss's Field's whereabouts are unknown. Her body was not found in the palace ruins, suggesting she may have escaped. However, now that all her followers have been eliminated, she is merely a lone spellcaster, and her recapture is only a matter of time. The Inquisitors responsible for the siege of the Cathedral of Praise, including the Stormcasters responsible for the feint attack, and the Knights of Judgment responsible for the post-battle cleanup, all suffered only minor injuries. No casualties were reported. The battle continued into the latter half of the night. A light rain began to fall, washing away the remaining traces of battle and the stench of blood, and all artillery fire and sounds of battle ceased. On October 27th, the 100th year of the saintly calendar, at exactly 6 a.m., the pale golden dawn rose as usual, illuminating the city reborn from the ashes. All participants in the old god's activities were wiped out. Igor Moss's Field was recrowned as the Elven King of Isar, and announced that his kingdom would forge a treaty of friendship with Clovis, and forever ban the spread of old gods worship within the kingdom. Colonel Anson Bach offered his heartfelt congratulations and wished for the enduring friendship between the two nations. The Isar Old Gods incident, which had lasted for several months, was thus completely ended. All those involved survived. Written by Karin Jack, Clovis Truth Report. October 28, Year 100 of the Saints' Calendar. Chapter 411 Ludwig's Gift. Under the bright morning light, the airship Heart of Mercy, floating above the court of Isar, slowly turned and calmly sailed into the distance under the watchful eyes of countless people until it disappeared on the horizon. Just like that, Carl Bain, holding a monocular telescope, squinted, trying to find the small black dot under the dome, looking at him strangely. "What, you want them to stay for a drink?" Anson, sitting next to him, asked with a smile, taking out a pipe from his clothes and putting it to his lips. Smoke drifted from the burning tobacco, intertwining and overlapping with the morning light. "Of course not. I mean," Carlton rolled his eyes, glancing sideways between Anson's exquisite briar pipe and the cigarette in his hand. "When did you take to smoking a pipe? I remember you switched all your tobacco rations to coffee and rum." "Nothing, I just suddenly felt that I should have some hobbies to make life more beautiful." Anson shrugged. "It turns out that developing one or two small habits is really necessary, especially when you never know when you might run into a spellcaster, or be dragged into unauthorized labor by a group of inquisitors. In such situations, those seemingly insignificant little habits become particularly important, especially when the pocket watch, pipe, top hat, revolver, diary, monocle you carry around are actually magical artifacts. Of course, in this era where the old gods are completely suppressed, those seemingly insignificant magical artifacts are not only expensive and extremely rare, but also difficult to find truly reliable sellers. Fortunately, he knew a middleman who would absolutely never cheat him. Although most magical artifacts don't actually enhance strength, most have limited effects, and are completely ineffective against experienced talents and blasphemous spellcasters, they are sufficient for most situations. "So you still haven't answered my question, why did these guys leave so quickly?" "Because they couldn't." Before Anson could speak, Fabian suddenly appeared behind them, holding 2 bottles of rum and a bottle of beer. According to the agreement reached at the Second General Order Conference, all armies belonging to the Church are not allowed to stay in any country for too long. Of course, the Inquisition is not subject to this restriction, but the Knights of Judgment are different. "I remember the Elf King already signed an agreement allowing the Knights to reside there," Carl asked, looking confused, catching the rum Fabian tossed to him. "We accepted it, but such a big matter can't be left to the Isar elves to decide on their own," Fabian said calmly, handing Anson another bottle of rum with the cork removed. "For something like this that breaks established principles, even if we're going to use the excuse of completely eradicating the remnants of the old gods to make an exception, at the very least, we need the Emperor's permission. After all, he is the nominal leader of the entire ordered world." "The nominal leader? Then what are we, Clovis?" Carl raised an eyebrow. "Restless country bumpkins who are always causing trouble." Fabian, with a slight smile, didn't answer, taking a swig of beer. Across from the three, the members of the Seeking Truth Order had already boarded the carriage, surrounded by Clovis cavalry. Apart from their tattered clothes, these inquisitors looked almost identical to before. That's the situation. We have to go now, Cole Dorian, looking utterly disheveled and with a pipe in one hand and a bottle of liquor in the other, said casually to Anson. Although this mission wasn't a complete success, there were quite a few unexpected incidents, and I almost had to use my treasured will. We all survived. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Looking at the smug, smiling man, Anson's lips twitched, and he involuntarily shifted his gaze to the female judge behind him. Sierra Virgil, understanding perfectly, nodded slightly, revealing the answer to Anson. The court's report is out, approving former Chief Judge Lawrence's application to have Cole Dorian succeed him. Oh. The three men with their liquor bottles simultaneously realized, though two of them were just there for the spectacle. It has nothing to do with that. Staring intently at the female judge, the current chief judge rolled her eyes and emphasized, I'm happy not because of myself, but because everyone is still alive, understand? Sarah Virgil turned around, her expressionless gaze meeting that of her blushing colleague, Captain Cole. What? And, just call me Cole Dorian, I'm not used to such mushy terms. Nothing, I just wanted to clarify something, the female judge said expressionlessly. Nobody cares why you're happy, except yourself, Cole Dorian. You just like to deliberately sabotage me, don't you? Yes, thanks to someone's constant encouragement. A sly smile appeared on Sarah's lips. The chief judge, her face twitching, turned and walked silently towards the carriage. Anson and the other two standing nearby glanced around, pretending not to see the two flirting. We are leaving, Your Excellency Anson Bach. The female judge withdrew her gaze, fixing it on the vice commander who was pretending not to exist. Regarding the situation with the Knights of Judgment, we will report to Archbishop Clovis. You need not worry about this matter. We are judges, but we are also Clovis. Please do not concern yourself with other trivial matters. As long as you always maintain your faith in the Ring of Order, the Church will never fail its devout followers. I understand. Anson put down his wine bottle, speaking with utmost seriousness. The impact and consequences of this matter were far beyond the scope of his intervention as an army colonel. Within the same order church system, the Knights of Judgment's blatant breach of their promise to a Grand Archbishop of a diocese could not have been without reason. Judging from Archbishop Luther Franz's behavior, he probably did not want to immediately expand a church's influence throughout the world and disrupt the order established by the Second Council of Public Order. However, where there are conservatives, there are bound to be radicals, and the Grand Master of the Knights of Judgment clearly held the opposite view. Despite their radical stance, the Knights of Judgment seem to have made a concession at the last minute. Otherwise, given the current situation at the Court of Isar, they could have simply declared occupation. With the Storm Division's dozen or so cannons, Anson even doubted whether the entire Southern Legion could hold out against the airships for 90 minutes. Sierra Virgil nodded slightly and turned to leave. So where are we going next? Watching the judge's retreating figures, Carl Bain, who had been feigning invisibility for a while, couldn't help but ask. Such a cushy job as the occupying force at the Court of Isar shouldn't be ours, right? The entire Storm Division was always very self-aware in this matter. They had already stolen such a huge credit for the siege of the Court of Isar, and if they were to be the occupying force next, even if Major General Ludwig could tolerate it, the entire officer corps of the Southern Legion would absolutely not. Moreover, there was absolutely no need for it. After all, the goal of securing a higher rank had been achieved, and these people understood the principle of moderation. They'd finished that damned battle, pocketed all the loot, and the promising future was right before them. From now on, it would be a wonderful time of coasting along, waiting to die and accumulating seniority. The Storm Division's cannon fodder, from top to bottom, were all extremely satisfied with their current situation. Anson, in particular, was very pleased. On the night he sent Louis away, before returning to camp, he met with Miss Talia, who was using Lisa's body. According to her, his treatment was already on the agenda within the army, to the point of alarming the Privy Council. She seemed quite excited at the time, a faint blush on her face, and even excitedly revealed a crucial piece of information. Miss Sophia Franz, using her tabloid alliance, had successfully forced Clovis's two major newspapers to make concessions. The specific form of these concessions was that the two newspapers promised to provide fair and objective coverage of the Storm Division's siege of the Isar Royal Court. In short, it was a sure thing. According to the plan, we should first return to Eaglehorn City, then head to White Tower City to settle the remaining matters in the Hantu, Anson speculated. If we're lucky, we might even be able to leave some people behind to participate in the negotiation ceremony with the Iser elves. The remaining matters. Karl paused, frowning slightly. You mean the reparations from Calindia? There's also the handover of prisoners of war from the Imperial Expeditionary Force, the reconstruction of Calindia port, the arms sales contract with the Francois family, the expiration of the lease on White Tower City. There's a lot to do. Anson pouted helplessly, reveling in his blissful troubles. In the past, these troublesome matters wouldn't have concerned him, a mere conscript commander, with a penny to his name, but now he could interfere without restraint, and conveniently make one last profit before leaving. Cough cough cough. No, it should be that he should complete the final work for the great people of the Hanta before leaving, so that he can return without any regrets. After all, a secure job also has its downsides. For example, the military is still under the control of the army, and any action must be reported to superiors immediately. Moreover, once they become the garrison of Clovis City, it's definitely impossible to plunder as freely as they did in the Han too. Cough cough cough, recklessly. Calculating the cost of the last arms sale, and privately reselling some unimportant prisoners to the Han too at high prices, after deducting the profits of the Rune family and the dividends from Sophia, the major shareholder, Anson Bach realized that he was really only one step away from financial freedom. You don't need to go back to the Han too. Just as the three of them began to indulge in their fantasies, a cold voice shattered their dreams. Lieutenant Colonel Roman, with an icy expression, stepped forward and handed Anson a letter. Order from the army. The entire Storm Division is to proceed to Eaglehorn City and then immediately head north, following the transportation lines to Clovis City. Clovis, even though they had vaguely guessed it, the three of them couldn't help but be moved when they actually received the notification. This is the highest directive from the Army Supreme Staff, sent before the battle. Whichever unit captures the royal court must execute the order immediately, Lieutenant Colonel Roman said in a deep voice. The work in hand to Iser will be taken over by other units of the Southern Legion. Major General Ludwig has defeated the last remaining Iser Elven army and will arrive at Stellar's fortress in 3 days at the latest, so you don't need to worry, just execute the new order. Colonel Anson Bach, Colonel. Anson's lips twitched. If he remembered correctly, this should be the most polite he had ever been to him. May I ask why? Fabian frowned, sensing that things weren't so simple. Even if it's an army order, it's still too strange. Usually, an army that captures an enemy capital, even if not as an occupying force, should at least leave a portion behind to participate in the surrender ceremony. Because this situation is not normal, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian, Lieutenant Colonel Roman glanced at the former Imperial Guard officer. Don't doubt the army's orders, because this is also Archbishop Luther Franz's opinion. Believe me, they are protecting you. Protecting? You don't think this war is just what you see, do you? Roman said coldly. Or is this the first time the Church of Order has intervened since the 47th year of the saintly calendar? And all it's done is set off fireworks with airships for one night. The war has already begun, and it's only a matter of time before the gunfire starts. Then this. Anson held up the blank envelope in his hand. Tickets. A steam train called Arctic Storm has been chartered by the Southern Legion and is waiting for you in Oaktown. It will take you back to Clovis. Roman looked at him. This is a gift from Major General Ludwig, as compensation for his inability to attend the siege of Iser's court. Understood. Please thank the Major General for me. Anson nodded slightly, not giving it much thought. Understood. Roman nodded expressionlessly, then turned and left. Oh, right, there's one more thing. He stopped abruptly after taking a few steps. If conditions permit, I suggest you arrive in Oaktown before November 10th. November 10th, that's only 13 days. Anson paused. Why? Because the Major General booked your tickets for November 10th. If you're late, you'll have to walk back to Clovis City. Roman turned to the three, expressionless, and said, oh, and the tickets also use your Storm Division's number, so whether you take the train or not, you'll have to pay for the chartered train yourself, including the steam train you took from Clovis City. It's all on your tab. With that, Roman strode away. Anson Bach, updated. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Welcome Ceremony. Despite their deep dissatisfaction with Major General Ludwig Franz's blatant act of personal revenge, The Storm Division obediently set off. There was no other way. Steam train tickets were expensive, and it was a chartered train. Thus, the officers and soldiers of the Storm Division received both good and bad news. The good news was that they were about to head to Clovis, and the marching distance had been halved because the generous Legion commander-in-chief had booked their tickets. The bad news was that they had to pay for the tickets themselves, and that would include the previous one. Faced with the indignant officers and soldiers of the Storm Division, Colonel Anson Bach, the Legion's deputy commander who always touted himself as one of their own, solemnly promised that although he couldn't persuade the commander-in-chief to retract his order, he would voluntarily cover half of the division's ticket costs. The remaining half would be split equally, half would go into the division's public account, and half would be taken from the spoils of war. In any case, not a single copper coin would be taken from the soldiers' pockets. Amidst applause and cheers, Anson's proposal was unanimously approved. The entire army, lightly equipped, immediately set off for Oaktown train station at top speed. It turned out that the cannon fodder preferred compromise. For example, they would refuse to pay half the ticket price, but if told they had to pay the full amount, or even the previous fare, they were willing to discuss how to pay the remaining half. Only Léon François was quite disappointed. He had thought the war wouldn't end so quickly, but now not only was Louis Bernard missing, but Anson was also leaving immediately, without even time to return to Hanta for the celebration banquet. Anson could do little more than offer comfort, only promising that his support for the François family and Hanta would continue. He would do his best whenever needed. Aside from a sorrowful farewell, young Léon passionately declared his determination to persevere, to help Hanta completely escape its weakness and become an independent, powerful nation like Clovis. Anson encouraged him, even though he didn't believe Hanta had such a future. Indeed, through the War of the Vast Lands and the resistance against the invasion of the Isar Elves and the Empire, the François family finally ended the division of the Seven Cities Alliance, creating a kingdom that was at least nominally unified. However, in practice, the problems were already quite serious. To counter the Empire's invasion, at the end of the War of the Vast Lands, Thun did not annex the two duchies of Calandia and Mist, but instead chose to divide and win over the other two. Of course, Anson Bach was partly responsible for this, but more importantly, the situation at the time simply did not allow the newly rising Grand Duchy of Thun to absorb the territory that was more than twice the size of its original territory. In order to quickly gather more power, the François family even had to acknowledge the status of those small city-states and minor counts in exchange for their support in terms of manpower and resources. Thus, the Vast Lands Kingdom, which seemed to have changed everything, was essentially still a loose collection of the old Seven Cities Alliance era, unchanged except for being a little more united. Of course, in the orderly world of the Saints' Calendar 100, this was not a problem at all. Clovis also had a coexistence of division and unity, and the empire was jointly ruled by the emperor and a group of powerful lords, but this did not affect their strength. However, the Austrian royal family could unite all the nobles and wealthy people in Clovis through the Privy Council, and had an army capable of suppressing external aggression. The Herald royal family maintained its position with the backing of the Seven Great Knights legend, and had ways to make the knights and lords carry out the emperor's orders willingly or unwillingly. The François family had none of these. They had the military strength of the Emmanuel family, which was comparable to them, and the most prosperous port of Carinthia was not on their hands. Even the glory of foreign wars still bore the scars of the annihilation of Grand Duke Thun's entire army. And with the start of the ceasefire, even the enemies who united against them were gone. If the empire were to shift its strategy from simple military invasion to economic blockade or support, the Emmanuel family, lacking Clovis's financial backing, would inevitably become estranged from the western part of the Hantu and the François family in the east. Civil war and division would be almost inevitable. In the past, this process might have dragged on for years, even decades, before the problems fully erupted. However, Anson, in order to defeat the Imperial Expeditionary Force, created a mobilization system for the Hantu called the Supreme General Staff. The essence of this system is to mobilize and integrate all human and material resources within a certain scope and to centralize decision-making power as much as possible. Although the Hantu is currently at a level where it is difficult to fully unleash its power, it is certainly aware of its strength. The more the François family tries to concentrate all its power and strength through the General Staff system, the more it will harm the interests of its peripheral supporters. Objectively, it will rapidly strengthen the Hantu in the short term, but it will also quickly intensify contradictions and greatly accelerate the time when the conflict will fully erupt. Of course, these are all just possible futures. If there are any headaches, they will be for the people of Hantuin, the future commander of the Eaglehorn garrison, not for Anson. Saying goodbye to Hantu, what awaits him is a bright future, a promising career, and at least 15 years of easy living. He had calculated carefully. He was 23 years old this year and a colonel. If he could rise another rank based on his military achievements in Hantu and the Kingdom of Izar, he would be a brigadier general. A brigadier general at 23, well, whether he would be the last to hold that rank was unclear, but it would certainly be unprecedented. Moreover, the Bach family was a small family. Even if he obtained the rank of general through the influence of the Franz family, it would be almost impossible for him to advance further. For 99% of officers, it would take at least a lifetime to achieve a situation like Ludwig Franz, who was a brigadier general in the first half of the year and a major general in the second half. Since his rank could not be promoted, the only thing that could change was his position. According to Anson's own wishful thinking, he would first serve in Clovis City, and after a year or two, the Storm Division would be incorporated into the capital's security forces, Whitehall Street Police. If the Imperial War isn't over in 3 or 4 years, he might have a chance to gain experience in the West, then be assigned to a key fortress, work in the rear staff, and finally teach at the Royal Military Academy before he turns 40. During this time, if the opportunity arises, he could probably improve his spellcasting and bloodline power, not too much, just enough for self-preservation, and use the development of the far north colonies to bring the Rune family to the north. Of course, it doesn't matter if he can't, as long as he proves he's actually tried, not just making empty promises. Perfect. With a small sense of anticipation for the future, plus wagons overflowing with Hantu specialties and countless ledgers, the Storm Master tearfully bid farewell to Hantu in the Kingdom of Izar, embarking on his journey north. Clovis City, inner city, central western station of the royal capital. Passing through the wide streets, a refined four-wheeled carriage stopped outside the bustling station gate, standing out conspicuously among the many rental carriages. Inside the train carriage, Sophia Franz, dressed in a black suit, held a steaming cup of coffee, observing with interest the endless stream of carriages and the bustling crowds outside the window. For her, who had always lived in Clovis, this station was both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because the entire station, and indeed the railway committee, the Clovis Kingdom's Grand Cross project, had been built with the full support of Clovis Cathedral, in a sense, the Franz family. Clovis Cathedral not only provided the crucial steam core technology but also covered every aspect from design drawings and materials to construction plans, and even the vital loan support. Having frequented the Archbishop's office since she was 10 and handling loan matters on his behalf at 15, Miss Sophia Franz could draw the station's outline with her eyes closed, even describing the design and materials used in each part, and which factory supplied those materials. In a sense, she knew the station better than all the members of the railway committee. As for the unfamiliarity, it was because this was the first time she had truly seen it with her own eyes. As the eldest daughter of the Franz family, brightly lit clubs, cozy salons, and sun-drenched country villas were where she belonged, let alone going out to work. Even appearing alone outside the station would be enough for Sophia to make the front page of the newspapers. Of course, she didn't care about that. There was only one reason for the incomparably noble Miss Sophia Franz to waste her precious time, to witness the moment when her defeated opponent knelt and begged for mercy, or wherever Draco Veltz appeared. After months of back-and-forth fighting, the Order Church's Morning Post and the Army's Kingdom Loyalty Post finally had to bow down and concede defeat before Sophia Franz's tabloid alliance. Thanks to Anson Bach's fleet speech, the names of the Grey Shirts and Anson Bach spread throughout the entire city of Clovis, pushing the two major newspapers to the brink and deciding to negotiate with the eldest daughter of the Franz family. But the victorious Sophia was no longer satisfied with a mere cooperation. She wanted a newspaper powerful enough to rival the two major newspapers. A powerful weapon to influence public opinion among the lower and middle classes of Clovis. The key to everything lay in the outcome of the Battle of the Court of Izar. 4 days earlier, an email had arrived at the Franz residence containing only one thing, a factual interview report by Karin Jacques. Sophia, having received this coveted treasure, couldn't sleep all night. The next day, when her maid Angelica knocked on her door, she was terrified to find her young mistress, wrapped only in a sheet, dancing barefoot in her bedroom, slightly tipsy. But the excited Sophia didn't immediately send out the report after she sobered up, because she soon received new intelligence. The storm commander had already sailed north aboard the extreme cold storm and was about to arrive in Clovis. So Sophia Franz devised a perfect plan. On the day Anson Bach arrives, she plans to organize an unprecedented welcoming ceremony at the train station, involving the 2 major newspapers and all the tabloids, along with on-site interviews. Then, the day after the interviews conclude, she'll publish her in-depth report on the Battle of the Royal Court. This way, all the newspapers will be filled with news about the welcoming ceremony the following day, but hers will have the most detailed coverage. This way, she can both promote the Storm Master and boost her newspaper's sales with a sensational report. Perfect. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with a guy named Anson Bach. The welcoming ceremony isn't primarily for him, it's more about newspaper sales. After all, promoting a group is never as easy as promoting an individual. It's just a side effect, giving him some fame, and definitely not because she's concerned about him. Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, Sophia turned her gaze from the window and picked up her steaming cup of black coffee. Feigning composure, she asked softly, "My dear Angelica, what time is it, now?" It's 5 o'clock, 5:30, the maid sitting opposite her hurriedly pulled out her pocket watch, a hint of nervousness in her voice. 5:30, Sophia frowned slightly. According to the published schedule, the Arctic storm was supposed to arrive at Central West Station at 9:30, even by the latest possible time. The people responsible for the welcoming ceremony and the 2 major newspapers should have arrived by now. Had something gone wrong, causing them to change their minds again? Angelica, go ask the Morning Post and the Kingdom Loyalty why they aren't in place by this time. Sophia put down her coffee cup and turned to the maid, saying, "Tell them that if they continue to insist on their own way, I'll..." Angelica, her words trailed off. Looking at the trembling, tightly pursed, and flustered maid, Sophia raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "And nothing." Angelica quickly shook her head, her eyes darting around. It's just what? "It's just, those 2 newspapers, and the other newspapers, they're not coming," Angelica stammered. "Not coming?" Sophia narrowed her eyes, her expression suddenly turning cold. "Nobody's coming, is that right?" The maid nodded repeatedly. "Including the Clovis Truth newspaper?" "Yes." "What about my own newspaper?" "They aren't coming either." "What about the person in charge of the welcoming ceremony?" "They won't come." Sophia fell silent, gently picking up her coffee cup again. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and looked up at Angelica, whose face was filled with tension. Who did this? Although it was a question, she already knew the name in her mind. In all of Clovis, there couldn't be more than one person who could do something like this so quietly. The trembling little maid swallowed and whispered, "Your father, Master Luther Franz." Chapter 413 The Long Night. Late at night, at the Franz residence. In the smoking room, flickering candlelight, Luther Franz sat by the bay window, quietly admiring the moonlit city of Clovis through puffs of smoke. For a city shrouded in thick fog and clouds day and night, this was a sight even rarer than a clear day. Clear nights like tonight were few and far between since the year 80 of the saint's calendar. Luther Franz was very satisfied, so satisfied that he even felt there were still too many clear days. A vital industrial center like Clovis only had 2 railways, one to the north and one to the south. Its main logistics force was still animal power. High-quality roads for heavy freight transport were still scarce. Its industry was still primarily light industry. The limited heavy industry was concentrated in the military and construction sectors, and its total population had only recently surpassed 1 million. This was not enough, far from enough. For Clovis to become a true world center, to replace the empire's dragon city, it needed to expand at least 2 to 3 times its original size. The old man withdrew his gaze from the window, his bloodshot and slightly weary eyes moved to a picture frame on the opposite wall, inside which lay a slightly yellowed parchment. That was his diary from when he first became a novice priest. The neat, childlike handwriting was the only thing in the room that could bring a smile to the old man's face. "I have a dream, that proud Clovis will become a kingdom shrouded in mist. 60-meter-high steam towers will form her walls, wastewater bubbling with white and green will define her boundaries, and steel bars and sleepers will pave her roads." Looking to the end, in the center of countless row houses, stands a fortress of flames forged from steel. She has no night, no day, minutes are measured by factory bells, hours by steam whistles, and the roar of trains on the tracks is a sound heard every second. She devours logs, flax, limestone, coal, and countless ores, turning them into giant wheels, clothing, roads, and countless kinds of manufactured goods. She constantly expands her boundaries, constantly encroaching upon the swamps, plagues, dense forests, and soil filled with rotting matter, transforming this dark and primitive world into a true paradise for humanity. Bang! A sudden loud crash interrupted the old man's reverie and slammed open the door to the smoking room. Sophia Franz, her face as cold as ice, stood outside, coldly observing the old man inside. "We need to talk." Looking at her clearly troubled daughter and the trembling maid hiding behind her, the old man nodded and said calmly, "Come in then, and don't forget to close the door." The girl, her brows furrowed slightly, hesitated for a moment, glancing at the room filled with smoke, but the next second she stepped into the room, closing and locking the door under Angelica's tense and concerned gaze. Bang! The dull thud of the lock echoed, and the room fell silent again. "Would you like a cup of coffee, Sophia?" "Thank you." "Do you have rum?" "I remember there's a bottle of Hipper left." "Would you like it with ice?" "Room temperature is fine." "No problem." Just a moment. A minute later, 2 glasses of rum appeared on the coffee table. Meeting her father's indifferent gaze, Sophia, tense all over, picked up her glass and downed it in one gulp. The spicy liquid flowed down her throat, igniting a raging fire in her chest. As if she were breathing not air, but the sweltering heat of a steam boiler. "You should drink more slowly," the old man said, picking up his glass and looking at his daughter's empty cup with a hint of pity. "Hipper has a very rich flavor. You have to sip it slowly to appreciate its unique taste. It's not suitable for—" "What are you doing?" Sophia retorted coldly, her breath reeking of alcohol, a slight flush rising to her cheeks. The old man put down his pipe and picked up his glass. "I don't understand." "You understand perfectly well," the girl said, barely containing her anger. "Why did you abruptly end the welcoming ceremony and on-site interviews that I had prepared?" "Don't deny it, I know it was you." "Oh, that," the old man said calmly. "That was indeed my order." "Excuse me, may I ask why?" Sophia's body tensed. The old man swirled the wine in his glass, peering with interest at his daughter through the glass. "Excuse me, may I not answer this question?" Bang! Sophia slammed the empty glass on the table. The slightly tipsy girl took a deep breath, her beautiful cheeks trembling slightly. "No." A simple word, spoken by her, sounded like a knight throwing a glove at an enemy. Luther Franz didn't speak. He put down his glass and silently continued smoking his pipe. This simple action, in Sophia's eyes, felt like the greatest mockery. "I know, in your eyes, everything I've done over the past few months has been nothing short of absurd, or perhaps everything we've all done has been absurd in your eyes, completely failing to meet your high expectations of us." Sophia suppressed her anger in the calmest tone, "But even so, this is the culmination of months of hard work. Just one step, just one final step, and I could have the Morning Post and the Kingdom Loyalty Post bowing down to me, and reorganizing the media industry throughout Clovis. Is that so?" Luther Franz raised an eyebrow. "And I don't need to do any of that to have those 2 newspapers bowing down to me, because you are the Archbishop of Clovis." Sophia gripped her wine glass tightly. "Yes, I am," Luther Franz said calmly. "So, my dear daughter, you believe you defeated them solely on your own?" Sophia, her teeth clenched, forced back her words. "I was working for the prosperity of the Franz family, for this new newspaper, and for everything I've done. You can protect us now, but even if the future archbishop no longer belongs to the Franz family, we can still use it to influence public opinion in Clovis and protect the family's interests." "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." The old man, his smile fading slightly, shook his head with a sigh. "My dear daughter, you are intelligent, but you often overlook more important issues because of appearances." Sophia's expression changed, desperately suppressing the urge to retort. "Like now, when you realize I'm interfering with your efforts, the first reason you think of is that you're wasting your time, so you interfere. You never calmly consider my motives." The old man chewed on his pipe, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Of course, at least you know to proactively ask me for confirmation, which is a good habit, unlike your brother. Well, never mind, then may I ask?" Sophia's lips tightened, her right hand gripping the wine glass slightly bluish. "What is the more important question?" Calmly seeking answers, rather than emotional outbursts. "Another good habit, my dear daughter. You are indeed much better than your brother Ludwig," the old man praised. The question itself is complex, but I can tell you the final answer directly. Anson Bach, he is the reason for all of this. Amidst a piercing whistle, the speeding steam train raced along the tracks in the night, like a ferocious beast spewing thick smoke, roaring as it lunged toward the horizon. In the slightly swaying carriage, Anson, lying on his seat, struggled to open his eyes, staring at the ceiling in confusion. Wait, what time is it? He pulled out his pocket watch. The hands were stopped at exactly 8:55, not past, but right there. Confused, Anson struggled to sit up, a sharp pain shooting through his temples, as if a steel spike had pierced his head, and the slightest movement would tear at the wound. He vaguely remembered drinking and celebrating with Carl and Fabian. At first, it was just a casual drink, but soon someone started crying while drinking, the guy next to him started singing, then the junior clerk got drunk and started muttering a bunch of official jargon, and then, well, after that, he had no recollection. Desperately fighting off his groggy consciousness, Anson struggled to get up from his chair, trying to clear his head as quickly as possible. Something was wrong. Perhaps due to intoxication and motion sickness, his consciousness was somewhat hazy, but he still remembered that today was the day he was to arrive in Clovis City. The extreme cold storm beneath his feet should have appeared at the Central West Station of the Royal Capital at 9:30, but now, gazing at the moonless starry sky and desolate scenery outside the train window, Anson's expression gradually became serious. "You're awake," a familiar voice sounded from the side. Still dazed, Anson turned his head and saw Lisa, holding a cake, sitting opposite him, staring at him with wide, concerned eyes. No, the real Lisa wouldn't use the second person, so she was Miss Talia. Seeing Anson's slightly surprised expression, the smiling girl put down the cake. "Dear Anson, please sit down." Taking a deep breath, Anson nervously returned to his seat, glancing around. "Where is this?" "Where?" "In the steam train compartment, of course." The girl blinked, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Where else could it be?" Anson didn't speak, but he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, completely sobering him up. "You seem a little nervous." Seeing Anson instinctively looking out the window, Talia said softly, "There's nothing to be nervous about. This is the kingdom of Clovis. You and Talia are in your own compartment, absolutely no one can hurt you. Don't forget, you're her fiancé." Anson shuddered. "The war at the Iser Royal Court didn't go smoothly, but that's not your fault. It was the Knights of Judgment who acted on impulse, breaking their initial promise." The girl sighed. "Although I hate to admit it, the war between the Church of Order and the entire world of the old gods seems truly inevitable. Igniting the flames of war is only a matter of time. Fortunately, they are still very restrained, or rather, still wary that rashly starting a war would disrupt the balance of power they have maintained for decades. They have only wiped out a portion of the 13 councils, and dare not pursue the matter too much. But once they have completely established themselves in Iser and proven that this expansion model is feasible, the future situation will be difficult to predict. Dear Anson, this is also why we immediately transferred you away from Iser." Talia suddenly became serious. "Although they will conceal your identity as a spellcaster by relying on their relationship with the France family and the personal friendship with the Chief Inquisitor, not everything can be hidden. Sooner or later, the other Inquisitors will discover the problems between you and Lisa through those clues. Regardless of the outcome, Iser is destined to fall under the sphere of influence of the Church of Order, so you must leave as soon as possible. Although Clovis is not safe either, with the protection of the France family, at least there is an extra layer of protection," Talia said slowly. "Has the situation become that dangerous?" Anson couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a sharp pain shooting through his temples. "It's much more serious than you think," the girl said seriously. "We originally hoped that the Empire could provide sufficient checks and balances against the Church, but unfortunately, the current Emperor is not a monarch who can truly unite the entire Empire. Even relying on foreign wars, he cannot mobilize enough power to crush Clovis. In a sense, this is also the masterpiece of the Church of Order over the past few decades, supporting Clovis to check the Empire, supporting the legitimacy of the Empire to control Clovis, empowering the princes to weaken the Emperor, supporting Clovis's expansion to deter foreign races, divide and rule." Anson pondered. "Exactly," Talia agreed. "And after decades, the Church of Order has clearly begun to realize that this balance has reached a point where it should be broken. Of course, not all believers of the Ring of Order agree with this view, but that doesn't stop some who are already trying to cross the line. Iser is their first step, and it will certainly not be their last. We once mistakenly believed that a fragile balance could really be maintained, but it turns out that was just wishful thinking. A cold smile appeared on the girl's lips. The Church of Order, these believers of false gods, don't even intend to leave us the right to die slowly. If we continue to let them act recklessly, it would be better to just commit suicide. Therefore, dear Anson, some things can no longer wait. The world of the old gods can no longer wait. No, not just the old gods, but the entire world can no longer wait. If we don't want to be ruled by the Church of Order, to become prisoners manipulated and controlled by false gods, locked in an eternally dark cage, we must rebel. Victory or destruction. Anson's throat tightened. What do you want me to do? As if she hadn't heard his answer, Talia smiled and picked up the cake from the table again, happily tasting it. Don't rush, Anson, we have plenty of time. Tonight will be very long. Chapter 414 The Real Reason. Under the moonless midnight sky, a lonely steam train raced across the desolate land, heading into the endless darkness. Watching the girl across from him happily enjoying her cake, Anson gradually calmed down. Clearly, the current head of the prestigious Rune family, Talia August Rune, wouldn't have come to chat with him in the middle of the night for no reason. There must be a purpose. Judging from the content of her words and previous information, Anson made a bold deduction. The Franz family, or more accurately, Luther Franz himself, must have formed some kind of alliance with the Rune family, or at least they should know each other very well. This would explain why Luther Franz allowed him to visit the Rune family's Lund Manor, he certainly knew, and why Talia could appear openly at Clovis Cathedral and speak with a female judge without causing any disturbance. Following the emergence of the August Armory, the Rune family, who had maintained a low profile in Clovis, began investing heavily, building and acquiring properties. With the grassroots strength of the Church of Order, Anson believed that if he wanted to, Luther Franz would definitely know the identity of the investor behind the scenes. This conclusion was further supported by the fact that Sophia Franz had visited Lund Manor when she was very young, but she didn't know that the manor's owner was a blood magic apostle. A high bishop of the Church of Order, bringing his unsuspecting young daughter to visit an apostle's home. Anson himself might not have had the courage to do so without absolute certainty. However, this alliance was likely limited to the families. At the level of the Church of Order and the Old Gods, the two sides remained mortal enemies. Therefore, Talia's sudden appearance probably represented not only herself but also High Bishop Luther Franz. She had already made the reason clear, the Knights of Judgment in the Battle of the Court of Isar. The Church of Order's rash act of disrupting the balance greatly alarmed the Rune family. Such things, once started, will likely happen countless times, and unless faced with immense resistance, they will never stop. The false balance shattered, not just the Ring of Order and the three old gods, but the entire world. The Isar elves yearned to rebuild their glory. The Emperor of the Empire hoped to unify the world, to reunite the lands that had been divided for centuries. The Clovis were increasingly dissatisfied with the lands they had already acquired. The old god faction across the globe was calling for a grand plan, and the Church of Order was rife with calls to restore a heaven on earth. Luther Franz made a final effort, attempting to use the Clovis invasion to downplay the events of the 13 councils. But he failed, because even knowing they would become puppets, the Isar elves were no longer content to be a small, vulnerable nation at the mercy of others. The Church of Order, focused solely on breaking free from the stalemate of 47 years into the Saints' calendar, was incapable of resisting the coveted prize of Isar. The two sides reached an agreement. War was inevitable, even for self-preservation. The old god faction had to begin preparing for war. To be honest, before the airships appeared, Anson's impression was that the Church and the old gods were evenly matched. The difference lay in the Church's more advanced organizational structure, while the old gods were completely disorganized. However, in terms of mid to high-end combat power, if Mace Harnard's research on the three old gods wasn't overly exaggerated, it was hard to imagine anything that could stop these monsters, given the strength of the blasphemous mages and apostles. But now, it's hard to say. Moreover, even within the Church, there are spellcasters, and with universal faith as their foundation, the old gods, having become an underground organization in the entire order world and surviving for many years, indeed have little chance of a comeback. Therefore, Talia's sudden appearance was quite obvious. Ah, right, the girl suddenly hummed, stopping the cake in her hand. I have good news and bad news to tell you. The bad news is, dear Anson, the previous orders have been cancelled, and you and your army no longer need to go to Clovis City. Anson paused, startled. No need to go. That's right, it's a temporary order. Talia leaned back in her chair, casually swinging her small feet that dangled in the air. Luther Franz, he specifically instructed me to tell you about this. Why? A spellcaster? Sophia's surprised voice echoed in the quiet smoking room. That's right. Looking at his dumbfounded daughter, Luther Franz puffed on his pipe and nodded casually. Our excellent army colonel, the supreme commander of the storm division you invested in, a loyal subordinate in your brother Ludwig's eyes, the victor of the Hansa War, the current celebrity in Clovis City, Anson Bach, is a perfect fit for the standard definition of an old god, and he's also a spellcaster. Thump. Sophia, unaware of what was happening, sat down on the sofa beneath her, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Anson Bach, is a spellcaster, more accurately, a sorcerer. The old man nodded gently. By the standards of the old gods, he is even a prodigy sorcerer. He reached the level of a third-level spellcaster in less than 3 months of practicing sorcery, and the number of spellcasters he has killed is close to 2 hands, including, but not limited to, the infamous blasphemous mage, Mace Hornard, his mentor, a dark mage. Sophia's eyes widened, her lips trembling uncontrollably. But I never noticed him. Oh, Luther Franz raised an eyebrow, took the nearly dropped wine glass from his trembling daughter's hand, and gently placed it on the coffee table. Then did you notice the little girl next to him? A little girl? Sophia's mind conjured up an image of a girl in a little dress, always carrying a bornis rod. You mean Lisa Bach? I mean Lisa August, or, as a friend put it, the last of August's blood, the Archbishop said in a deep voice. Tell me, you never noticed anything unusual about her? That's impossible, because she is a direct descendant of the famous blood magic apostle August, who could easily kill half a platoon of grenadiers even without awakened powers, so you must have noticed something unusual about her. You just didn't pay attention, because, the old man bit the filter of his pipe, his pupils appearing even brighter in the dim light. She's just a little girl. Sophia trembled slightly. Just because of that, she sobbed, forcing herself to remain calm. Why didn't you tell me before? Luther Franz didn't answer directly. He gazed at his youngest daughter, his bright eyes piercing through the swirling smoke, making her feel immense pressure. After a long while, the old man sighed. Sophia, my dear Sophia. How can I tell you this? The old man said softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. If a person never asks, can he expect others to tell him the answers? The girl, her cheeks flushed from the sarcasm, still scoffed. But you've told me now. That's right, because you must know now. Luther Franz picked up the wine bottle and refilled their glasses. If Anson Bach appears at the Central West Station of the royal capital tonight, entering the city with a grand welcoming ceremony, do you know what will happen next? He will be in the newspapers. He will quickly become famous, the most popular soldier in the entire city of Clovis. Thousands of people will want to know his background. Countless families will inquire about everything about him. Then, at the latest, within 3 days, Clovis Cathedral will issue an arrest warrant for the fugitives Anson Bach and Lisa Bach. The royal army will be disgraced, the Franz family will be disgraced, and your newspaper will become a piece of waste paper because of all the previous positive reports. The old man said calmly. The entire city of Clovis will be in chaos. Sophia pressed her lips together tightly. But Anson Bach, he's a member of the Franz family, and also your man. Sophia stared intently at her father. You are the Archbishop of Clovis. That's right, but that doesn't mean I can do anything. Luther Franz toyed with his pipe. If Anson Bach's identity is exposed, I will immediately order the truth seekers to arrest him, imprison him in the underground dungeon of Clovis Cathedral, and secretly execute him. 24 hours later, I will announce his death to the public, because I am the Archbishop of Clovis. Don't doubt that I'm threatening you, my dear Sophia, because I really am not. Sophia froze, a chill running down her spine. Of course, doing so would also have extremely irreversible consequences, the worst being the destruction of a third of Clovis, or even the entire city, so I will do everything I can to avoid such an outcome. For example, he glanced out the window, suspend someone's welcoming ceremony and interviews, transfer those who might cause a negative impact to a place where they won't attract much attention, because I am the Archbishop of Clovis. Silence fell in the room. Once upon a time, Sophia thought she understood her father far better than her beloved brother, and knew more about everything her father had done. But now, looking at the composed Archbishop across from her, she was horrified to realize that she might know absolutely nothing about her father. Perhaps, like Ludwig, staying far away from her father was the right choice. Perhaps. No, having calmed her initial shock, Sophia frowned slightly. It shouldn't be just because of these things. What, if it was because you were worried about Anson Bach's identity as a member of the old gods being exposed? You should have acted long ago, instead of dragging it out until now. Under the dim gaslight, Sophia, her face slightly flushed, squinted, carefully observing her father's every move. According to what you just said, you should have realized from the beginning that he was a spellcaster, shouldn't you? So why wait until now instead of acting sooner? You knew what I was doing all along, knew that I would make Anson Bach famous to surpass my beloved brother Ludwig. You had countless opportunities to stop me, countless opportunities to make Anson Bach and Lisa disappear. Opportunities to nip everything in the bud, but you did nothing. Why? Before the old man could answer, Sophia coldly gave her reply. Because you didn't care, because you are the Archbishop of Clovis. As long as you speak, no one in the entire city of Clovis will care about this issue anymore. Even if 1 or 2 lackeys act on their own, they won't be able to cause much of a stir before they vanish into thin air. Anson Bach is a spellcaster. What does that matter? No, it's actually better this way, because if one day he intends to betray the Franz family, betray you, he will be dead without a burial place in an instant. So I can assert that your identity as a spellcaster is just an excuse. Slowly straightening her slightly trembling body, Sophia calmly said, but it is definitely not the real reason. Clang. The old man's wine glass shattered on the ground, and suddenly a sharp glint flashed in his wide pupils. Sophia was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground. But the next second, his eyes softened again, and he used the corner of his mouth to pick up the pipe he was holding in his right hand. Very good. Don't blindly believe, don't be gullible, make a calm judgment based on all known information, and arrive at a reasonable and objective conclusion. Luther Franz, who had suddenly become rosy and round, almost laughed out loud. My dear Sophia, you are indeed much better than your brother. The girl, whose expression did not change, nodded slightly, desperately trying to control the heartbeat that was about to burst out of her chest. You guessed right, that's just an excuse, or more accurately, part of the reason, the old man said slowly. To be honest, besides these, I have countless other excuses to use to appease you and your brother. For example, the Army High Command's dissatisfaction with Anson Bach, his excessive youth, or the need for him to be sidelined for a while, to gain experience somewhere. I can tell you that just yesterday, a dozen officers angrily came to my door, hoping I could persuade the Army High Command to exile Anson Bach to some deserted island, or somewhere no one can find him. He's just the second son of a minor noble family, and the fact that he's climbed to the rank of colonel has already made many people envious, not to mention his achievements in the Han lands, enough to make bundles of officers lose face. They can't explain why. After a year of fighting the Empire on the Western Front, the most glorious victory was won by a conscripted regiment, but these are all just excuses. Why transfer him? It's simple, because I need someone absolutely trustworthy to fight a war we're about to lose. This bad news is the real reason. Chapter 415. A wonderful place with spring-like weather all year round. So what's the good news? Under the flickering gaslight, Anson, leaning back in his chair, glanced at the pitch-black scenery outside the window and asked casually. The good news is, dear Anson, your reward, and your Storm Master reward, have been successfully issued, Talia replied softly with a smile, although it was delayed for a long time and there were some minor setbacks in between. Fortunately, the officials of the Clovis army are all reasonable gentlemen, very good at listening to others' requests, and making the most objective and fair decisions, Talia said with considerable emotion, her clear eyes sparkling with relief and comfort, like Little Red Riding Hood who had met a kind person. Anson's lips twitched violently. In his stereotypes, the Clovis Royal Army had never had anything to do with words like reasonable, fair and objective, or good at listening. Instead, it was filled with seniority-based hierarchy, order of rank, and deception of superiors and subordinates. From birth to branch of service, all sorts of factions were as numerous as hairs on a cow. Fairness is relative, compared to the Iser Elves bloodline theory, the Empire's knighthood system, and the fragmented Hantu. The Clovis army absolutely has the right to claim fairness and impartiality. After all, no matter how excellent a commoner officer is, without noble blood or bloodline power, which in most cases is essentially the same thing, he cannot become a knight, and he will never have a chance to rise in the imperial system. But in the Clovis Royal Army, as long as one can achieve the leap from soldier to officer through military merit, theoretically, he could become a general, of course, only theoretically. First of all, of course, is rank. A soft sigh came from the other end, although poor Talia has tried her best to explain the objective facts to them without directly pressuring them. The army is very stubborn in this regard, resolutely refusing to grant Anson the rank of brigadier general, and he can only remain a colonel. I'm sorry, Anson, this time. Talia couldn't help, the girl said with great regret. Anson, however, didn't know what was there to regret, and his emotions were very stable. The army certainly wouldn't grant him the rank of brigadier general. Not to mention that his current colonel rank was already highly questionable, and he was only 23 years old. A 23-year-old brigadier general, well, unless Ludwig Franz decided to lead the Southern Army in rebellion tomorrow and declare independence in Iser, he really couldn't see any possibility of it. Even with the support of the Franz family and the sponsorship of the Rune family, rank promotion still had to follow the basic law. For a graduate who had left the military academy less than a year ago, to be promoted from captain to colonel was probably the limit that the Royal Army could tolerate. It should be said that since being awarded the rank of colonel in Eaglehorn, Anson had never expected to go any further. The fact that the Army High Command had actually gritted their teeth and accepted the colonel rank was already shocking enough. Of course, understanding is one thing, but what needs to be fought for still needs to be fought for. Anson sighed softly, gazing out the window with a hint of disappointment. It's all right, I am a soldier of the Kingdom of Clovis. As a soldier, serving the kingdom is only right and proper. As for the rest, I don't care, I only care about whether I can achieve financial freedom. Anson silently thought to himself. Dear Anson, you are still so principled, Talia said with admiration, her sweet smile carrying a comforting power. If the gentlemen of the Royal Army could understand Anson as well as Talia does, they would surely regret their wrong decisions for the rest of their lives. Comforted by her words, Anson could only smile, while a chill ran down his spine as his mind raced with wild thoughts. Fortunately, Talia has some good news to share with dear Anson. With that, the girl gently raised her right hand, letting a drop of blood from her bitten index finger fall onto the parchment on the table before her. The blood, soaking the paper, visibly transformed into a string of elegant characters before his eyes. By the decree of His Majesty the King, Anson Bach, former commander of the conscripted corps, is hereby appointed commander of the Storm Division, concurrently serving as garrison commander of White Whale Harbor. This appointment shall take effect the day after the order is signed. Privy Council of the Kingdom of Clovis. These few dozen words contained a tremendous amount of information. First, it didn't mention the Storm Division's organization, only appointing him as its commander, meaning the army had no intention of dismantling or altering it. Of course, the downside was that no new units could be added. However, Anson wasn't too concerned about this, since the Storm Division was already an overstretched reinforced infantry division, 4 infantry regiments, 1 grenadier regiment, 1 cavalry battalion, 1 reinforced artillery company, and 1 guard company. Even disregarding training levels, the number of cavalry and artillery alone was twice that of a regular Clovis infantry division. Furthermore, Anson, being a skirmisher, had an additional skirmisher company in each infantry regiment, making the actual strength 6 regiments. Anson was quite surprised that the Royal Army would even voluntarily acknowledge this overstaffed force. After all, once registered as a formal organization, it cannot be disbanded unless there are unforeseen circumstances, and the army bears all the military expenses. In addition, he now held the additional position of commander of the White Whale Harbor garrison, which was standard practice. Commanders of standing legions, besides the 4 major legions, mostly had other duties, with garrison commanders being a common example. According to the Clovis Kingdom's administrative system, the garrison forces in Clovis City and the central provinces were generally called security forces, those in wealthier provinces near the center were called provincial legions, and the more important fortified armies in border provinces were called garrison forces. The status and authority of these 3 types of garrison forces were inversely proportional to their distance from the royal capital, Clovis City. Aside from the exceptional Imperial Guard, the provincial security forces in the central provinces were practically devoid of any real power, used by wealthy nobles and aristocrats seeking to coast through life and climb the ranks. They spent most of their time outnumbering thieves and bandits, their fighting ability comparable to that of stray dogs in the countryside. The second-tier provincial legions fared slightly better, serving as the main force for maintaining order and suppressing riots and disturbances throughout the Kingdom of Clovis. Generally, they possessed some fighting ability and were frequently drawn from the front lines as reserve troops. However, Their actual fighting capacity was also a mystery. The commanders of the provincial legions wielded more power than the security forces, allowing them considerable freedom in using military funds, leading to widespread corruption. Karl Bain, for example, once complained that a provincial legion commander he served under not only embezzled all the military funds but also failed to keep any money for recruiting soldiers. As a result, to avoid a surprise inspection, he had to hastily recruit a group of vagrants and train them for 48 hours with painted prop guns to prevent his superior from being executed on the spot. To thank Karl for saving his life, or rather, to keep him quiet, his superior kindly promoted him, sending him to a particularly lucrative fortress as the commander of an infantry battalion. Yes, that happened exactly 1 month before the fall of Thundercastle. As the garrison furthest from the capital, often stationed on the border or in combat zones, their rank and authority were the highest. The garrison commander had virtually unlimited jurisdiction and command over their troops, nominally receiving no orders or assignments from anyone except the Royal Army and the Privy Council. The commanders of key fortresses, in particular, held positions comparable to castle lords. They even possessed semi-independent administrative units, responsible only to the commander himself, with even the Royal Army rarely interfering. Local garrisons, on the other hand, were slightly less independent, not only because they bore some of the burden of urban security, but also because half of their expenses were borne by the local government, making them less independent. Anson was fairly satisfied with the appointment. If he couldn't become the security force of Clovis City, his second hope was to become a local garrison, which would make it easier to make money, cough cough, serving the kingdom. Nevertheless, he still had a small problem with the appointment letter. White Whale Harbor, what kind of place is that? Anson frowned slightly. The name sounded like a coastal city, but whether he was now or former Anson, he had spent most of his life in the central provinces and the south, while Clovis's entire coastline was in the north. A very beautiful seaside city, with spring-like scenery all year round, Talia replied with a smile, a hint of slyness in her eyes. You will definitely like it very much, oh? Anson's expression showed a slight surprise. Let's not talk about that, let's talk about something truly meaningful. Talia changed the subject. Dear Anson, do you remember the plan you talked about with Talia at Lund's Manor half a year ago? Anson nodded slightly with a calm expression, but his heart suddenly tightened. Clearly, this was her true purpose. Over the past few months, Talia, following Anson's instructions, acquired many factories in and around Clovis City, establishing a military-industrial enterprise belonging to the Rune family. This was certainly not easy, but with the help of many friends, it was successfully achieved. Everything is just as you described. Countless orders have poured in like snowflakes, in less than a year, in just 2 months. The factories had already recouped all costs and made up for much of the previous losses, but as Clovis City recovers, the high profits from arms manufacturing have gradually decreased, and the previous exorbitant profits are gone. So, dear Anson, what's the next step? It's simple. Now that it has gradually recovered, it's time to expand. Anson smiled confidently, his gaze fixed on the dark window. The war at the Iser Royal Court is over, but that doesn't mean the war between the Empire and Clovis will end. On the contrary, intimidated by the Church of Order's sudden intervention in secular politics, neither side dares, nor can, stop expanding their armies and mobilizing, because once weakness is exposed, the opponent or even the Church of Order might intervene, even to avoid the fate of the Iser elves. Both sides must remain tough, and the newly unified Hantu kingdom, although it has declared a ceasefire with the Empire, as long as they still have a shred of rationality, it is impossible for them to stop arming themselves. These are markets that the Rune family can continue to explore and develop. You mean, not only to sell weapons to Hantu, but also to the Empire? Talia asked, quite puzzled. Exactly, Anson nodded in agreement. A qualified arms dealer not only sells weapons to his friends, but also to his enemies, because if you don't sell, he'll naturally go find someone else, or even try to manufacture them himself. But if you sell to him cheaply and in large quantities, he'll gradually develop a dependency, using money to solve everything, and you can use this to understand his war potential. Isn't it much better than a blockade? Of course, given the current intensity of the war between the two sides, such profit margins are very limited, especially since the Kingdom of Clovis has always maintained very strict control over the military industry. It's not easy to cultivate the market deeply, because the demand is limited. Therefore, the simplest way is to create demand. Anson snapped his fingers. As long as there is war, weapons will always be the second most essential commodity after wheat and potatoes, and if you can seize a brand new, newly developed market before everyone else, you can capture the most lucrative share of the profits. In the Han lands, although the Rune family successfully seized the new market, they were unable to defeat the inexpensive and high-quality Leiden, as well as the rising star Leopold, due to insufficient preparation, but now we are well prepared. Before I returned, I heard from the arms dealer representative, Lord Eric, that the August Armory's current production capacity can fully support a long-term operation of several thousand men. Therefore, we now have a supply and demand blueprint. Its demand must be sufficient, lasting at least 1 to 3 years. Its scale cannot be too large, just around several thousand, ensuring that newcomers cannot forcibly squeeze into the market. Judging from the current situation, the best choice is the northern colonies. Anson spoke excitedly, speaking eloquently to Talia, whose face was full of anticipation and curiosity. Firstly, the kingdom of Clovis has only been cultivating there for less than half a century, and there are still large tracts of territory that can be occupied, and a large number of alien races that our army can attack. Moreover, we have an excellent reason, which is to curb the empire's expansion in the colonies and seize the resources of the New World. We just need to win over some powerful colonies, like Istragenfjord, and help them expand their territory by providing them with weapons, or simply support a local garrison commander and turn him into our... His words trailed off. Anson, who had been excited just a moment ago, suddenly widened his eyes, his mouth agape, as if someone had grabbed his throat. He suddenly seemed to understand something. Under the flickering gaslight, Talia still smiled, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. In the brief silence, Anson suddenly felt a little short of breath. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Talia blinked. What question? It's that White Whale Harbor, accompanied by a cold sweat of terror. Anson forced a smile. Where is she? White Whale Harbor, dear Anson, I just told you, how could I forget? Talia chuckled. No, it can't be. Istragenfjord, can it? Yes, that's it. Talia nodded seriously. Istragenfjord, a wonderful place where it's spring all year round. Chapter 416 Northport. My first visit to Northport was in the summer of the 75th year of the Saints' calendar. To be honest, this city, which embodied all the Clovis people's fantasies about the sea, didn't leave an entirely good impression on me, who was only 6 years old at the time. It was like a bustling and chaotic market, a canvas stained with countless colors and paints, a theater simultaneously filled with laughter and heartbreak, a miniature, representative, realistic yet magical world. I must admit, as a child born in the inner city of Clovis, I did have a bit of city boy pride, although Northport was a prosperous and very welcoming place. To my hospitable landlord and his equally hospitable family, I was probably just an annoying brat from the capital exuding an unpleasant aura. The purpose of our family's visit that year was to see off Uncle Joseph. Unlike my indifferent self, Uncle Joseph was a very friendly person to everyone, with passion in his veins. It was thanks to him selling his small business that my parents finally managed to scrape together my school fees, so I was really torn. I adored Uncle Joseph, but if he hadn't sold his business and given up his decision to adventure in the New World, our family's finances would have been absolutely insufficient to send me to St. John's College. But on the last night before his departure, Uncle Joseph still took me to visit the North Harbor docks. That was a scene I'll never forget. It was pitch black, the starry sky and the boundless sea merged into one in the darkness. Standing before the docks, I felt like I was standing on the edge of the world, an invisible fear enveloping me. Trembling, I asked Uncle Joseph, "What's on the other side of the sea?" He told me hopefully, "On the other side of the sea is the New World. There are vast wildernesses, countless mineral deposits, all sorts of tribes, and all kinds of faiths. It's an adventurer's paradise, a playground full of opportunities and challenges." We strolled along the beach for a whole night, almost causing Uncle Joseph to miss his flight. Before boarding the ship, he held me close, pointing to the sea behind him. "Look over there, my little Fabian. One day I'll come back for you in my own boat, and then our whole family can go to the New World and live a good life." We stayed with him until he boarded the ship, standing on the dock watching his figure, waving to us, disappear on the horizon. That was the last time I saw my Uncle Joseph. For the next 2 or 3 years, I successfully attended St. John's Church College, during which time I wrote countless letters to Uncle Joseph who had gone to the New World. Some were discovered and confiscated by my mother, and some were successfully sent. But the final result was the same, no word. Years later, when I joined the Guards, I accidentally found a file that recorded the population of all those who went to the New World over the past 60 years due to bankruptcy, unemployment, deportation, exile, business, prison escape. Of these, 25% would die or go missing within the first 2 to 3 years due to various accidents, including but not limited to murder, severe cold, plague, traffic accidents, disappearances, and small-scale conflicts. 35 to 45% would fall into hunger, extreme poverty, and malnutrition, barely surviving for 10 to 20 years. The remaining 35% or so of the population established new communities and some basic order in the local colony. As for how many of them would be able to improve their lives, or even achieve their own success, I dared not continue reading, for my reason told me that it was a very small number. Therefore, to this day, I still firmly believe that Uncle Joseph is certainly very successful in the New World, with his own estate, property, and merchant ships, and a large family, unlike his less successful nephew, who celebrates the centenary of the saint's calendar alone in a cramped bachelor apartment. Tonight, there was a very heated meeting at the Guards' headquarters. The superiors seem to be plotting something, but that has nothing to do with me. I just want to gain seniority in the Guards so that I can stay in Clovis. I heard a new colleague named David is coming tomorrow, a young and promising fellow. I hope I won't get involved in my boss's plans. I hope. Fabian, wearing only a shirt, gently closed his diary and left his desk, gazing out the window with a nostalgic look. Although it was late November, the azure sky remained clear, showing no sign of the approaching winter gloom, and the golden sun hung high overhead, making everything appear dazzling. This was Northport, Clovis's largest port, the second largest city in the country after the capital. Rewind a month, when the Storm Division, celebrating the start of their new life aboard the extreme cold storm steam train, received both good and bad news from a former deputy commander. The good news was that their organizational structure was secured. The Storm Division had been officially incorporated into the Royal Army's standing army, retaining all its existing structure and even having its own garrison. The bad news was that their garrison was in White Whale Port, a colony in the New World. After fully recovering from their drunken stupor and repeatedly confirming with the embarrassed Storm Division commander that the information was correct, the entire Storm Division launched a small-scale mutiny on the train that very night. A colony? Were they kidding? What was the difference between this and exile? As a conscripted unit, they had fought bloody battles in Eaglehorn, campaigned across the wildlands, and risked their lives in either. Also, they could get a permanent position and live a life of ease in the rear, not suffer in a frozen colony. Moreover, when they arrived at the Itherian court before the main Southern Legion returned to carry out the Western Great Turnaround Plan, the deputy commander had personally promised them a permanent position, and with luck, they might even become members of the Royal Guard. Now the Royal Guard was gone, replaced by White Whale Harbor. What kind of place was White Whale Harbor? The huge disparity, especially with their base being a colony far from Clovis City, not even on the Old World, caused unprecedented panic within the Storm Division. They simply couldn't accept this outcome. With a unanimous recommendation of all soldiers, the commanders of the 5 infantry regiments, along with the commanders of the artillery company and cavalry battalion, collectively announced an emergency military meeting, demanding an immediate explanation from their division commander. Looking at these unfortunate souls who had been forcibly pushed forward, the equally devastated Anson could only act as a parrot, following Talia's instructions from the night before. First of all, Whale Harbor wasn't some ghost town. It was the most important colony of the Kingdom of Clovis in the New World, the core area of Ice Dragon Fjord, a sizable shipping and trading center. Although it had been less than 50 years since its inception, the city had already taken shape, with a permanent population of approximately 50,000. In the New World, this was already one of the top large cities. Secondly, they weren't randomly dispatched this time. They were traveling with the royal fleet, so there was absolutely no need to worry about their safety. With gunboats and cruisers present, no foolish pirate would dare attack them. As for exile, that was out of the question. The only confirmation was the formation of the Storm Division. From now on, it would be the garrison of White Whale Harbor. Officers and soldiers would continue with their promotions and retirements, with the same treatment and salaries as the garrison legion. There was no question of waiting until death. Finally, and this was the issue most concerning to everyone in the Storm Division, the New World was very safe, and the local natives were extremely weak. even more so than the Hantu army, fitting the definition of rotten fish and shrimp. In short, don't believe or spread rumors, and don't speculate about the missions assigned by superiors. Having the opportunity to fight for the kingdom, for the Austrian royal family, was a blessing for all officers and soldiers of the Storm Division. Under Anson's self-hypnotic persuasion, or rather, under Lisa's gunpoint threat, the discerning representatives quickly understood the situation and, carrying the proclamation written by the junior scribe over the entire day, began to spread the truth to the soldiers, carriage after carriage. Thus, this mutiny, which had lasted all day, was quelled in less than 3 hours. The reason was simple: nobody wanted to rebel. The Storm Division, fresh from the Battle of the Vastlands, from Commander Anson down to the lowest-ranking soldier, were all raking in profits, their pockets bulging, and the church's bank held over 100,000 in public funds. Unless driven to desperation, who would willingly risk their life in such a situation? Having received concrete assurances, they, like Anson before them, readily accepted this drastically different outcome. Accompanied by the steam train's whistle and resigned sighs, the Storm Division aboard the extreme cold storm arrived at Northport. From there, they would depart on Royal Fleet warships, traversing the supposedly reef and storm-ridden sea to Icedragon Fjord. Gazing at the city that held so many of his childhood memories, the former Imperial Guard officer sighed, his deep gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Just as he was about to go out for a stroll before departure, a knock came at the door behind him. "Come in." The door opened, and a young clerk carrying a black leather bag appeared before him. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency Fabian." Although the two were already quite familiar, the young clerk still bowed to him. "I hope I haven't disturbed your rest." "Good afternoon, Your Excellency Endowed." Glancing at the scenery outside the window, Fabian casually chatted. "No, never mind. Is there something you need?" "Yes, I need your help." The young clerk nodded seriously. "Have you been to Northport before?" "I was here once. But that was a long time ago." Fabian frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "I was purchasing military supplies before departure. You know, we only brought a very small amount of necessities when we set off, and we basically used them all up on the way," the young clerk said solemnly. "Originally, I planned to buy them directly at the market, but the prices in Northport are just too expensive. The price of bread is 30% more than in Clovis City, and dairy and meat products are twice as much as in Clovis City. Of course, Northport is a port city, and it doesn't have much farmland or manor." Fabian nodded slightly. "And then, so I went straight to the city hall, walked into the lobby, and told the clerk in charge of receiving me that I was the secretary of Storm Master Commander Anson Bach and needed to allocate some of the city's military supplies," the junior secretary recalled, "and then, they laughed." A burst of laughter. "I thought so too." Looking at Endowed, who was still less than the height of a table, Fabian's expression became serious. "This is really puzzling." "Yes, that's what I thought too. I really don't understand why they laughed," the junior secretary agreed wholeheartedly. "Especially a young female receptionist, or more accurately, most likely a lady of high status, seemed very eager to know my father and mother's names, and at the same time very welcoming of me to her home." "Did you go?" Fabian suddenly became curious. "Of course not. I have a heavy responsibility," the junior clerk said solemnly. "I pointed out to them that their actions seriously violated Article 5, Section 3 of the Regulations on the Powers and Responsibilities of Administrative Units and Clerks of St. 62, which stipulated the standards for hospitality towards military administrative personnel, as well as Article 6, which was reiterated in St. 65, and all the rights granted to me by Article 2, Section 3. She seemed to immediately realize her mistake, but quickly pointed out that according to Article 2, Section 7 of the Regulations on the Standards of Parliaments at all levels, published in St. 80 and revised in St. 92, the Northport City Council, the government, the church, and the courts now have the right to refuse me any legal or illegal rights that belong to me. Unfortunately, she seems to be right, the junior clerk sighed. "She really said that?" Fabian blinked. "No," the junior clerk shook his head. "She said the mayor of Begang left work early today to celebrate his daughter's birthday, and asked me to come tomorrow. By the way, she is the mayor's daughter." "I thought so too." Fabian nodded. "Then what do you need me to do?" "She gave me her home address, and I think I can try again tonight." The junior clerk handed him a note. "I think if I can explain the regulations on the powers and responsibilities of administrative units and clerks to her father in person, the mayor of Begang will certainly not refuse. I told you, I only came once when I was very young." Fabian shook his head. You can go by yourself, there might be some courtesy reception, and I'm still a minor, so I can't drink. They can tell, they won't force you to drink. The banquet is at night, and I'm afraid of the dark. Okay, I'll go with you. Satisfied, Fabian accepted the junior clerk's invitation. Just as the two were about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, why did you come to find me? Because Lord Anson Bach and Chief of Staff Karl are both out. Both are out. Yes, they went to discuss the ship with the royal fleet. Fabian was taken aback. He took the initiative to board the ship. When did our commander become so brave? Chapter 417 Fishing Boat. If Anson were to list the 10 things he least wanted to do in his life, traveling by ship would certainly be in the top 3. This wasn't because he, as a member of the Royal Army, had any objection to the Royal Navy's claim to Clovis. Quite the opposite. Considering the Empire's land blockade of Clovis, the Navy was, in some ways, even more important than the Army. After all, even if the entire Royal Army disappeared tomorrow, the military industry's production capacity and basic mobilization capabilities could quickly rebuild a new legion sufficient for emergency response. But if the warships of North Harbor vanished without a trace, the Clovis would truly have to say goodbye to the sea for at least the next few decades. If it weren't for his physical condition, Anson would actually prefer the Navy. Army officers needed to prove themselves through military merit, while the Navy's greatest contribution to the kingdom was simply ensuring that he and his ship were still alive. Moreover, Clovis's standing army numbered nearly 200,000, and with the conscripts temporarily used to fill trenches, the number was more than double. The Navy only had one fleet, but its annual military expenditure budget was more than 2/3 that of the Army. This doesn't even include the annual shipyard maintenance costs, special allocations for naval recruits, and the expenses for maintaining and building new ships, all of which are paid from the Royal Bank's accounts, without even needing Privy Council approval. Considering that even the Royal Guard has now been disbanded and reorganized, and is now under the supervision of the Privy Council, the Navy, which still maintains a high degree of independence, is definitely more qualified than the Army to bear the title of Royal. Of course, as a member of the Royal Army, Anson firmly believes that a brave and fearless army is a million times better than those scrawny Navy sailors. Things like salaries, allowances for going to sea, tax breaks, veterans insurance, these insignificant details cannot affect his absolute loyalty to the Army. With boundless loyalty to the Royal Army, Anson took Karl Bain and flagged down a rental carriage by the roadside, heading to the Royal Navy headquarters in the North Port. This was a colossal coastal fortress, imbued with the modern style of the Saints' Calendar 100, even surpassing the scale of the southern fortress where Anson had once served. Its towering, thick gray walls and countless large coastal defense batteries were enough to impress any first-time visitor. So I still don't understand, why do you insist on leaving now? Looking at the fortress gates across the way, which seemed designed for giants, Karl Bain, standing by the roadside, looked at Anson with a puzzled expression. Winter is almost here, can't we spend the winter in North Harbor and leave after spring? Anson, silent on this obvious question, simply rolled his eyes and sighed deeply. Dear Anson, this is just a small suggestion from Talia. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, you and your Stormcaster should ideally arrive at Ice Dragon Fjord before February of Saints' Calendar 101. Based on some unverified clues, Whale Harbor isn't as safe as most people imagine. Of course, poor Talia doesn't understand military matters. So it's up to dear Anson to decide, recalling Talia's well-intentioned reminder before leaving. It would be hard for a normal person not to misinterpret it as a client urging their employee to hurry up. But Anson knew very well that what she called unexpected was very likely true. Back during the Battle of Eaglehorn, Louis Bernard had warned that the Emperor, in order to break the current stalemate on the Western Front, was trying to expand into the New World by increasing troops, and also he had a tendency to mobilize the fleet to blockade shipping routes. It's not hard to understand why the Empire would have such plans. Anson would do the same. Compared to the vast empire, Clovis, with its limited territory, would inevitably become highly dependent on trade, especially trade from its colonies, if it wanted to win a total war. Coal, timber, steel, animal hides, war is always the most terrifying money-devouring beast in the world. Without the continuous influx of raw materials and even large-scale primary agricultural products from the colonies, Clovis, with its size, simply couldn't sustain a protracted war of attrition against the Empire. According to some unreliable rumors, this was also the reason why the army finally gritted its teeth and accepted his colonel rank, Relying on this somewhat unreliable ally, the Hantu greatly alleviated Clovis's demand for many primary materials, especially agricultural products. To some extent, Clovis's ability to recover from the riots in just a few months was at least indirectly contributed by his storm division. Therefore, if Anson didn't want to have the honor of becoming the last colony's garrison commander, he absolutely couldn't wait until next year. He had to set off immediately, even braving the harsh winter blizzards. The two men entered the headquarters and were greeted by a naval commodore named Taro Cecil. He wore a neat silver-black uniform, spotless boots, and brand-new white gloves. His weathered face was framed by sharp, eagle-like eyes and a meticulously groomed beard. Although Clovis's navy and army used the same rank system, the actual prestige of each rank differed. For example, a commodore was typically the pinnacle of most mid to high-ranking officers' careers, roughly equivalent to corps commander or deputy commander of a legion in the army. But in the navy, he was more likely the captain of a heavy cruiser or the first mate of a battleship. Clovis could conscript 20 or 30 corps with a wave of his hand, but even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't possibly assemble 20 battleships. And the man's surname was Cecil. They had already inquired beforehand. The mayor of Northport happened to be from the Cecil family. This coincidence filled Anson and Carl with awe, and they both tacitly agreed that they had found the right person, and they firmly believed that this brigadier general's position was earned through his own hard work and had nothing to do with the powerful Cecil family of North Harbor. Indeed, just like the Archbishop's son, the remarkable Rear Admiral Ludwig Franz, regarding your and the Storm Division's requests, the Royal Navy is already largely aware of them. After a series of meaningless pleasantries, Brigadier General Taro Cecil paused, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking. But unfortunately, we must refuse your request, Colonel Anson Bach. This is absolutely not because we intend to defy the Privy Council's decision, nor is it due to a pointless dispute between the Navy and the Army. It is simply because we must abide by the Royal Navy's regulations. Unless His Majesty himself orders it, the fleet will not conduct any additional military operations during the winter. Please believe me, we are truly just following the rules. We have absolutely no intention of making things difficult for you. Brigadier General Taro was utterly frank. I understand, it must be because of this. Anson nodded slightly, looking at Brigadier General Taro with an air of seriousness. I believe you, but at the same time, please understand that we understand our naval brothers. It's the Royal Navy, Brigadier General Taro corrected. I understand the Royal Navy's predicament, Anson smiled. Therefore, we are not requesting that you all be mobilized, but only requesting a small fleet, about 2 or 3 light cruisers, for escort. Moreover, traveling from Northport to Eystragon Fjord requires excellent navigators and helmsmen. Besides the elite Royal Navy, where else in the entire Clovis can we find such talent? Your assessment is very objective. It has been a long time since I've heard such a fair evaluation from my army friends, Brigadier General Taro praised. But even so, we still cannot accept your request. As I said, unless His Majesty himself issues an order, the Royal Navy will not carry out any additional missions during the winter. Looking at this smiling, breezy Brigadier General, Anson couldn't help but sigh inwardly, glancing at Carl Bain beside him. Sensing a suggestive gaze sweep over him, the diligent Chief of Staff immediately sat up straight, coughed twice, and gave the Brigadier General a meaningful smile. Excuse me, my commander's description was somewhat inaccurate. We don't want the valiant Royal Navy to escort us. Oh, then we want to lease a few. What? You want to lease warships? Before Carl could finish speaking, Brigadier General Taro, his face changing drastically, jumped up from his chair as if someone had stepped on his foot, and roared at the two men. This is the greatest humiliation for the Royal Navy. The rising stars of the army, the heroes of the Hantu War, are actually this kind of trash. I am utterly shocked. The Royal Navy will never forget this humiliation. Colonel Anson Bach and Major Carl Bain, I assure you both that the proud Royal Navy will never yield to the Privy Council behind you, or any powerful force. The Royal Navy will certainly not submit to the Central, to any power. Carl quickly said, we just want to lease a few warships. No, cargo ships. Cargo ships, yes. What for? For arms dealing. Carl quickly glanced at Anson beside him, and after receiving confirmation, quickly replied, to protect the Rune family's arms business. The office suddenly fell silent. After a long silence, Brigadier General Taro, as if just recovering from shock, looked at Anson with suspicion. The Rune family of Lund Manor, that's right, Anson answered casually, feigning ease. And the Franz family. Before I was officially promoted to the Storm Division, they were my investors. To be honest, even my position as garrison commander was arranged by them, hoping to expand the market and open the August Armory in the New World. But I'm in the army, and to move my soldiers and factories to the New World, I need a lot of cargo ships. Brigadier General Terrell raised an eyebrow. Yes, Anson gave him a knowing smile. Fast and sturdy cargo ships. Brigadier General Terrell nodded thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow at Anson. Your Excellency Colonel Anson Bach, I must remind you, the Royal Navy's cargo ships are very expensive. Oh? Anson and Carl exchanged a glance, a knowing smile playing on their faces. Bank transfer or cash? Cash, Brigadier General Terrell replied without hesitation. How many war cargo ships do you need? We have 6,000 soldiers, 20 light and heavy cannons, and 300 war horses, Carl Bain said in a deep voice. Then I recommend the light cruisers serious in bullfighting. Brigadier General Taro's eyes lit up. These two ships are of average strength but very fast, capable of carrying a considerable amount of supplies. Most importantly, they are each equipped with at least 20 18-pound cannons, sufficient to handle most threats. Of course, 6,000 men, plus equipment and livestock, certainly can't be squeezed into just two ships, so if you wish, I can lease 2 or 3 more of a lower class, but with the same carrying capacity and speed. Are there many threats on the turbulent seas? Carl couldn't help but ask. That depends on how you define threat, Brigadier General Taro said with a meaningful smile. Newcomers to the sea generally have two views on the ocean. The first sees the legendary monsters, reefs, storms, and the magic of the old gods as the greatest dangers. The second sees those who pilot warships and possess beings equal to or even superior to themselves as the real threat. The Chief of Staff nodded thoughtfully. Which one is correct? Neither. Brigadier General Taro shook his head. At sea, nothing is safe. Running aground is death. Being eaten by a sea monster is also death. You might be killed by a visible enemy, or you might be killed by an invisible one. Every voyage is a race against death. Every return is a narrow escape. Therefore the entire Royal Navy is the most devout believer of the Ring of Order. Carl Bain. Having settled the matter of the warship, the two said no more and rose to bid farewell to the Brigadier General. Please wait. Just as they were about to leave, Brigadier General Taro suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped them. Well, I suddenly thought of something. Do you need a fishing boat? A fishing boat? Anson and Carl looked at each other in bewilderment. Yes, I just suddenly thought that if we were to set up a military factory in the New World, it would be best to send a fishing boat specifically for transportation. Brigadier General Taro said seriously. Of course, I mean the kind of fishing boat with a deadweight tonnage of 2,000 tons, 3 decks, a displacement of 3,500 tons, equipped with 60 24-pounder guns and 2 68-pounder guns, and a speed of 10 knots. Anson Bach, you mean the Crown battleship? No, Brigadier General Taro denied. I meant the Crown fishing boat. With your numbers and cargo, you'd need at least 4 or 5 cargo ships, but with a fishing boat, one will suffice. Anson Bach, and if it's a fishing boat, I can give you an additional 30% discount. Of course, it must be in cash. Taro Cecil pressed. What do you two think? Anson and Carl exchanged a glance, smiled, and stepped forward to shake the Brigadier General's hand. Deal. Chapter 418 The Other Side of the Sea. A single battleship couldn't possibly transport the entire Storm Division to the colony, but that didn't stop Brigadier General Taro Cecil from using it as an excuse to demand exorbitant prices from Anson, while simultaneously probing his true intentions. As the person pushed forward by Naval Headquarters, he couldn't possibly be unaware of the Storm Division's presence on his territory. He knew perfectly well that the Franz family was behind them. But the clearer the information, the more necessary it was to probe. After all, not only the Army, but also the Royal Navy, harbored the same resentment towards the Franz family's growing influence through their reliance on the Church. They were wary of whether the Franz family intended to encroach upon their territory and needed to ascertain their true purpose. The Royal Navy couldn't defy the Privy Council's decision, but since this suddenly appearing army insisted on immediate departure, even with the Rune and Franz families behind them, how could they refuse to pay a transit fee? Moreover, Taro Cecil had handled the situation impeccably, leaving no room for criticism even if one tried to find fault later, to carry out orders, to cooperate with the interests of the Rune family, and even to the point of deploying battleships to assist our army brothers. What more could you want? As for the cost of the warship rental, these are battleships. Even if they're labeled fishing boats, they're still battleships, so a higher price is only reasonable. Anson initially intended to refuse this feigned generosity and extortion. But just as Carl was about to step in and refuse, he changed his mind. The reason was simple: the August Armory's market expansion plan, and the pie in the sky he had prepared for the Rune family, were not one-off deals. Compared to France, who was based in Clovis, the Cecil family, entrenched in North Harbor, was clearly closer to the colonies. Furthermore, although he was in the army, if the Empire truly intended to take action against the colonies, given Clovis's current situation, Anson felt that relying on the Royal Navy's fleet was more practical than hoping for reinforcements from the homeland. Since that's the case, why not let the other side gain a little advantage first to show goodwill, and also win over Cecil and the Navy, paving the way for future cooperation? When making money, the more friends the better. Of course, everything he's doing now is reasonable and legal, and has nothing to do with misuse of public resources, collusion between the military, corruption, or forging military orders. What? Who can prove it? The Cecil family, and the entire Royal Navy, can testify for him. Besides, this isn't just for the benefit of the Storm Division, but also a way to resolve the long-standing conflict between the Navy and the Army, acting as a bridge between the two sides. As a soldier, is there any more selfless and loyal act for the country? For a moment, Anson was moved by his own loyalty. It was as if some incomparably noble ideal was slowly brewing in his heart. After agreeing on the rental price, a satisfied Taro Cecil invited the two to have dinner at the Navy headquarters. As a coastal city, North Harbor's culinary habits differ greatly from the ancient traditions of Clovis. The overall style ranges from salty to sweet and sour, with a preference for fresh food over preserved dishes. However, it must be said that Clovis's cuisine consists mainly of roast chicken and various sausages. They certainly don't have many truly sophisticated dishes. This is not only ridiculed by the Empire, who mocked the Clovis's menu as being solely about sausages, but even the Clovis themselves seem to share this sentiment. Despite their aversion to bland and simply stewed food, they fervently embrace imperial cuisine. The Clovis Truth Gazette once published a joke about this. An imperial knight went to Clovis, wanting to taste the most authentic local cuisine, only to be told that he could only find it in the most dilapidated tavern in the outer city, because all the high-end hotels in the inner city only serve authentic imperial cuisine. You'll only taste the flavors of your hometown. Since they were at naval headquarters, the three of them ate very simple working meals, totaling only 6 dishes: a platter of fresh oysters, lobster bisque, salt and pepper cod, fried beef rolls, mashed potatoes with vegetable salad, and pickled sardines, plus tirpitz rum for drinks. The main course was a local specialty of small pancakes, similar in size to breakfast buns, containing maple syrup in addition to refined flour and eggs, but very refreshing and not at all greasy. Carl, however, preferred the licorice candy as dessert. As a long-time smoker who had breathed in the smoke of gunpowder in the trenches for many years, this snack was very helpful in relieving his sore throat. November 15, 10 a.m., clear. North Harbor. Perhaps due to the approaching winter, despite the cloudless sky, the still sea appeared unusually deserted, completely lacking the legendary bustling activity of 1,000 sails obscuring the sun. Few travelers or pedestrians were to be seen on the streets along the dock. Of course, considering the Empire's current plans to attack and blockade the Clovis colony, the quietness wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Accompanied by the melodious tolling of bells, a fleet consisting of 13 merchant ships, 4 light cruisers, and 1 battleship lay across the azure sea outside the harbor. The golden sunlight reflected off the white sails, making it exceptionally dazzling. The Crown battleship, the only one in the fleet with 3 decks, stood out among the other warships, immediately eliciting exclamations of surprise from the Storm Division officers and men on shore. With a deadweight tonnage of 2,000 tons, a displacement of 3,500 tons, a length of 80 meters, a width of 20 meters, and armed with 60 24-pounder cannons and 2 68-pounder Karen cannons, she was the pride of the Royal Navy, the Crown, the fleet's designated flagship. Of course, that was then. Clovis, a nation with a relatively short coastline and little tradition of maritime culture, could never match the size of its fleet compared to the Empire or the 3 North Sea nations. Even if it could afford warships, it lacked a sufficient number of sailors. Given its inability to expand its coastline in the short term, Clovis needed to build a powerful fleet, at least in terms of firepower and defense, capable of overwhelming the Empire's equivalent fleet if it wanted to secure a place in the oceans and colonies. Therefore, from a very early age, Clovis had been fascinated by new warships, experimenting with steamships even while St. Isaac was still alive. Its enthusiasm for modernizing warships even surpassed that of nations renowned for their navies. Battleships like the HMS Royal Power and the 4 light cruisers leased to the Storm Division were all antiques slated for decommissioning and intended for disposal. The Royal Navy's true main fleet had begun to adopt hybrid-powered warships with both sails and steam. Under Commodore Taro Cecil's arrangement, the entire Storm Division began loading cargo onto ships. In addition to the Storm Division, the sailors from the battleships and the 4 light cruisers would also accompany them to Dragon Fjord, where they would be stationed until midsummer. During this period, Anson Bach would have absolute command of the entire fleet, except for not initiating combat without authorization. He could do whatever he wanted with the fleet. This was Commodore Taro's generous return gift to Anson. Of course, he also had to bear the expenses required for the fleet's missions, as these expenses could not be reported. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, Anson saw a girl on the shore in the distance, waving and running towards him, followed by a large group of people who seemed to be trying to stop her. Almost as soon as the girl appeared, Fabian, standing beside him, looked startled, turned around, and ran wildly into the cabin at top speed. "Who is she?" Flora Cecil, the youngest daughter of the mayor of Northport, the junior clerk, looking slightly weary, explained in the simplest way possible. "Last night, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian accompanied me to Miss Flora's birthday party, and he fell in love with her at first sight." Fabian fell in love at first sight. Anson was taken aback. How did he do that? The reason is a bit complicated, the process is shrouded in mystery, and the result seems to have gone a little too far. The junior clerk looked troubled, for the first time not directly answering Anson's question. "Most importantly, because he did me a huge favor, and I promised to always keep it a secret, so I can only tell you, at the time. We hoped to meet her father through Miss Flora, the mayor of Northport, so I came up with a plan, to let Fabian and Miss Flora be alone together for half an hour." Looking bewildered, Anson glanced at the stammering junior clerk, then at the strangely expressioned Carl Bain, and could only shake his head, turning his gaze to the azure sea. Beyond the sea lay the New World. Sorry for the late post. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Time for Breakfast. North of the Kingdom of Clovis lies the turbulent sea. A thin morning mist shrouds the azure waters, the calm surface like a clear, transparent mirror, seemingly allowing one to see right through the entire underwater world. Amidst the drifting mist, a fleet cuts through the waves northward, the spray rhythmically lapping against the hull, leaving trails of foam and spray in their wake that linger long afterward. A gentle sea breeze opens the cabin windows. Although it is late November, and even in the southern city of Clovis, winter is just around the corner, the boundless, turbulent sea offers little chill, only a refreshing coolness carried on the thick moisture. Taking advantage of the invigorating sea breeze, the scribe, Alan Dawn, still in his pajamas after waking up, slumped over his desk, opened his diary, and prepared to catch up on what he had missed the previous night. On November 15th, 100th year of the Saint calendar, with the cooperation of Brigadier General Taro Cecil, the Storm Division officially set sail from North Harbor for the colony of White Whale Harbor in Dragon Fjord. The spirited Lord Anson delivered an inspiring speech on the deck of the Crown battleship, but unfortunately, no one remembered the content of the speech that day, because within the first 5 minutes, Lord Anson and 2/3 of the officers vomited. On the 16th, life on the battleship was more comfortable than I had imagined. The cabins were spacious and comfortable, the sailors' love of cleanliness and tidiness was impressive, and the food was incredibly delicious. If it weren't for the limited fresh water supply and the occasional parasite found in the biscuits, I would have thought I was staying in a high-end hotel in Clovis. Of course, this was mainly because we were on a battleship, with ample supplies and space. I hoped Lord Anson recovers soon. On the 17th, he vomited. On the 18th, he vomited. On the 19th, he vomited again. On the 20th, Lord Anson's condition improved somewhat. He seemed to be gradually adapting to life at sea. On the 21st, he vomited again, until he fell into coma. I must admit, Miss Lisa Bach is truly an extraordinary woman. During Lord Anson's illness, she was responsible for taking care of his daily needs. Besides cleaning, she even prepared his 3 meals a day herself. However, after seeing Miss Lisa's patient care meal, I admit I had my suspicions that this was the culprit causing Lord Anson to remain unconscious all day. On the 22nd, at Lord Anson's strong request, Major Carl Bain secretly brought him a bowl of wheat porridge and fried meatballs while Miss Lisa was asleep. Lord Anson's condition improved considerably that day, but that evening, at Miss Lisa's pleading, he drank the fish soup she had personally cooked. I will never forget the expression of agony on the fish head that surfaced in the boiling water that night. On the 23rd, the master vomited again, and my suspicions are deepening. Startled awake, Anson found himself lying in bed, his limbs weak and his body drenched in cold sweat. He had just had a nightmare, dreaming that he was sitting in the living room of Lund Manor, and Lisa, covered in blood, walked out of Talia's bedroom, carrying a cup of hot coffee bubbling with colorful bubbles, and bread covered in a thick layer of ketchup. Anson, breakfast time oblivious, Anson took the cup and took a small sip. Feeling his teeth hit something wet, slippery, and elastic. Curious, he put down the cup and looked into it, seeing a eyeball surrounded by black hair floating among the colorful bubbles. Sophia Franz's eyeball. Crack, the bread covered in ketchup suddenly made a sound like bones cracking, and then Anson woke up. Looking at Lisa, fast asleep on the coffee table, her face beaming with happiness as if she were an angel descended from heaven, Anson, utterly exhausted and weak, swallowed hard. He hesitated for a minute, then got up, put on his coat and overcoat, carried the exhausted girl to the bed, took off her uniform and boots, and covered her with a blanket to keep her warm. After doing all this, Anson tiptoed carefully, pushed open the door, and left the room, walking down the corridor to the deck. The turbulent sea was unusually calm in the early morning. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, the bright sunlight shone unobstructed onto the deck and the sea, as if the whole world was being washed by the golden dawn. If there was one major difference between the sea and the land, it was the vastness, an unimaginable vastness. This was the turbulent sea. As an army officer, Anson's knowledge of the Navy and the ocean was extremely limited, basically consisting of his memories from his previous life and what the pre-Anson had learned from military academy textbooks, most of which he had hastily learned after arriving at Northport. In his stereotype, the raging sea should be an extremely dangerous body of water, just like its name, with storms at all times, waves starting at 50 meters high, and countless reefs, both visible and hidden, like the steel needles of an Iron Maiden. Carnivorous sea monsters, dozens of meters in size, were everywhere. This wasn't entirely just wild speculation. After all, if it weren't like this, how could one explain why the ordered world had only discovered the nearby New World in the last 100 or 200 years? Because of this idea, after sailing for several days, Anson felt somewhat deceived. This wasn't the raging sea at all, it should clearly be called the peaceful sea. You're awake. Are you feeling better? Just as Anson's thoughts were wandering, a naval officer appeared behind him, slightly surprised. Similar to Commodore Taro, he wore a black and white naval uniform, a wide-brimmed tricorn hat that differed slightly from the army style, and spotless white gloves rested on the hilt of his saber. His slightly brown skin, far from being rough, made him appear even more radiant, full of a unique vitality different from that of the countryside and the city. It's much better than at the beginning, at least I won't faint immediately. Meeting the other's concerned gaze, the pale-faced Anson forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, Colonel William Cecil. The officer before him was the captain of the battleship Crown beneath his feet, the son of Commodore Taro Cecil, and nominally the commander-in-chief of the entire Lease fleet. According to the rules of the Royal Navy, the captain of a battleship must at least be a commodore, let alone a fleet commander. Even a colonel, no matter how senior or experienced, can only command cruisers. But this request for assistance from the Storm Division gave Commodore Taro a glimpse of an opportunity, because although the mission itself was stated openly, the specific names of the leased warships were not clearly stated. Therefore, despite numerous obstacles, the Commodore forced his own son to become the captain of a battleship at the rank of colonel. Although this mission could not be registered or publicly announced within the Navy, whether or not one had actually commanded a battleship was an extremely important qualification, even for generals. In a sense, Colonel William Cecil was even more outrageous than Major General Ludwig. After all, a Major General only served as the commander-in-chief of the conscription corps, while this man had actually become the captain of a former capital ship. Despite being an absolute second-generation power within the naval system, William did not possess the same domineering aura as Ludwig, and he didn't even seem to have much of the Navy's inherent disdain and hostility towards the Army. You've never been to the seaside before, let alone been on a ship, yet you've adapted so quickly. William showed an admiring expression. Captain Anson Bach, perhaps you'd be better suited to be a naval officer. I was on one once when I was in the Han too, but it wasn't for very long, Anson replied casually, wanting to quickly change the subject. Do you usually get up this early? Of course, going to bed early and getting up early is a habit that every naval officer must cultivate. At sea, maintaining health and hygiene is a matter of life and death, allowing no room for carelessness, William said seriously, but quickly smiled again. Speaking of which, would you like to have something to eat together? I mean, if Miss Lisa didn't prepare breakfast for you, then I won't be polite, Anson readily agreed, feeling an immense sense of goodwill towards William. Breakfast at sea couldn't be too complicated, even on a battleship. Besides biscuits, seafood, and pickles, there were only drinks. For some reason that couldn't be said directly, under William's puzzled gaze, Anson resolutely refused the hot coffee and instead ordered a glass of rum. Drinking so early in the morning, is this some kind of army-specific tradition? William asked curiously. That's right, and it has a very long history, Anson lied casually, using the Royal Army as a shield, because the Army's drink is pale beer brewed from wheat, which provides the necessary calories for a day's march. Oh, William exclaimed, suddenly realizing, could it be that this is the secret to the Royal Army's invincibility? Exactly, Anson continued his fabrication. When I was in military academy, I studied skirmishing. I once saw this document, in the first year of the Saints' calendar, at the end of the Sectarian War, in order to stop a church coalition army from advancing north to attack the empire. Clovis urgently sent a small reinforcement force from the southern fortress to intercept them, but they fell into the enemy's trap. The brave and fearless Clovis warriors fought hard for 7 days and 7 nights, even being cut off from their water supply, but in the end they still held out until the reinforcements arrived. Guess why? Pale beer, that's right. It was thanks to the hydration and nutrients provided by the pale beer that this army withstood the exhaustion and casualties, and cooperated with reinforcements to defeat the enemy. And because of this, the army soldiers developed a drinking habit. I see, William nodded seriously, even saying solemnly. I'll consider writing your statement into a report and submitting it to naval headquarters. You won't have any objections, will you? Of course not. We all serve the kingdom and His Majesty, and there shouldn't be any distinction between us. Anson waved his hand magnanimously. Let this report be the first bridge to resolve the conflict between the two sides. And if this really works out in the end, immediately arrange for Miss Sophia to acquire several breweries in the grain-producing areas of the northern province, so that the naval brothers can drink high-quality, low-priced pale beer. Just as Anson's thoughts began to wander to the third level, a voice suddenly rang out outside the restaurant, stirring up his dreams. Anson, breakfast is ready. Chapter 420 The War on the Verge of Being Lost. Huh? The moment the girl's voice rang out, Anson, who had been laughing and chatting just a second ago, jolted, nearly crushing his beer mug under William's strange gaze. His pupils constricted and widened as the girl, hastily dressed, tiptoed towards them, carrying a tray steadily in her small hands. Anson was a patient, and patients needed to be cared for. Mrs. Borner had said that when a loved one was sick, they had to be well cared for. That's what a good girl should do. Lisa was a good girl, so taking care of Anson should definitely be Lisa's responsibility. Ugh, looking at the mess on the table and the bewildered, embarrassed faces of the two, the girl stared wide-eyed, her face full of grievance. Anson already ate breakfast. Why didn't he tell Lisa? Anson's mind went blank. Well, it must be because little Lisa was sleeping, right? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, William Cecil stepped in to smooth things over. As her older brother, Colonel Anson Bach certainly wouldn't disturb little Lisa while she's sleeping. Besides, Lisa must be tired after taking care of her brother for so many days. Lisa isn't tired. The girl whirled around, glaring fiercely at the guy she'd thought was alright just a few days ago. As long as it's for Anson, Lisa is never tired, because Lisa is a good girl. William, caught off guard, twitched his lips, startled to find his hands and feet suddenly turning cold, cold sweat beading on his neck and temples. He, a gifted individual, had actually been frightened by such a cute little girl. It's not just because of that, it's still very early, Anson continued stammering, trying to brush things off, and, mainly, Colonel William Cecil invited me to breakfast, and as his guest, I couldn't refuse his hospitality. Me? William stared at Anson in shock, his expression utterly innocent. But Lisa already made breakfast for Anson. Lisa, looking aggrieved, placed the tray in front of them. What do we do? Threatened into silence, William hunched his shoulders slightly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the girls' carefully prepared patience-loving breakfast, freshly cooked, bubbly hot coffee resembling boiling mud, and whole wheat bread with a tantalizing aroma that looked exactly like coal. Swallowing hard, William cautiously glanced at Anson. Even if he loved his sister dearly, this level of food was probably, The young naval officer was astonished to find that the other man not only didn't seem troubled, but even showed a very pleased expression. Could it be that this army colonel, even younger than himself, had some unique dietary quirk? Or were all Royal Army soldiers like this, never discriminating against raw or cold foods, able to survive on anything? So that's it. No wonder Clovis built his nation on the army. Although he believed the Navy could endure hardship, they were still inferior to their army brethren in terms of food. Holding the coffee the girl had carefully prepared for him, Anson finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed been overthinking things. How could the lovely Lisa do something so horrific and cruel? Although his stomach began to churn uncontrollably the moment the coffee entered his mouth. With their tacit cooperation, the aggrieved Lisa finally calmed down and began to enjoy the canned apples she had brought with her, facing the sea breeze. William, finally relieved, quietly returned to his cabin, returning to the dining room with 2 brand new glasses and a bottle of brownish red rum. Veneto, the most famous specialty of the Duchy of Edland. Its color comes from the addition of caramel sauce during brewing. Ordinary rum takes only a year to brew, while even the worst Veneto takes at least 3 years, William boasted, pouring himself and Anson a glass each. Although it's famous, for some reason the Edlanders never sell it in large quantities. This bottle was specially brought back by a friend 3 years ago, Edland. Anson unconsciously twitched his lips, picking up his glass and casually asking, "You know any Edlanders?" "No, you should ask how many Clovis naval officers don't have any Edlanders," William chuckled, the brownish-red liquid in his glass swirling like blood. That might be a biased statement, but without the Edland fleet, there would be no Clovis Royal Fleet as we know it today. After all, the first commander-in-chief of the Royal Fleet was an Edlander. Oh, what was his name? His name was Carroccio Cecil, Anson Bach, of course, that was almost 200 years ago. The Cecil family is now purely Clovis. William, taking a sip of his drink and revealing a set of white teeth, shrugged. Just kidding, please don't take it personally, haha, just kidding. Anson forced a smile. Indeed, this William Cecil and Major General Ludwig were definitely not the same kind of people. The commander-in-chief never bothered to hide his true feelings, not even bothering to pretend. This one, on the other hand, seemed approachable, but was extremely adept at suddenly throwing out a joke that was incredibly damaging to ordinary people, and completely oblivious to it. So he changed the subject. How many more days until we reach White Whale Harbor? Under normal circumstances, it should only take 30 days at the fastest, but it's winter now. William frowned. I don't have much experience with winter expeditions, and I've never been to Istragan Fjord at this time of year, but barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should take 1/3 to 2/3 longer than normal. Of course, this time we're very well prepared, and we shouldn't need to stop along the way. 1/3 to 2/3, which means at least 40 to 50 days. Anson continued to press. Does the normal route involve stops? That's right, most only carry 2 to 3 weeks worth of fresh water and supplies. Stopping at the Kingdom of Nakhir in the North Sea, 3 kingdoms for supplies, before heading to White Whale Harbor, William affirmed. In fact, this is the typical process for colonial merchant ships. First, they depart from the North Harbor with Clovis's goods, usually cotton, textiles, alcohol, and sugar. Then they arrive in the North Sea 3 kingdoms to sell 2/3 of the goods, fill up with local specialties, then head to Istragan Fjord to sell the last remaining goods, and then repeat the process. Specialties of the North Sea 3 kingdoms, Anson asked curiously. Mainly salt, rare fish, timber, and coal. Taking a small sip of rum, William affirmed, although salt from the North Sea isn't cheap, it's still cheaper than transporting it from Clovis. In the colonies, it's the second most valuable hard currency after alcohol and sugar, even more valuable than gold. To put it bluntly, without the Kingdom of Naxal's willingness to provide large-scale salt exports. Establishing a large colony like White Whale Harbor with tens of thousands of people in just 50 years wouldn't have been easy. Oh, Anson raised an eyebrow. So, the Ice Dragon Fjord colony relies on Naxal's salt trade for its survival? Not entirely. It's more like a mutually beneficial arrangement, William thought for a moment, hesitating for a few seconds before answering. In return, Clovis also opened up low-tariff imports of timber and coal to Naxal, and even allowed the colony's iron ore to be imported into Naxal, even back in St. Calendar 95, when the North Harbor riots occurred and the fleets of the three North Sea nations besieged North Harbor. Clovis didn't break the trade agreement with Naxal, well, although in the end, the two sides only confronted each other and didn't actually fight. Anson's expression didn't change. He had heard Sophia mention this incident. A battleship had been hijacked by mutinous sailors who attempted to make North Harbor independent, which led to joint siege by the three North Sea nations and the Empire. In the end, the whole incident was quelled by a certain Draco Veltz, a third-rate writer who seemed to be a novelist but was actually a troublemaker and occasionally pretended to be a famous detective. Ah, right, he seemed to have arrested a wanted black magic caster related to him. It was said to be worth a lot of money and would earn him the title of honorary citizen of North Harbor. He had completely forgotten about it. It seemed he would have to find a way to ask the Navy to make a trip for him when he got to White Whale Harbor, or he could retrieve it on his next return to North Harbor. Anson thought to himself with a bit of annoyance. So, the relationship between Clovis and the Kingdom of Naxal is good. Well, I'd say it's been alright for the past 2 years. And because of Clovis's low-tariff policy, Naxal has been expanding its army and creating border conflicts. While it has contained the conflict of the Empire's alliance with the three North Sea kingdoms to blockade Clovis, it has also significantly impacted trade in the raging sea. William sighed. Thanks to them, a large number of North Sea refugees have flocked to Ice Dragon Fjord with merchant ships. Some stayed, while others went out and established their own colonies. The biggest thing these people have in common is their restlessness, which has led to an increase in bandits and pirate gangs in the past 2 years. If it were just murder and robbery, it wouldn't matter much. These pests can never be completely eradicated. But these guys are too troublesome, constantly provoking the natives and causing a lot of trouble for the various colonies. The natives of the New World may be primitive, but they're not stupid. Most importantly, compared to them, will always be a minority. Angering them before the colonies grow is not a smart move, but to be honest, there aren't many smart colonists or adventurers. William suddenly felt a little annoyed. I discussed this with my father, and he said the Navy's final conclusion is that unless Clovis sends an army to the colonies to fundamentally and permanently solve the problem, things will just drag on indefinitely until a full-blown colonial crisis erupts. But the problem is, what fool in the Royal Army would undertake such a near-exile mission? Ah, I'm sorry, I was absolutely not talking about you. William, realizing his mistake after the words were out, was flustered and gesticulated wildly in sincere apology. I just couldn't help myself, and then, it's alright, you're an honest and good person, I won't blame you. Anson smiled calmly. Yes, he now finally understood what Archbishop Luther Franz insisted on sending him to the colonies for. It wasn't just the Empire's blockade plan. The war refugees from the three North Sea nations, coupled with the increased pace of colonial expansion, were causing the hostility towards Clovis across the New World to surge dramatically. Especially after the start of the war against the Empire, the conflict's plans had likely escalated along with the intensity of the war. This isn't incomprehensible, it's quite simple. The Clovis traveled thousands of miles to the New World to establish colonies, not to build new homes hand in hand with the local natives, but purely to covet their resources. Large fishing grounds, hunting grounds, minerals, timber, cash crops, even people. In peacetime, they could barely manage a mutually beneficial relationship, leaving a little scrap for the locals while enjoying the fruits of their labor, helping them enjoy the material conditions of a more developed society. But once war breaks out, the heavily depleted homeland must be replenished by external forces, draining the colony's wealth at any cost. Even if this wasn't Clovis's original intention, the thirst for wealth would inevitably evolve into ruthless plunder. Therefore, Anson Bach's task was simple: to sweep away the natives and suppress rebellions. He had to integrate the entire Ice Dragon Fjord as quickly as possible, then extend control outwards to those independent or semi-independent autonomous colonies, resist native attacks, and guard against potential Empire blockades. ensuring a continuous flow of resources to the homeland to support the war against the Empire. Of course, achieving this wouldn't be easy, certainly not as easy as it was in the wildlands. William Cecil had already made this clear. The Clovis in the New World were few and far between. The local natives were the absolute majority. Simple suppression wouldn't solve the problem, because the enemy was too numerous to be wiped out. Anson could even make a bold conjecture. The local private armies or colonists had likely organized countless suppressions, using violence to quell various conflicts and unrest, which was why the colonies had appeared so peaceful for the past few decades. In other words, if you were to immediately begin suppression upon landing with his army, it wouldn't solve the problem. It would likely exacerbate the conflict even faster, prematurely igniting an already volatile situation. But without violence, he couldn't extract enough wealth to sustain the war between empires, and the colonies, having endured years of exploitation, were unlikely to be easily persuaded to continue enjoying the colonizers' high-intensity benefits. This was the war Luther Franz was referring to, a war he was about to lose. Chapter 421 The Sea of the Abyss. Although he had long known that the so-called commander of the White Whale Harbor garrison was definitely not a pleasant position, Anson was still somewhat annoyed after roughly understanding the situation. Of course, everything has two sides. Ice Dragon Fjord was already a powder keg, and even if he and the Storm Masters continued to escalate the conflict, the situation couldn't get much worse. Considering the promises he had made to the Rune family, this escalating conflict was, in a way, a good thing. After all, if the colony was peaceful, the Storm Masters, as an outsider force, would have even less room to intervene. This led to another question: was this at Luther Franz's behest? Clearly, the Rune family had plans to expand their influence into the New World, even relocating their base to the colony. If Luther Franz knew this, did it prove that he intended to use this opportunity to expel the most powerful Old God faction from Clovis's lands? If that were the case, then he couldn't just go through the motions and continue to make empty promises to the Rune family. He had to genuinely create a suitable environment and situation for their rule. In other words, his original plans and the Storm Division's established goals had to be adjusted accordingly. Maintaining stability and mediation were absolutely out of the question. He might even have to find a way to escalate the conflict and make this powder keg burn even more fiercely. But this also presented a problem. Once the unrest and riots escalated, it would inevitably affect the security and stability of colonial trade. What would happen to others then was uncertain, but he, as the commander of the White Whale Harbor garrison, would certainly be held accountable. It was difficult to easily shift blame when problems arose, which was one of the disadvantages of having an official position. With a heavy heart, Anson drank 2 more glasses with William, who then got up to take his leave. As the captain of a battleship, especially as a colonel commanding a battleship, William Cecil was exceptionally cautious, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. There's one more thing. Just before leaving, William suddenly turned around as if he had remembered something and said to Anson, "For the next few days, unless there's something particularly important, it would be best if you tried not to leave your cabin. If you see something like a hurricane or a sea monster, please don't panic or do anything unnecessary. Just leave it to us. Regarding all issues during the voyage, I and the captains of the various ships will be fully responsible. We will inform you immediately of anything you need to know, and please feel free to ask me anything you want to know. Apart from that, you and your Storm Master just need to stay in your cabin and wait patiently for us to arrive at Ice Dragon Fjord. You don't need to ask anything else. Is that alright?" Although he used a requesting tone, William Cecil's expression was very serious, clearly not allowing the other party to refuse. Anson didn't ask any further questions, nodding and saying, "Of course, no problem. I'll gather the officers on each ship and have them keep their men from wandering off. Thank you for your help." William's face broke into a smile again, his gaze shifting to Lisa, who was eating canned food with her face covered in gravy. "Lunchtime is 11:30 today. I'll have them prepare lobster bisque and cheese rum cake, a specialty of the Crown. Please do us the honor of trying them, okay?" The girl nodded happily, her face smeared with applesauce, and gave William an angelic, innocent smile. What a lovely child. Perhaps I was overthinking it? Recalling how he'd been startled by the little girl earlier, the young naval officer inwardly chuckled at his own overvigilance as he took his leave. A sea monster. In the slightly swaying cabin, Carl Bain, clutching a bottle of rum, looked at Anson nervously. "He really said that? That's his exact words?" Anson nodded slightly, glancing at Fabian beside him, who seemed lost in thought. I guess it's because the route over the next few days is quite dangerous, and he wants us not to act recklessly on the ship or interfere with the fleet's command. This wasn't just wild speculation. After all, the conflict between the Navy and the Army had a long history. Even if the high command on both sides could understand each other, it didn't mean the lower ranks could, especially since they were currently on the ship. Being targeted or deliberately provoked by disliked naval officers and soldiers was not impossible. Rather than waiting for the problem to erupt before dealing with it, it was more appropriate to give a friendly warning beforehand, allowing both sides to maintain a safe distance. Moreover, although the Storm Division was seeking help this time, at least nominally, the two sides had a mercenary relationship. It was understandable that the other side would worry about him trying to seize command of the fleet, or even turning the entire fleet into part of the Storm Division. Yes, I do have that thought, Fabian suddenly spoke up. I think what Colonel William Cecil said might be true. Huh? Anson and Carl simultaneously looked up sharply, their expressions varying as they looked at the Imperial Guard officer. These past few days, I've spoken privately with many crew members on the Crown. Most of them are the kind of guys who can talk for hours after a few drinks. Fabian shrugged and asked in a very calm tone, the New World is different from the Order world. The Church of Order has negligible influence here, and even the believers in the Ring of Order are completely different from us, more like the sect that flourished in Adran during the period of sectarian schism. I think it's called the Universal Sect. Before Fabian could speak, Anson calmly interrupted. He had crammed on this knowledge while in North Harbor. The continuous sectarian wars of 320 years before the Saints' calendar caused a large number of refugees. While war disrupted commercial activities, it also severely damaged local social structures, leading to chaos and instability. In response, churches in various regions began to propose new doctrines, arguing that the church should act as a deterrent to conflict between Christian nations, directing its attacks against non-believers, encouraging and supporting all territorial expansion and exploration, and bestowing great honors upon those who succeeded or sacrificed themselves. Simultaneously, it advocated for relaxed control over commercial activities, allowing lending, weekend work, and even active participation, using the church's reputation and power as collateral to facilitate and guarantee overseas exploration and trade. The financial and monetary system of the Order Church was later absorbed and integrated from this faction. However, this denominational convergence occurred over a century ago. If, as Fabian claimed, the dominant faith in the colonies was indeed ecumenical Christianity, then aside from the shared name, the beliefs of the two sides would likely be entirely different. Besides the mainstream Ring of Order faith, there are all sorts of heretical organizations, large and small, as well as the local indigenous beliefs, Fabian continued. Because the church has never been able to establish parishes and cathedrals in the colonies are neither able nor willing to interfere, resulting in these heretical beliefs being everywhere. It is said that even if the old gods openly walk down the street, no one will care, even the old gods are ignored. Carl's eyes widened. But what does this have to do with sea monsters? Among all these heretical beliefs, there is a legend called the Sea of the Abyss that is the most widespread. Fabian ignored Carl and continued, it is said that in the deepest part of the turbulent sea, there exists an unimaginably enormous sea beast. Every year on a moonless night at the end of the year, it uses the power of the starry sky to open the gates of the Sea of the Abyss and appear on a certain beach. Its appearance is strikingly similar to a gigantic mollusk, with hundreds of heads, thousands of horns, and billions of tentacles. Even if an ordinary person stands right next to it, they cannot glimpse its appearance, but if they break the taboo and witness it firsthand, that person will be instantly crushed in their sanity by an incomprehensible terror, or awaken a power that even they themselves cannot comprehend. Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He seemed to have heard a similar description from someone before. Legend has it that the Sea of the Abyss, where this indescribable behemoth dwells, is a body of water parallel to this world. Theoretically, it can appear anywhere in the turbulent sea. Ordinary ships will not be harmed or intercepted by it, but any blasphemous act that defiles the sea will be dragged into it by billions of tentacles amidst endless storms. At the same time, it is also the gatekeeper of the New World and the reaper of all those who trespass on this land. If too few people unfortunately fall into the water in a given year, it will unleash terrifying storms, causing shipwrecks and sweeping ships to the bottom of the sea, and to reap the missing lives. The end of each year can become the time when it stirs up storms and towering waves to reap a bountiful harvest of living beings. The sailor who told me this legend also mentioned another very interesting tradition on the turbulent sea. If they encounter a shipwreck, a battle breaks out, or even if someone unfortunately falls into the water and cannot be rescued, everyone will silently recite this phrase: "May the Lord of the Abyss have reaped a bountiful harvest this year." Fabian picked up the rum bottle on the table and silently poured himself a glass. A sudden silence fell over the slightly swaying cabin. Carl, holding a full glass of rum, swallowed hard, his trembling right hand fumbling for the remaining cigarettes in his jacket pocket. Anson, staring at the map, fell into deep thought, recalling a certain eccentric old professor. "So, how much more is needed?" Carl paused, his face pale. Looking somewhat nervous, of course, mostly due to seasickness. "How much are you still short of this year's quota?" Fabian looked at him, shaking his head calmly. "I don't know, you don't know, I really don't know, it's a legend, a story. Nobody calculates the performance of the monster in the story, nobody knows what its annual performance target is, but one thing is certain." Fabian's tone shifted abruptly. "Although the turbulent sea in winter is calmer than in summer, the accident rate is the highest, because the ships are slower and the voyages longer. The more likely they are to encounter various unexpected events, reefs, icebergs, sudden storms, huge sea monsters roaming the seabed, pirates hunting everywhere, enemy warships." "Stop!" Carl, half dead with fright, quickly raised his hand to interrupt him. "Anyway, these problems have nothing to do with us, right? We're standing on a battleship, theoretically speaking." "Yes." "Oh. Then there's nothing." "Theoretically, yes. The Crown battleship and 4 other cruisers are all old ships that are about to be decommissioned," Fabian said matter-of-factly. "Although they still look sturdy, it doesn't change the fact that they are old ships that are about to be decommissioned. Otherwise, why would the Royal Navy be willing to lend a capital ship to its army soldiers to use as a transport ship?" "But," Carl paused, "this is a battleship. It has 60 24-pounder guns and 2 68-pounder carrying guns. The Salem cruiser has 30 18-pounder guns and 5 32-pounder guns. The Bull cruiser has 28 24-pounder guns, and 1 12-pounder long gun on the foredeck and aft deck." Fabian took a sip of his wine. "That's right. I specifically asked. At least the artillery is sufficient, at least." Carl, pale-faced, immediately realized the problem. "Yes, although the cannons are sufficient, on average, the entire fleet only has half a unit of shells and gunpowder, enough for a dozen or so rounds," Fabian explained. "Of course, this is also to cram all 6,000 of us, along with the crew of each ship, into the cabins. While not too much affecting the ship's speed, we must make as much space as possible." But Carl was about to speak when a blinding white light suddenly shone on his face. Boom! The next second, a sudden, deafening roar came from afar, startling all 3 of them into instinctively standing up and looking in the direction of the sound. The clear sky that had been clear just minutes before had been swallowed up by dark clouds that were visibly surging toward the fleet. The clear seawater began to churn, turning a deep, incomparably black. The candlesticks on the table suddenly began to flicker, bobbing up and down to a certain rhythm. Bang! Without any warning, the tightly closed window was suddenly flung open, and a gust of wind carrying the strong smell of the sea rushed into the cabin, instantly extinguishing the candlesticks and plunging the entire room into darkness. Carl, who had nearly been blown to the ground, scrambled to his feet and found Anson standing by the window, leaning against the glass, staring blankly at the distant dark clouds, his expression unusually grave. "What's wrong?" Nothing." Without turning around, Anson swallowed hard, letting the sea breeze whip against his skin. I must have misjudged." Chapter 422. You can give it a try. The wind howled. Torrential rain, accompanied by bursts of thunder, poured down, the ink-like raindrops churning the boiling water, constantly whipping up waves mixed with milky white foam, only to shatter them into pieces. In the surging tide, an incredibly tiny figure appeared, floating like duckweed among the churning waves, sometimes visible, sometimes not, like a small sampan in a storm, easily crushed by a single wave. But upon closer inspection, one would see that the towering waves silently submerged before even touching this tiny figure, like a hyena seeing its hunter closing in, retreating while barking. It was a young girl. She looked to be 13 or 14 years old, dressed in a slightly mature navy blue imperial-style long dress. The tight-fitting, sleeveless, off-the-shoulder top and layers of petticoats revealed her youthful innocence. Hidden beneath her flowing light brown curls were a pair of emerald-like eyes set in her fair face. The girl played with her delicate parasol as if strolling through a garden corridor. Her cute heeled shoes bounced and skipped across the raging seawater, transforming it into the soft carpet and tiles of a palace hall. "This is truly an incredibly grand welcoming ceremony," the smiling girl exclaimed, pressing the parasol against her exposed collarbone and praising the torrential rain. "It's overwhelming." Boom. The moment her words fell, a pale white thunderbolt descended from the sky, exploding with a deafening roar amidst the boiling waves. Unmoved, the girl continued her hopping forward. The howling wind tore at her petite body, yet it couldn't even budge the delicate parasol in her hand, nor touch her elegant curls. "Huh?" The girl looked in surprise at the calm seawater beneath her feet, which had somehow already submerged her shoes, as if some force was trying to pull her into the unfathomable depths. No, it wasn't trying to pull her in, but something was trying to come out. Boom! Another bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, crashing into the churning, rising sea. The girl holding the small parasol stopped, her large, curious eyes intently watching the water below. Suddenly, the surging waves began to swirl like whirlpools, pushing the waves on either side higher and higher. Boom, 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 lightning bolts struck one after another, forming a ring on the sea surface, enveloping the swirling eddies. A ghostly blue light emanated from the depths of the sea, a kind of malice solidified and spreading rapidly outwards, filling the entire body of water with an indescribable unease, as if being spied upon, manipulated, seduced, and unspeakably feared and enraged by another dimension. The girl still smiled, standing gracefully and virtuously in the water that had already submerged her calves, silently gazing at the eerie seabed, like a guest arriving to greet her host. Soon, everything around her began to change. The raindrops frantically pounding like a keyboard, the giant waves beating like drums, the howling wind singing loudly accompanied by thunderous strings, all converged into a symphony opening the door to another world. Its name was the Sea of the Abyss. The dark gate opened, and accompanied by the green light reflecting off the girl, his voice echoed from the unfathomable depths of the sea, "Run!" And boom! A deafening clap of thunder illuminated the storm-swept sea, the howling wind whipping the waves. The entire Clovis fleet rose and fell with each wave, like traversing mountains. Facing the rain-soaked sea breeze, a grave-faced William Cecil stood beside the helmsman, watching the sailors on deck frantically trying to get back into the cabin under the direction of the boatswain, first mate, and second mate. "Captain, get back to the cabin," the helmsman shouted, gripping the helm tightly, the wind and waves filing his mouth forcing him to speak barely. "It's too dangerous on deck." The entire crew of the Crown knew perfectly well who this captain was. As Commodore Taro Cecil's subordinates, they understood perfectly well what their old superior intended to do. Their mission was to cooperate with their old superior, ensuring that captain could safely and unharmed lead the Crown back to Northport. Why wasn't there prior notification? William, his expression unchanged, seemingly had no intention of leaving, his tricorn hat and sword hilt at his waist in hand. Even if it appeared too suddenly to avoid, at least we could have prepared in advance. Why didn't the navigator give prior notification? I don't know, maybe he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Impossible, William categorically denied. If it were a lookout on an ordinary cruiser, perhaps he really did misjudge, but this is the Crown, and you are all veteran sailors who have followed my father for many years. How could you make such a basic mistake? There's only one possibility. This wasn't an ordinary storm, which is why the navigator couldn't give a warning beforehand, because the situation completely violated his common sense. As soon as he finished speaking, the helmsman's face instantly turned terrified. You mean, William and the helmsman, their expressions grave, locked eyes, their hands gripping the sword hilts trembling slightly. Boom, a thunderclap exploded overhead, illuminating two faces filled with panic. Before William could say anything, screams erupted across the deck. Heart-wrenching screams could be heard clearly even through the layers of rain. That's not, don't just stand there, someone help me, look out, where's the lookout, Edward? Edward, how could he, Edward? Hearing the navigator's name, William didn't have time to think and immediately turned to look in the direction of the commotion. Then, he froze. On the chaotic deck, Lookout Edward, dressed in a naval uniform, was hanging upside down from the mainmast by a long rope. The rope was tightly wrapped around his twisted right leg, his sunken chest, his twisted right arm, and his neck. His body, repeatedly washed by the rain, hung in mid-air, gently slapping against the mast with a rising and falling wave. Splat, splat, splat. Thick blood gushed from the shattered back of the skull, spraying onto the crown sails. William stared blankly at the crimson stain, quickly washed away by the rain, unable to believe that Edward, his respected Uncle Edward, could have lost his balance on the slippery deck and mast, his body crushed by the ropes. He wasn't even the only one. Following the navigator, one after another, the Crown's lookouts plummeted from the lookout tower, some hung upside down from the mast, some broke their necks on the deck, some had their spines broken by the ropes, forming all sorts of bizarre, inverted crosses. Without exception. You actually know me, standing in the center of the storm. Talia gazed into the bottomless darkness, a delighted smile playing on her lips. The last time anyone from the Rune family was active outside was 100 years ago. Where did you hear that name, or, are you one of my father's old friends? Unlikely. He told me himself that all his friends either died at the hands of other people or at his own. The girl rested her chin on her hand, lost in deep confusion. The raging sea began to boil, and a roar echoed once more from the bottom of the abyss, glowing green. Get out, this is the exile of chaos, not the home of the blood magic lord's traitors. Return to your world, and never again dream of setting foot on the land of rest. It was a language beyond human comprehension, a voice that didn't actually exist, as if a giant gill sack was spewing foul-smelling pus from inside the girl's skull, conveying its intentions through corrosion and nauseating blobs of color. PFFT, the girl laughed, quickly covering her lips at the last moment before her laughter became unladylike, revealing rosy dimples on her cheeks. What a grumpy gentleman. I knew I might not be very popular, but I didn't expect such a strong reaction. Talia shook her head. As a gatekeeper, you can't be so rude, otherwise people will think you're inconsiderate. Even if you must refuse, you should be polite, sincerely express your regret, and offer an apology gift and parting wishes. That's the proper way to treat a guest. Rudely refusing a guest is worse than the behavior of a wild beast. Understand? Gazing into the abyss of the deep sea, the girl's expression gradually turned cold. The waves continued to roar. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between us. Talia suddenly changed the subject, her small hand fiddling with the parasol, her eyes now a bottomless crimson. The Rune family harbors no hostility towards the great lord of the abyss, or towards the people of the land of rest. We are not here to harm you, on the contrary, we are here to find friends. The false gods who have sealed themselves as the Ring of Order have already occupied most of the old world, spreading their foul-smelling ideology. We have suffered defeat after defeat, retreating step by step, only managing to sacrificing ourselves to gain a sliver of dignity. If we allow them to continue, it's only a matter of time before they erode your world, Talia said softly. In fact, they are already doing just that, aren't they? The deep sea remained silent, only the incessant rumble of thunder echoed in the raging wind. There's not much time left. This applies to both of us. If we continue to delay, even dying with dignity will become a luxury. They will deny us, erase us, distort and confuse the great era of the three old gods, leading future generations to believe it was just a wonderful legend, a legend that can never be proven. But now, we still have a chance to revive the grand plan and restore the three old gods' glory. As the girl spoke, the seawater suddenly began to boil violently. Traitors, yes, we are traitors. The girl's expression was calm, but I'm really curious, besides the poor elves, how many true gods' followers aren't among the traitors? When I was very young, my father showed me a picture that I still remember vividly. 3 true gods sharing a feast with their most devout followers. The followers, while feasting on delicacies, greedily gazed at the true gods' bodies and flesh. That's us, isn't it? When seeing a higher level of existence, who can resist the desire to achieve the extraordinary? When realizing that perfection can be achieved, who would willingly fall? When tasting that unparalleled flavor, who can suppress that instinctive impulse? No one can. A hint of pleasure lingered in the girl's expression. That's why they are true gods. They must be true gods. But now, the fallen have united, aligned themselves under a false god, and are trying to exterminate us. You surely know this, and you must have felt it. Talia gazed into the deep sea, a confident smile playing on her lips, hoping the other party would sense her sincerity. For she truly was very, very sincere. Most importantly, no one in this world could refuse the Rune family's sincerity, not even them. Her posture was so humble that Talia was even a little afraid her father might be angered. After all, even in the final battle against August, when he was on the verge of defeat, He had never yielded to his best friend. Normally, this behavior is called stubbornness, but because the final victor was Rune, it was called unyielding. Whenever she thought of this, Talia couldn't help but fantasize about what would have happened if her father had been the one to lose. Then she could rightfully stay by her beloved Anson's side, instead of Lisa worrying about them every day. A carefree life, constantly cared for and protected, it would be so wonderful. Boom! The next moment, dozens of thick tentacles suddenly burst forth from the waves surrounding the girl, attacking her from different directions. Seemingly oblivious, Talia's crimson pupils still shimmered with happiness. PFFT, 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 the writhing tentacles suddenly stopped in midair and began to convulse violently. A mixture of yellowish-green pus and blood gushed from their tips with unstoppable force, withering rapidly before the naked eye could see. A giant wave crashed in, tearing the drained flesh to shreds, leaving not a trace, which floated into the surging sea. But the being lurking in the deep sea paid no heed. Tentacles, brimming with malice, pierced the surface again, opening their blood-red maws to the lovely girl, revealing brownish-yellow fangs crawling with parasites. "You want to stop me?" The girl was first startled, as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, then a radiant smile appeared on her face, like a rose blooming in the dead of winter. You can try." Chapter 423. Quietly, without making a sound. Under the pitch-black night sky, the Crown, leading the Clovis fleet, struggled forward through the storm, battered by wave after wave of wind and waves. In the dimly lit cabin, Anson sat by the window, his chair leg crossed, his eyes glued to the ticking hands of his pocket watch, his attention entirely focused on the waves behind him. Even without activating any spells or using any special abilities, he could vaguely sense something amiss with the storm, especially that fleeting moment, a familiar yet incomprehensible aura. As a devout follower of the Ring of Order, Anson's understanding of the three old gods was still at a beginner level. His only reference materials were a study of the three old gods and a fragment of the Grand Book of Magic borrowed from Clovis Cathedral. Generally speaking, a spellcaster who mastered the art of concealment could completely conceal their presence and appear as an ordinary person to others. Unless one possessed a talent for insight or mind reading, it was difficult to detect anything amiss. The principle is similar to holding your breath or walking on tiptoe. Even ordinary people without magic or bloodline power can, with extensive training, become undetectable. However, this only applies to ordinary spellcasters. Essentially, becoming a spellcaster is a gradual process of change, and the transformation from quantitative to qualitative change is merely a matter of time, though for most spellcasters, that time is impossibly long. Once the boundary is crossed, the spellcaster who retains some human characteristics will be completely transformed into another life form, and this transformation is entirely irreversible. Such an existence might not be easily detected by ordinary people, but for spellcasters of the same kind who haven't yet undergone this qualitative change, it creates a predator-prey pressure, and the higher the level, the more pronounced the feeling. This is why, during the battle at Clovis Cathedral, Inquisitor Sira Virgil was the first to detect the presence of the dark mage Mace Hornard, even when everyone, including Anson himself, was completely unaware. Now, Anson can clearly feel that indescribable pressure. Perhaps due to the distance, the feeling was almost imperceptible, yet, the slightest touch would cause his heart to tremble violently, his breathing to become difficult, and even to the point of losing control of his body. He had never felt this way even when facing Mace Hornard directly. Suppressing the urge to cough and gasp for breath, Anson's gaze fell upon a fellow seasick man, equally disoriented. Cal Bane, pale and limp, lay on the bed, vomit residue still clinging to his lips. He had wanted to smoke a cigarette to calm himself, but Anson had thwarted his request with the excuse that Lisa is still in the room. The girl sat hugging her knees on a chair in the corner of the cabin, a seemingly inexhaustible can of food in her hands. As long as there was food, Lisa was always happy. Time ticked by, the not-so-spacious cabin rocking violently with the waves, the creaking deck emitting a strong fishy smell, and the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive with the rising humidity. In the deathly silence enveloped by the torrential rain, the tightly closed door was opened from the outside. As the only commander in the Storm Division headquarters who didn't get seasick, Fabian entered and met the gazes of the three people inside. His expression was grave as he said, "Something happened on deck." Almost the instant he spoke, Anson, noticing that only Fabian's boots and shoulders were soaked, narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly. "I was stopped by the third mate guarding the exit just as I was about to leave the cabin." Before Anson and Carl could ask, Fabian, who had just poured himself a glass of rum, told the truth. Judging from the commotion outside and his expression at the time, it seems a crew member, and a very important one at that, was in distress, causing the chaos. Although he seemed to be trying his best to cover it up, there were still traces of blood on his clothes. An important crew member, Carl, who was lying on the bed, suddenly thought of something and said in a daze with a hint of fear, "Could it be? It shouldn't be." Fabian, who had guessed his thoughts, shook his head and reassured him with his eyes. If the captain had been in distress, the third mate, who was responsible for assisting the first mate in managing the sailors, would definitely not have had time to come down and chat with me. Also, I happened to be near the exit when the commotion started, and I vaguely heard someone calling the name Edward. I remember, that's the name of the navigator on the Crown. The navigator, Carl, who hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief, almost fainted. The importance of an experienced navigator, one who understands climate change, ocean currents, navigates the seas without landmarks, and knows how to use wind to increase speed and minimize wasted effort, is self-evident. The lack of a pilot, especially on the flagship, would directly reduce speed, time, and safety. They might really have to drift at sea for over 2 months to reach Whale Harbor. Just as he was about to press for more information, Anson suddenly stood up, put away the judge's pocket watch he'd been fiddling with, put on his coat, and headed for the door. "Fabian, what's the third mate's name?" "Scotton, a lieutenant colonel," the grenadier commander replied immediately, turning back to find Anson already grasping the doorknob. "Are you going out to check on things?" With a curt reply, Anson didn't look at his two subordinates with their contrasting expressions. Turning to the girl in the corner, "Lisa, Anson," the girl looked up, blinking curiously. "I'll be right back after a short while," Anson smiled. "Until then, can you stay with Carl and the other guy?" "Yes, Lisa, I understand." Reassured by the girl's affirmative reply, Anson pushed open the door and left the room. At this moment, the entire cabin was like a roller coaster. The passageway was pitch black, and only the light and shadow at the end could be vaguely seen. Anson could only grit his teeth and try his best to move towards that direction along the passageway. Finally, just as he was about to reach the exit, he saw a crew member guarding the stairs. He was holding a large caliber shotgun, leaning against the wall under the dim kerosene lamp, his expression extremely tense. "Who?" The crew member, noticing a figure in the darkness, immediately raised his gun and roared. After recognizing the newcomer as the army officer who had rented the ship, he lowered his weapon and cursed, "What are you doing out here? Didn't I tell you to stay in your cabins?" "What happened?" Ignoring the man's expression, Anson, suppressing his dizziness, asked, glancing up the stairs out of the corner of his eye. "Whatever happens is none of your business. This is a naval matter," the crew member shouted, his pupils trembling slightly. "Just a little storm, nothing to make a fuss about." "A little storm?" Anson raised an eyebrow, his gaze casually sweeping over the bloodstains on the man's collar and his right index finger, still gripping the trigger. "You must be Lieutenant Colonel Scoven," Anson asked casually, pretending not to see the shotgun in the man's hand. "Just now, one of my commanders said he heard noises on the deck, and also said," Anson suddenly paused, his expression turning serious, "he also said he heard Captain William Cecil's screams." "Impossible." Almost the instant the words left his mouth, Lieutenant Colonel Scoven's eyes widened, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Young Master William was immediately." His words trailed off. "So something really did happen, didn't it?" Looking at the crew members' obviously unfriendly expressions, Anson took a deep breath. "Lieutenant Colonel Scoven, I just wanted to. Captain Cecil is fine now, nothing has happened outside." Realizing he had been tricked, Lieutenant Colonel Scoven's expression was extremely grim, but he seemed slightly calmer than before, and he removed his index finger from the trigger. "Just go back to your cabin and wait patiently for us to reach White Whale Harbor." Anson pursed his lips, his gaze following the swaying cabin back and forth between Lieutenant Colonel Scoven and the stairwell behind him. He was now very hesitant about whether to use his powers. The fleet is clearly facing an unexpected situation they can neither understand nor control, and the navigator is highly likely already dead. Even if the other side is willing to be honest, the communication costs and the chaos might actually make the situation worse. But if they use their abilities, they risk being exposed. It's not that they're worried about anyone on board with insightful abilities, but rather that they might be discovered by that elusive being. How terrifying can a blasphemous mage be? In Talia Rune's words, Mace Hornard, as a blasphemous mage, is merely an infant. Of course, Anson generally doesn't like using this analogy. If Mace Harnett is just an infant, then what about himself? Moreover, this is the turbulent sea. If the other side isn't even a blasphemous mage, but a higher level, an apostle level being, casually using abilities to attract their attention is practically suicide. Not only himself, but if the other side really wants to make a move, the entire Storm Division and the fleet will be wiped out. After hesitating for a few seconds, Anson decisively snapped his right index finger. The spell's casting range expanded simultaneously, and images of a 30-meter radius around him instantly flooded his mind. In that instant, a dark figure lunged at Anson from above the stairs, attacking Lieutenant Colonel Scoven, who was blocking his path. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out, one after the other, in the deathly silence of the corridor. Only after pulling the trigger did the throbbing-headed Lieutenant Colonel Scoven realize he had been thrown to the ground, clutching the scalding barrel of his gun, trying to understand what had just happened. He slowly raised his eyes. Anson, his face grim, was still standing in the same spot, the ridiculously large silver revolver in his hand emitting wisps of smoke. It took Scoven a second to calm down and realize what had happened. He had been tripped by Anson. You, smack, a sticky, scalding substance interrupted his rant. Using the images in his mind, Anson had seen the thing that had hit Scoven's face the moment he fired. It was a worm. A worm with the face of a newborn baby, and 16 hands in 8 pairs, resembling human palms. It lay sprawled on Scoven's face, riddled with holes from shotgun blasts. Its boneless limbs gushed yellow-green pus, and beneath the torn flesh lay a tangled, bloody mass of internal organs. Its right eye, pierced by a dagger, had half its head torn apart, and something inside, like cheese under high heat, was slowly melting. A loose tongue protruded from a mouthful of sharp teeth, revealing a smaller version of itself, resembling a tongue, yet also like a molted skin. Just as Anson was about to ask a question, a strange sound came from the deck outside the exit. Ah! My head is going to explode. What the hell are you all hesitating for? Charge! We can't let them get into the cabin. Help me! Help me! I can't breathe. PFFT, Edward. Edward's alive. Screw Edward. Edward's dead. That's not him. Shoot. 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 They're still popping out, endlessly popping out. Kill me now. Once crawled into my ear. I don't want to. PFFT. The sounds of flesh tearing apart, bones breaking, triggers being pulled, blades ripping through bodies, teeth grinding, death screams. Countless sounds. As Lieutenant Colonel Scoven slowly sat up from the ground, Anson, expressionless, cleared his throat and calmly asked, "What is that thing?" "What thing?" Scoven, whose face was covered by a lump of flesh, suddenly spoke in a strange and comical voice, with a faint he laugh audible. "Deep in the ocean lies a place called the Abyss Sea. The Abyss Lord, whose gaze cannot be directly directed, guards the coast of the New World. All ships attempting to reach the New World must obtain his permission, offering sacrifices to the sea to fulfill his demands. Then, in the days to come, the turbulent sea will be calm, free from shipwrecks and storms, without a single ripple. So, Lord Anson Bach, you and your men should remain safely in your cabins. No matter what happens, or what you see, do not come out." Quietly, without making a sound, weakly raising his right hand, Scoven removed the blood and flesh from his face, revealing a fearful yet insane smile. "Having taken the full amount of sacrifice, the great Abyss Lord will safely send the rest of us to our destination." Chapter 424 The Incarnation of Fear. "I have a small question standing in the middle of the stormy sea." Talia Auguste chuckled softly. Her delicate parasol was tattered, and foul-smelling pus seeped into her hair, hissing and corroding against her pale skin. "While I'm not as adept at hiding as that cowardly, mutter-obsessed Rune, a rune shouldn't be so easily detected, otherwise, we would have been wiped out by our dearest friends and relatives long ago." The girl narrowed her bloodshot eyes. "How did a twisted, deformed freak like you, who hasn't grasped the rules, manage to sense me?" In response to Talia's question, dozens of tentacles pierced the surface of the sea, their mouths opening like those of some giant mollusk, revealing rows of fangs soaked in overflowing pus. Watching the approaching shadow, Talia smiled and twirled her delicate parasol. PFFT, the tip of the umbrella lightly touched the tip of the first attacking tentacle, and the 2-meter diameter soft-bodied creature instantly shrank, twisted into a wrinkled strip like a rotten orange whose juice had been squeezed dry. At the same time, 3 more tentacles pounced on her from the left, right, and top. The girl closed her parasol, her slender fingers, corroded by pus, lifted her skirt and took light, dancing steps behind her. Delicate, dark blue flowers twirled and leaped, passing through the gaps between the tentacles at incredible angles. Thump! The tentacles collided violently, instantly turning into pieces of flesh, black blood mixed with pus splashing all over the surrounding sea, but all precisely avoiding the dancing girl, becoming an accompaniment to her elegant dance. But the frenzied swarm of tentacles did not stop their attack. Instead, they accelerated, piercing the sea surface in swathes, relentlessly attacking the figure exuding youthful innocence. The wildly dancing figure tore through the thick rain curtain, eerie and twisted. It seems you're not the type to obediently answer questions." Talia's lips curled slightly, her graceful dance steps elegantly dodging the relentless onslaught of tentacles. She then tossed her small parasol into the air. "Looks like I'll have to use something more forceful." The next second, the dancing girl suddenly stopped, abandoning her dodges, and smilingly opened her arms to the hundreds of tentacles attacking her. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, her petite body was sent flying, tracing a dark red arc through the air as she hurtled towards the sea. 4 tentacles, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, bit into her limbs and torso just as she was about to fall. Rows of sharp teeth tore through her clothing and skin, embedding themselves deep into the bone. The hand that had just knocked the girl away opened its mouth parts, its writhing tongue transforming into hundreds and thousands of tiny tentacles, shooting towards the body already soaked in pus and blood, unable to move. PFFT, 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 PFFT. In the blink of an eye, the girl was riddled with holes. Forehead, brow, eye sockets, nostrils, mouth, throat, heart, lungs, gallbladder, liver, stomach. Tiny tentacles piercing her torso opened their mandibles, frantically tearing at her flesh. Accompanied by horrifying biting sounds, her petite body quickly disappeared without a trace. Only viscous flesh and blood sprayed from countless tentacles, and broken bone fragments mixed with blood plasma. Everything fell silent, except for the roaring storm and waves. The intertwined tentacles began to separate, slowly sinking into the deep sea amidst thunder. Just then, PFFT, a tentacle about to be submerged in seawater suddenly opened its mandibles, fiercely biting its companion and tearing it in half, blood plasma mixed with pus gushing out. And this was only the beginning. As if receiving some kind of signal, more and more tentacles began to attack their surrounding companions, even tearing at each other. Viscous flesh mixed with raindrops scattered everywhere in the downpour. PFFT. 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 Regardless of whether they were attacked or not, all the tentacles began to convulse violently, their flesh writhing wildly, as if even their blood vessels and cells had evolved into uncontrollable tentacles, tearing at each other beneath their skin. Everything seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, yet it also felt like a long time had passed. The skin of these tentacles began to shrink, delicate new shoots tearing through the withered and hardened scabs, then quickly melting like candles, turning into viscous liquid that flowed down their bodies. "Run!" And a roar erupted from the depths of the vortex, a deafening sound that shook the very soul, mixed with a deep sense of fear. "Let me teach you a simple little bit of common sense," mutters follower above the dark vortex. A tattered parasol opened in the downpour and drifted down, revealing a severed hand tightly gripping the handle. First it was her forearm, then her entire arm, then her shoulder, then her chest. Wriggling buds grew wildly and savagely from the wound, transforming at an astonishing speed into blood vessels, tissues, and bones. The rejuvenated Talia August Rune slightly curled the corners of her mouth, her navy blue imperial-style dress seeping from her skin, enveloping her tender body as it fell with the torrential rain. To contain spiritual power within flesh and blood, transforming it into tangible fear is indeed a good idea, both the laws of reality and a body that cannot be harmed by the world. Except for the need to be trapped in the spiritual world for a long time, it is almost perfect, even a model of the evolution of dark magic creations. For lower life forms, faced with an evolved being who has truly mastered the rules, your boring little tricks are not even a pleasant aftertaste. They are like a hyena barking wildly on the roadside, gazing at the shadow howling in agony in the abyss. The girl with bloodshot eyes chuckled softly, her voice chillingly cold. Instead of saying that flaunting power akin to blood magic before the mighty Rune family is the greatest disrespect in itself, such arrogant behavior is something even those cowards like Leinster wouldn't have dared to do, Smiling, Talia slowly raised her right hand to the sky, then clenched it tightly. PFFT. 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 The sounds of flesh shattering exploded one after another on the sea's surface, dissolving in the icy waves, shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the entire whirlpool was dyed dark red. But the girl didn't stop. Although she had initially come to negotiate, it was now tantamount to a declaration of war. Even if she wanted to let this scum go, the old gods of the resting lands would not easily back down. Most importantly, her father would be furious. Remember my words. To receive praise from the Rune family before your death is your eternal pride. The girl released her right hand, and the delicate parasol plummeted into the abyss at the center of the whirlpool with a gale. Just before it touched the seawater, the parasol suddenly began to writhe violently, swelling with fleshy growths and baring its fangs. Amidst 1,000 thunderclaps, it plunged into the abyss sea of the whirlpool. At this moment, chaos reigned on the deck of the Crown. Faced with the sudden appearance of the abyss sea monster, all the crew members were gripped by an irresistible panic. Some screamed in resistance, some simply knelt and prayed, and some went completely hysterical, falling into a state of mental breakdown. On the deck, repeatedly washed by the rain, hundreds and thousands of worm-like monsters wantonly slaughtered, tore apart, and devoured the flesh and blood of the crowd, spreading fear throughout the surrounding area. They might bite open the throat and chest, or burrow into the mouth through wounds, or insert their tongues into the body through the ears, nose, and eyes, bursting it open, or even molt and hatch directly inside the flesh. When the crew member, drained of blood and guts, collapses, the offspring, whose numbers have multiplied tenfold, simply tear open his shell and emerge to search for new prey. Let me out. In the captain's cabin, William Cecil, bound hand and foot by a group of sailors, struggled desperately in his chair, glaring at the sailors surrounding him. What are you trying to do? Doing what we must do, Master William. The expressionless first mate stood before him, his wet body covered in bite marks. Almost every part of his body above the waist except for his neck was intact, his pupils trembling violently as he spoke. I'm very sorry, but considering the current situation outside, we must use force to ensure you don't leave. Damn it, I'm your captain, an agitated William shouted. I'm your captain, the Royal Navy of Clovis. You're also Commodore Taro's only son, the first mate growled. We swore an oath to the Commodore to bring you back to Northport safely. Before he finished speaking, a burst of gunfire rang out outside the cabin door, followed by screams of living people and the sounds of flesh being torn apart. Bang! 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 William suddenly shuddered. According to the rules of the Lord of the Abyss, all chosen sacrifices ultimately meet their demise. Suppressing his primal fear, the young naval officer spoke with difficulty. I was on deck when Edward died, and I saw his eyes with my own. We made eye contact. I am also one of his chosen sacrifices. We know that very well. The first mate suddenly gave a bitter laugh. That's why, apart from me, all the other crew members in this room are not among the sacrifices. If they rush in, we will fight them to the death. In any case, the Lord of the Abyss will only take his ration of sacrifices. William's face was extremely grim. Bang! 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 Another burst of gunfire, followed by screams. The wounded first mate immediately turned around, his back to William in the chair, and the other sailors also drew their weapons, their expressions resolute. Then, they saw a blurry figure staggering and swaying towards the hatch, and could vaguely hear sounds like hiccups. In an instant, every sailor, including William, envisioned a scene: mangled bodies, parasitized by monsters. Driven by the monster's offspring, their mouths overflowing with shed skin and pus. The first mate, blocking the door, had his hands hidden behind his back, his finger on the trigger of his shotgun. Bang! The door was flung open, but it wasn't a crew member who appeared. Anson Bach, William exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Storm Division commander, clad in a gray military overcoat, a candlestick in one hand and a revolver in the other, his entire body almost completely soaked in pus and blood. What are you doing here? The first mate's voice betrayed his surprise. He had clearly instructed Scoven to guard the deck exit. Could he already be? The situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain later if there's a chance. Anson, trying to remain calm, skipped the topic, adjusted his monocle, and asked William directly, is the helmsman still alive? He's dead. The first mate, who had quickly released the trigger, immediately chimed in, gesturing for the sailors behind him to lower their weapons. But I can take over. That's fine. Anson nodded immediately. his expression grave. "Come with me. I know how to get out of this storm." "Huh?" Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Before they could even ask, the stern-faced army colonel shuddered, slumped against the hatch, and vomited violently. No. Its power is not just that. Looking down at the abyss below, which was emitting continuous agonizing howls, Talia's smiling expression suddenly turned incredibly grave. This thing devoured its own flesh and blood. It should have been completely eroded, leaving only an empty shell, so why does it still possess such a powerful existence? A strange black shadow began to emerge from the abyss, radiating green light, and slowly emanated outwards, approaching Lisa, who was floating in the sky. A chilling, bone-piercing sensation ran from her feet to the girl's delicate body. So that's it. Staring intently at the enormous figure emerging from the abyss, Talia finally understood. Because of that so-called legend, she had mistakenly believed that the so-called 100 heads, thousands of horns, and billions of tentacles was the Abyss Lord's true form, thinking that it had forcibly mutated into this appearance. In reality, it was quite the opposite. Black magic is the power to peer into people's hearts, the skill to manipulate emotions, the mind and soul, a path to transcendence through the sublimation of the spiritual level. In a sense, it is a completely opposite existence to blood magic. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, under the influence of this power, can transform from pure spirit into tangible emotions. Its power stems from the fear born of countless unknowns about the surging sea. This is its existence. It was that fear that shaped its body. I was wrong from the very beginning. In an instant, a dense shadow enveloped the girl's body, and hundreds of tentacles surged out of the vortex once more, intertwining and coiling together like spirals, tightly wrapping the girl in the center, and then dragging her into the unfathomable abyss of the sea. Chapter 425 The Unrecognized Existence. "I say, shouldn't we go out and take a look?" In the damp cabin, a pale-faced Carl couldn't help but say to Fabian beside him. Almost a full hour had passed since Anson left. Perhaps due to the storm and seasickness, Carl suddenly felt an increasing heaviness in his chest. An indescribable, intense unease, like weeds growing wildly beneath ashes, was growing rampant in his heart. The sounds of waves crashing against the hull, the creaking of the deck, and the rain pattering against the windows, which he had long been accustomed to, now became incredibly irritating, and the air he breathed grew increasingly murky and oppressive. He felt as if he were enveloped in some kind of slime, or as if he were being watched by something unclean. In contrast, the former Imperial Guard officer sitting opposite him appeared very relaxed and calm, silently looking at the nautical chart on the table. Aside from sipping his rum intermittently, he even had the leisure to take out a compass and estimate their approximate location. "That won't do," Fabian said calmly. "According to Colonel Anson's instructions before he left, I know what that guy said before he left." Carl was somewhat agitated, his slightly trembling right hand indicating he was struggling to suppress the urge to smoke. Boom! A clap of thunder exploded outside the window, vividly displaying the terror in his eyes and his face covered in cold sweat. Fabian put down his glass, looking with slight surprise at the chief of staff on the bed, panting and almost completely soaked in sweat. "I really didn't know you cared so much about the colonel's safety. I just realized how loyal you are to that bastard," Carl retorted without hesitation. Fabian laughed. "I don't think I've mentioned to you how the colonel and I met," he said, a slight smile playing on his lips. He abruptly changed the subject. "Back then, I was a member of the Royal Guard, ordered to search for a suspected member of the Old Gods. I have no interest in your past relationship. The first time we met, I knew he was the target I was looking for, and I'm sure he was aware of it too," Fabian continued nonchalantly, taking a sip of rum. "But even in the end, Colonel Anson Bach, he didn't give himself away at all, and even became one of the heroes who quelled the Clovis riot, and now he's a hero in eradicating the notorious Old Gods organization, the 13 Councils." The howling storm made the cabin feel increasingly oppressive and deathly silent. "I'm telling you this not for any other reason than to explain why I have such confidence in the colonel." Fabian and Carl exchanged a sincere glance, their eyes filled with genuine emotion. "He's a man who never acts on impulse, cautious beyond belief. Therefore, unless something unexpected happens, I will resolutely obey any of his orders, no matter how unreasonable they may seem." "Then let me tell you a secret, my loyal Lord Fabian," Carl said through gritted teeth, his voice irritated. "That never-acting bastard you speak of, 99% of his caution is feigned. The more he tries to calm others down, the more it shows he has absolutely no grasp of the situation, especially when he insists on handling the trouble alone. That only proves, no problem. A childish voice suddenly rang out from the corner, interrupting Carl's agitated expression. The two turned their heads simultaneously, looking at the girl in the corner in astonishment. Lisa, her eyes wide, sat on a chair, her arms wrapped around her legs, her feet piled high with countless empty cans that almost buried her. "Don't worry, Anson will be alright," Carl and Fabian, exchanging bewildered glances, completely oblivious to the girl's unwavering gaze, fixed on the storm raging outside the window. "With her here, Anson will be alright," Lisa murmured softly, her eyes slightly bloodshot. Boom! Amidst the deafening thunder, the Crown's deck, repeatedly washed by the torrential rain, was completely stained the color of blood. Hundreds upon hundreds of worm-like monsters swarmed aboard the Crown, relentlessly ravaging the fear-driven crew, feasting on their willing sacrifices. Amidst the screams and cries of their comrades, the remaining crew fought off the ever-surging monsters while simultaneously dividing their forces to seal off all deck entrances and exits to prevent further casualties. Similar scenes played out simultaneously on the decks of every ship in the fleet. Screams, pleas for mercy, despair, prayers, mingled with the wind and waves, disintegrating into shattered foam and disappearing into the raging storm. Fire! A pale-faced William stood in the wind and rain, forcing himself to remain calm as he directed the sailors to repel the monsters surging onto the deck, but neither he nor his experienced, seasoned sailors could conceal the deep-seated fear within them. No matter how desperately they fired, the monsters continued their frenzied, relentless charge, as if determined to wipe them all out. Once upon a time, he had considered the Sea of the Abyss some kind of ghost story, merely a trick used by old sailors to deceive newcomers and keep them in line, just like he had done to Anson Bach. But when he saw the navigator's body transformed into an inverted cross, and saw him swallowed by the worms, becoming a driven zombie, he suddenly realized that he knew absolutely nothing about the true terror of the raging sea. "I say, are you sure you didn't give me the wrong directions?" The first mate, covered in blood and gripping the helm tightly, couldn't help but shout at Anson beside him. He couldn't even understand why he would believe an army soldier, and a seasick one at that. Young Master William was still leading his men to buy them time, if anything happened to him. Trust me, Anson, his face already pale, leaned against the railing, his cold gaze beneath his tricorn hat radiating unparalleled calmness, transforming his previously swaying, powerless body into a rifle with its bayonet embedded in the deck. Utilizing the characteristic that the volume of a spellcasting range remains constant but its shape can be altered, Anson forcefully stretched his spellcasting range into a long, vertical cone, then shifted his psychic perspective from his body to the apex of the cone, becoming like a lookout tower. It must be admitted that simultaneously battling seasickness while maintaining supernatural and magical abilities is almost a simultaneous challenge to one's physical and mental limits. The distant being could discover them at any moment, and once exposed, the entire fleet would be annihilated in an instant. On land, modern armies can rely on organization and sheer numbers to contend with some still inexperienced high-level spellcasters, such as a certain elven princess, and if they can't win, they can break out in disarray. The problem here is the sea, a sea ruled by storms. Once the enemy boards and launches a surprise attack, the organized fighting force will be constrained by space, while individual strength will be infinitely amplified, regardless of the type of magic the enemy uses. In the confined environment of a ship, they are practically invincible. Don't lower the sails, full speed ahead north, use flags and lights to signal the ships behind, stay close behind the Crown, gripping the railing tightly. Anson gritted his teeth, desperately trying to keep his voice steady. This storm is actually quite small, not as big as it looks. Are you sure? If you're wrong, it won't just be the two of us dying, but an entire army supporting the colony in a fleet, watching the sailors being slaughtered on deck. The first mate, suppressing his anger, stared intently at Anson. "Do you have any evidence? Because I'm starting to doubt you." "I'm sorry, no." Anson gave a bitter smile. He couldn't very well tell the other man that he was a spellcaster, that this storm was created by some powerful spellcaster, and that if they didn't run, they'd all be wiped out. The first mate fell silent, his tightly pursed lips clearly showing his inner turmoil. "I believe you." Just as both sides were caught in a dilemma, William Cecil, who was standing in the front row, suddenly turned his head and met Anson's eyes with a look of panic. "Although I don't know the reason, I don't believe an army soldier who gets seasick would do this without absolute certainty. He could just stay in the cabin and quietly wait for the storm to pass. Couldn't he? Although he was looking at him, Anson knew very well that these words were not directed at him. The first mate, who was gripping the helm tightly, still did not speak, but his expression clearly wavered. The next moment, the middle-aged man, covered in blood, suddenly took a deep breath and roared into the layers of rain, crown, full speed ahead, accompanied by the thunder that came from the sky. The entire deck was once again filled with the sounds of battle. Amid screams and roars, the crown tore through the giant waves head-on and rushed straight into the storm. Braving the oncoming gale and towering waves, Anson clung desperately to the railing, wishing he could be tied to the mast. Every bone in his body trembled violently, his internal organs churning and swaying violently. Even if he were torn to pieces the next second, his entire body reduced to a pile of parts, Anson wouldn't find it strange. The fighting on deck continued unabated. Sailors fought off the monster's attacks while maintaining normal navigation. Viscous flesh and blood flew everywhere, staining the inverted cross on the mainmast a dark red. Soon, very soon. With his superpower, Anson could already see the edge of the storm in his mind. It was still expanding, but clearly not as fierce and rapid as before. It had obviously encountered some kind of obstruction and had to withdraw some of its power. Could the opponent, who could manipulate the storm, be a spellcaster of magic like himself? But judging from the fact that it commands monsters, it seems to also have characteristics of blood magic. Huh? Anson, jolted awake, looked up incredulously at the distant storm. In the pitch-black world, there was nothing but torrential rain. Nothing. What did you say? The first mate roared, gripping the helm, his tension almost as high as Anson's. At the current speed, even the sturdy crown might be in trouble. A collision with a large wave could easily shatter it. It wasn't entirely impossible. Nothing. Anson gritted his teeth, his shock undiminished. That guy's existence was gradually weakening. For spellcasters who had surpassed the initial stage and reached the level of blasphemous mage, they were new life forms beyond their species, not accepted by this world, constantly subjected to resistance and malice from the world, gaining immense power while also facing countless limitations. The most direct manifestation of this was their own existence. This is somewhat like a paradox. The more you try to deny the existence of something, the more you prove its objective existence. Otherwise, your denial would be meaningless. And if it truly didn't exist, you wouldn't need to deny it. In the case of spellcasters, this manifests as a comprehensive evaluation of their vitality and strength. Ordinary spellcasters are unaffected by this world backlash, but once they reach a certain stage, they become increasingly stronger, eventually reaching a peak. Conversely, if a sufficiently powerful spellcaster deliberately weakens their existence, there are only two possibilities: either they are hiding from something, or they have suffered severe injuries. Anson leans towards the latter. Does this mean someone is hunting this spellcaster? But, a spellcaster powerful enough to change the weather and unleash countless monsters, Anson doesn't think an ordinary inquisitor could do that. Even an airship possessing the Knights of Judgment probably couldn't. Besides, if it were that level and scale, they should have noticed them long ago. Even outside of a kingdom, the Church of Order operates according to its rules, to avoid unnecessary casualties and the spread of corruption by the old gods. Clearing the area is standard procedure, and warnings are issued even if there's not enough time. They would never act without prior notice. But if it wasn't a court of judgment hunting spellcasters, could it be? Bang! A muffled thud suddenly echoed across the chaotic deck. The body of Navigator Edward, bound by ropes, slid off the mainmast. His severed limbs and head lay twisted and contorted on the ground in an extremely grotesque way. But the next second, the body suddenly began to convulse violently, first the completely broken legs, then the two hands, like a puppet pulled by invisible ropes. It trembled and staggered as it got up from the ground, even picking up a fallen sailor's knife. Huh? A crew member who was desperately pulling on the ropes heard the noise behind him and instinctively turned to look. In that instant, the navigator suddenly raised the sharp blade in his hand, his dark gray eyes turning crimson. Sharing a book from a fellow member of the group, The Development Direction of Wizarding Civilization, the author, like Hong Kong, is a complete newbie, so please give us lots of encouragement. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.